and dance for
And
10 to
YouTube is your
30
friend,
minutes.
and
Yeah,
you can
just
find
dancing.
everything.
Guys, I'm also
And
here.
that's enough.
Elsie.
Sorry.
Calm
I was
down.
going to ask you.
Kilode.
It's
You know
dance.
I can't dance to
Okay.
save my life,
Like
but
me.
today my daughter is also, she's a ballerina.
That's what I was going to ask you.
she did it
Actually,
in school today, and
is
they
this the first time?
Oh no,
No.
I am so dedicated to taking her for her dance class because I cannot dance to
She
save
has brought pictures
my
of
life.
her, so with spades.
Exactly, we'll put it up.
Oh,
You
okay.
should have.
You know, I always used to say, you know, over the last few years, I think ballet has become one of those things we do in schools. That's how I felt about it until we had that. Do you remember that boy who was doing ballet and then he was doing ballet barefoot in the rain?
Yeah,
And then
I
he got
remember
the
that.
scholarship to. So I kind of always feel that these things, you know, in Nigeria, I'm like, how far can you take it? But you realize now that the world really is a global village. So,
Yeah.
you know, your talent, you
Internet.
can be spotted from anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
But interesting. Me, I like to dance. I like to shake my body.
And you
so-
know how to.
No, I can't.
Well, I don't like to say that I know how to, but, you know, I can
Like,
hold
when
my
people
own.
start sounding like this,
But Elsie, you look like you can dance.
I
What
heard that a
happened?
lot. That's why I'm going to dance.
I heard that a lot too.
Yeah. No, so the
Don't
thing
make
for
me
me
feel
is,
bad.
I can't do
Don't worry, we're
the
on the same
Nigerian
boat.
shaku shaku, all those types
No,
of
there's
things.
one they call palliative dance. Like,
Like, is it like this?
no, that I don't know what this is. But
I don't
palliative is
understand.
the one you're doing her like.
So I just think I like to move
Good.
my body, and then maybe the more old school steps. Yeah.
No
I'm
wonder
good.
on your birthday was all old school.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
hey,
my
It's easier
music.
to dance to old school. Like you move left,
you
you
know?
move right, you spin round. Like you can.
Ah,
But
I
this
do.
new
I
dance,
mean,
No, I don't have the energy.
I will learn.
okay. So let's start from you. What did you find for us in the news?
Nigeria has been boiling. The internet has been boiling.
Very
Kilo
well.
day. If you
Burn off
look
anything.
right, it's boiling. Left is boiling. Anyway, the one trending is the Baba Jesha. I think Lanremi Yinka. Some people say James. Anyway, we know him as Baba Jesha. He's been trending lately in the news for obviously bad reasons of defilement and all that. And please, when issues of children are involved, they don't say rape.
Okay.
It's defilement. Yeah. When it's a statutory rape or, you know, underage, you rather call it defilement. Okay, so this has been going on and all that. But anyway, the crux of what I was going to talk about today is we heard that he was going to be released tomorrow. And a lot of people are sentimental about it and all that. There's a whole lot of sentiment around there. Yes, even if he's owned up to the crime, a court of competent jurisdiction must still sentence him. So, and it's constitutional, it's rights, it's fundamental human rights. You can't hold him on for over 48 hours until in the police custody until he's charged to court. And I understand he's been there for probably a week. And don't forget, Jason is on strike. Courts are shut down. So you cannot put him there indefinitely. So it is a bailable offense.
It is.
It is a bailable offense.
So now
It's
that
only
he's-
capital punishment. That is not bailable like murder, probably manslaughter or something. But it's even manslaughter. So it is a bailable offense. So why are people screaming about? They've not said they've dropped charges. They're just going to bail him. So it's his fundamental human right. He's still a suspect.
So he's a
Law is not
suspect
sentimental, yeah.
until
Or
he's
proven guilty.
proven guilty. But
Yes.
there is also the place for a full confession, which I believe he has.
Regardless, a court of competent jurisdiction will administer justice.
You know, I said
Yes,
it's
but-
Until
okay,
then,
and I said, thank God we have a lawyer on set today, so
Yes.
she can give the legal side and.
yes, morals, you
Forget-
shouldn't be
See,
walking
no,
on the
no, no, so I'm
streets.
not even-
Now today, 'cause
So
I
I'm not
don't have the
even
energy.
trying to be emotional, but I'm trying to understand it from the legal perspective.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen now? He's on bail. Then at
Yes.
some point,
He's
he'll
charged
be
to court.
charged to court.
Then he answer-
stands up and he says, "What? I'm guilty." And then because
No,
surely
his
this is
trial
not going
will
to go to
start.
trial.
Trial will
Of course,
start.
it will go to trial.
Okay, so I'm
After
going
he
to
has
talk-
confessed, what are you? What?
Then the court will
No,
take in the
definitely
confession
will, yeah.
and look at it, balance it. If can even come out to say he did the confession under duress,
Duress,
and
yeah.
there'll be a trial within trial to verify the authenticity of that.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this question like a lawyer that I am not, right? Based on the little things we see from movies, and we try to feel like we are lawyers. So we see cases where a person is certified dangerous to be released to the public, maybe danger to children around
Or
him,
even
or
flight,
danger to
or
flight risk and things like that. And even when it's impossible to kind of go to a court or reach a judge, you find prosecutors do everything possible to reach at least a judge that can sign something to keep that person in custody. So are you saying something like this cannot be done in this regard?
Those ones
to
that you're talking
ensure
about, maybe
that-
it's America.
So
but
we
wait.
cannot get any judge in
Well-
this country that can see this case to say this guy should not be released to the public, because he did it 7 years ago, and
The
the
best,
revelation
I think-
happened now, right? And because they wanted to catch him, they decided to just, you know, when you want to catch a rat and you
They set
put
the trap.
something, they set the trap, and immediately he saw that child, he was ready to do the same thing he did, or
Again.
maybe he did it. I'm not quite sure right now. Again, so it means that I mean, in that video, which was going to be my story anyway. The video, he was saying, Princess was asking the guy,
Why did he do
why are you
it?
doing it
and all?
again if you did it 7 years ago? So does this mean that you've been doing it to other people? And he was saying, no, of course. Now, when you catch thief, you go, I agree, right? So if he can do that then and do it now, within me, I know I don't have evidence, but I strongly feel that he's been doing this to other people.
and he
Okay,
did
now,
that.
now, what I
Reason
think
for
he should do,
people to stand up to say, no, this person
Elsie,
should not be in
so-
public.
right now the
Let's
courts are on strike. This is a part of the downside of the judicial
judicial
system
system
being
being
shut down.
unavailable.
This is
Yeah.
a part of, you know. So what I think is, at best, what they can do is report to public party everybody. It can be made to come in and sign in and all that. So he's all that watchful
So
eyes.
what you are
but he's
saying-
not in custody.
Is that no matter the crime you commit in Nigeria, apart from capital crime
Offense.
offense,
It's bailable.
is bailable.
Yeah.
So
I know.
whether you're a flight risk, whether you're at risk of doing it again,
Well, when
whilst
you're a flight risk, how do you determine that? The court will determine if you're a flight risk. And your flight risk is if probably you've been granted bail before and you eloped them, you evaded, you know, and then you get taken again into custody, the court might not grant a bail. Of course, the court will not grant you a bail.
it's okay. So how does
So
the-
those are
There's
how
another
you
risk
determine a
dimension
flight
aside
risk.
from-
No,
flight
so
risk.
no, the thing I'm even trying to say is it's fine. So there's no court. So how did he get granted bail? He was just released by the police.
He's
Because
not
there's
been
no court to
released.
even
At
grant
the
him bail.
moment, is he released? He's not been released at the moment.
But if he's
Based on
not, but
information
it
we
should
have.
be released. That's my point.
Please, let's move on. Thank you. I don't want to say much more than this.
I'm not even
because
saying he should be released.
it would just take too much time
Morally,
to break
it
it
shouldn't
down.
be out. But legally, what can we do?
I'm not a lawyer.
That's why I'm not a lawyer. So my headline, I'll take my story very quickly. So my headline says, FG World Bank meet over Nigerian Bureau of Statistics confusing employment statistics. So because we're talking unemployment today, I thought this was an interesting way to sort of segue into the story. So really it's just the World Bank saying that the National Bureau of Statistics hasn't followed the
processes.
standard methodology for measuring unemployment in the country. So they haven't given any indication in the story as to whether they're saying what they should have done is higher or lower, but they're simply saying it's wrong. So they're meeting tomorrow and we'll find out what it is. But, you know, either way, the statistics are not good. So let's see how, you know, this conversation that we're having today will evolve around this unemployment, because it's such a key thing. I mean, there's so much insecurity around at the moment, and what always
so
freaks me
much
out is that you're
tension. I'm
driving
tensed.
tense.
I
But
am
you know,
tensed.
you know
I'm
the sad
under
part of it is,
tension.
it used to feel like certain places were safer.
Where
Now,
it's getting closer.
nowhere. No, that's what I'm
Nowhere
saying.
is
So
closer.
now,
Nowhere is
it
safe.
feels
You know
like
what?
nowhere is safe.
Uti, when I take my daughter to school in the morning, I'm always hearing there's a particular radio station which is all talk. So from when I get into the car up until when I get home,
Yeah.
just news.
Yeah.
There was a particular day. All the highlight of the news, all the major stories were all killings, crime. I was shaking when I was
That should be the
driving.
day before this the security
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
I think on Monday. That came
Yeah.
on
No,
Monday.
I was shaking for the first time in my life, in a very long time. I considered relocating out.
Ah,
Oh, you've
yeah.
not considered it.
No.
I'm a strong supporter of Nigeria.
We're
I relocated
strong
back to
proponents
Nigeria.
of
Do you
Nigeria.
understand? But
No, there's two of us
lately,
here.
you've
Oh,
been
really?
crossing
Yeah.
my
Are
mind.
you sure?
And
I
this
choose
should-
The
to
other
be here.
day,
No, I
you
choose to be
said
here.
you are ready to go.
No. I
So
choose
you-
to be here. The only time that I have said that I ever considered it since I
During
came back
NSAS.
was NSAS. Because the only issue that for me is unsurmountable in Nigeria is insecurity.
Yes.
Everything else,
Because
we're
it
resilient
cuts
people.
across all
It
the-
cuts across. There's
Whether
no,
you're
do you
rich,
get what
you're
I mean?
a middle class, you're insecurity. So it's not about money and all that. Healthcare for me and insecurity.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it really, really.
Okay.
Well, it will be an interesting conversation today. We will be right back after this short break, so please stay with us.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Thanks for staying with us. Unemployment, the condition of one who is capable of working, actively seeking work, but unable to find work, is no stranger to us here in Nigeria. With a population of over 200 million who are predominantly young and able, the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, in a report released in March, reported the country's unemployment rate rose from 27.1% in the second quarter of 2020 to 33.3% in the fourth quarter. The impact of unemployment can be felt by both the workers and the national economy and can cause a ripple effect. Unemployment causes workers to suffer financial hardship that impacts consumer spending, which is one of the key economic drivers of growth. Unemployment results in reduced demand, consumption, and buying power, which in turn causes lower profits for businesses and leads to budget cuts and workforce reductions. It creates a vicious cycle that goes on and on, that is difficult to reverse without some type of intervention. So today, our focus is on those interventions, in particular what the Lagos State government is doing to alleviate unemployment. So, ladies, unemployment.
I think this conversation is very important because I was in a Space conversation. Now, Space is Twitter's version of Clubhouse, where someone was accusing Nollywood movies of being one of the reasons that people are flocking into Lagos State, because your storyline tells you when you come to Lagos, you've made it, right? So you carry your bag and then you come to Lagos. So Lagos is really populated. I don't know if I want to use overpopulated, but employment is important. Right, people need to be able to be gainfully employed. We're just talking about employment, not even being gainfully employed right now. So it's a big deal. I mean, you took the story about Ngige trying to talk about the statistics, but whatever the World Bank is going to say to NBS, I don't think the statistic is going to be good
It's
or
not going
better.
to be accurate.
Right? I hope, even if it's accurate, because I'm all for having accurate statistics, because however you want to look at it, it also help them when they want to work to do the right thing in all areas. That's why we need to get our data right, NIN, drama, and everything, so we can synchronize everything to be able to say, so these people, this set of people are working here, this set of people are not working here. I don't think Nigeria can even tell you the number of those that are unemployed, because you don't know the number of people.
Can you tell you the number of people that are in Nigeria, for starters?
Thank you. Let's not go far. So that's how I feel.
Let me quickly.
Okay, for me, I think it's very, very crucial at this time because of the tension, particularly in the country.
The effects we're feeling.
From everywhere, from all the regions of Nigeria. You know, at a point, we were still like Southeast was safe, Southwest was relatively safe, but now I think it's just cutting across everywhere. And the number one thing is unemployment. So I think we need
a lot of idle hands.
Because it's tied to everything. It's tied to our mental health. It's tied to security. It's tied to poverty. It's quality of life. So I think it's very imperative that we talk about it.
Yeah. So you've heard what we have to say. So let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Tweet at us at Waste Show Africa 1 with the hashtag Waste Show, or SMS to WhatsApp, or WhatsApp to 0810-0818-038. 4063. So, the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund was established by the Lagos State Employment. The Lagos State Employment Trust Fund was established by Lagos State Employment Trust Fund law in 2016 to provide financial support for residents of Lagos State for job, wealth creation, and to tackle unemployment. The Lagos State government has disclosed its plans to create 600,000 jobs in 2021 through the LSETF initiative. And our guest, Charles Anyang, who is the Director of Strategy, Funding, and Stakeholder Management at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, is here with us to discuss this. So thank you for joining us, Charles. It's lovely to have you here.
Same here.
So it's interesting. I've seen LSETF. I have a lot of friends who are entrepreneurs who have gone through one program or the other. Could you maybe just start us off by telling us what the program and the fund is about?
Thank you very much. Just like you established, it was birthed by the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund Act of 2016 to do exactly what you said. Now, how do we achieve this? We looked at it from a different angle. Most times people tend to want to provide employability training programs and then place people in jobs. We do that as well. But one of the things that we do differently is providing affordable access to finance to micro, small, medium scale enterprises. Why do we go this route? We felt that if these businesses grow all over the world, they are recognized as, creators of jobs. And so if we help these businesses grow, then they can automatically employ more people, as opposed to trying to funnel people into existing businesses that probably couldn't take anymore. And so with the loan program, what we also tried to do was to address the barriers to access to finance, interest rates, collateral, all of these things. We did away with them. And so we use a guarantor-based system, and we also offer loans at 5% interest rate per annum when we offer those loans ourselves directly. Recently, we started to partner with commercial institutions, lending institutions, commercial banks, microfinance banks, etc. When we started this program, what we tried to do was to establish that given the right conditions, these businesses are able to take loans and repay the loans. So we took the first step, used our funds to demonstrate this, and subsequently we are now getting in commercial lenders coming to partner. Of course, cost of capital will determine interest rates at the end of the day. So with some of the interventions that we do with the commercial lending partners, we try as much as possible to keep it within a single-digit interest rate. We're not always successful, but the highest we've got at the moment is 10%, which is not too far from our target.
Not too far from 5%.
Not too far from single-digit, which will be 9%. So even at 5%, you will agree with me that it's not sustainable, because if you look at the inflation rate, it's double digit at this time. So it's essentially, we just needed to take that step to demonstrate. Now the next step is to pipeline them to those who were established to do just that, provide access to finance, which is commercial lending institutions.
So I like how you said, given the right conditions.
Yes.
So what are the conditions Lagos State is creating to ensure that these businesses, whether small or medium-sized, can at least grow and not die before they can at least get you your money back and the 5% or 10%, as the case may be?
Excellent. So beyond the loan, we have other interventions for these businesses. So we have access to market programs that we design, and we also look out for off-takers depending on the sector, because we're also sector agnostic. So as a government, we are inclusive, and so we look at these businesses from what specific sectors they are in, cluster them, and look out for interventions that can support them to grow. So that's from an access to market perspective. We also provide capacity development for the promoters of the business as well. So your typical business 101, because a lot of these people get into business sometimes by chance and all of that. So you have to help them to see that there's a need for structure. And this is one of the reasons why they are unable to access capital from the banks in the first place. So you support them with those kinds of interventions. We have a mentoring program as well, where we get other successful entrepreneurs to work with them and to help them think through their businesses differently. And then we also are now looking at master classes. So for businesses or promoters who are slightly more advanced, they don't need entrepreneurship 101 anymore. They have peculiar issues with their business, and then they want capacity development in that area. We also have business clinics for accounting, we have business clinics for legal, we have business clinics for HR. To support these areas are very, very important for helping these businesses to sort of institutionalize the work that they do. So these are the areas where we provide additional interventions to ensure that the money goes in and comes back out.
Okay, how do you determine the parameters for the beneficiaries?
Okay, so what is key for us as a state government operating with taxpayers' funds is that the proprietors of the business, as well as the business, is located here in Lagos. And so all of the businesses that we support are Lagos-based business, as the case may be. In looking out to reduce the barriers, like we said, so we're looking at, rather than request for collateral, we ask for guarantors, and most times we work with their associations. There's a certain level of accountability that exists within those associations that they are already members. So there's a collective responsibility to ensure that you don't give the association a bad name. So when you work through associations, the tendency to have successful repayment is higher than when you work with individual borrowers, as the case may be. So we also have liaison offices in all of the local government areas across Lagos State as a touch point for these businesses. So we monitor through those offices, but we also provide support services through those offices as well. So these are some of the things that, of course, from a more commercial perspective, we will do a credit assessment of the obligor to ensure that they don't have bad credit before we offer them. Of course, that is also mandated by CBN, so you cannot give a loan without having a credit assessment for the obligor. So those are some of the things that we do. Now, when we give or when we partner, either which way, we work with commercial banks or microfinance banks. When we give loans directly as LSETF, the banks are our fulfillment partners, so they help us with the disbursements. And so they also have certain checks. You have to open an account, so there's KYC that is done to ensure that, you know, this is who they say they are. Prior to that, we also have business development support partners that do the first level business verification. So the documents that you submit, we want to verify those documents, we want to verify your address, all of those things. So when we do that as a first level check, and then the banks do their KYC, we're most likely giving money to somebody who actually is doing what they claim to be doing when they fill the forms. So that's how we ensure.
Which is a huge problem in this part of the world.
Exactly.
So I'd like to ask, because I see outside of Nigeria, most times when startups and businesses are given funding, there's always some sort of moratorium, because there's an understanding that the business needs time to find its feet and grow. But it's never a thing that we do here. Is there a particular reason or challenge?
So we actually do offer moratorium,
Okay.
LSETF, so, and it's on a case-by-case basis. Over time, research has proven that most micro businesses fail to repay when there is a moratorium.
Right.
However, when we are talking or when we're working with SMEs, especially those in specific sectors, if you look at agriculture, you know, their repayment is not straightforward because you have to work with production, etc., etc. So we offer maximum of 3-month moratorium at LSETF, so between 0 to 3, depending on.
So I'm just going to stop you there. Just take a quick break. We'll just take a quick break, and we'll be right back to continue the conversation. Please stay with us.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. You have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Nigeria is too rich to be a poor country.
Yes. A lot of people need to be sensitized. We need orientation and reorientation. So if we try to directly import whatever is done abroad into our system, it might not work because we don't have a structure that will support it.
I'm an Arsenal fan, and no matter how many times Arsenal loses, I still don't hate football. But what we've done with politics is that, in Nigeria, is that we hate politics because of the players, and you can't hate politics because of the players. It doesn't make it a bad game.
The thing is, many times when we think of ourselves as victims, we think someone somewhere is sitting and trying to victimize us. It's not always so. It's just that more times than not, someone is just trying to protect themselves.
If my fellow policeman goes on mission, dies in Nigeria, and you say sorry, and all you get is a letter to the family, why would I die for a country?
You're still watching Ways. Remember, you can join the conversation. Tweet at us at Ways Show Africa 1 with the hashtag Ways Show, or SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. So we're turning on our phone lines. Remember, it's usually on Thursdays we have our phone lines open. So make sure you check out the numbers on the screen and give us a call. So I'll come back to you, Charles, and let you finish what you were saying.
Okay, great. So I think, honestly, I think I was done.
We've nailed it on the head why we can't do a moratorium.
Yeah, so we actually do for the SME program and also for our micro enterprise startup program. So micro enterprise startup program supports people who have gone through some form of technical vocational training. They've acquired a tool to get them set up, and then we offer them a 3-month moratorium just so they can begin to build revenue before we expect repayment. So in that case, we offer a moratorium. Like I said, maximum 3 months.
3 months.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I see 600,000 jobs to be created in 2021. This is what, April already.
April.
How far have you gone? What's the plan? How possible is that?
Okay, great. So, so we started this conversation in around about October last year when we set the target. Of course, things haven't moved as quickly as possible. However, the areas that we are focusing in have huge potential for job creation. And the 600 number was more or less 100,000 direct and then 500,000 indirect jobs. The key focus for us is the orange economy. Why? Because it's dominated predominantly by the age bracket that is most at risk. So 15 to 24, people who drop out of, after the junior secondary school and then 24 years old. And that, again, we are densely youth populated. And if you were going to address the problem, then you have to hit it, where it really matters the most. And the orange economy has proven over time across the world, especially in low-income economies like ours, to be a good source of job creation for young people. In Nigeria, it's no different. Besides agriculture, that is the second highest employer of job creation sector, and it offers about 300,000 jobs thereabouts. Of course, it's facilitated mostly by Nollywood, but you see that during the lockdown, we saw an explosion of desire to have content. That also falls within that category, and you see a lot of investment going in that area, locally, globally as well. Imagine if TikTok were owned by a Nigerian, and you can imagine the level of growth that happened between 2020 and to date, and imagine the number of jobs that could have been created if we had that. Technology is key because it's an enabler and it's cross-cutting. So technology will also, play a role in that. Just last week, we launched the Lagos CARES program, which is the COVID Action Recovery and Economic Stimulus program. So CARES actually is an acronym for that. To support, so there's different programs, but for LSETF, we're focused on Result Area 3, which focuses on supporting MSMEs. And we're going to do that in 3 ways. One is a credit grant for people, businesses that have taken loans within the period where COVID struck to date, and able to demonstrate that they took a loan at that period to ensure that their business remained stable. And we'll be providing a grant to repay some of those loans, just to alleviate the struggles that they're going through. The second one is an operational grant. You find that during that period, a lot of people paid rent, some people were paying salaries, people couldn't work, but they still had to pay salaries. That grant is to support businesses to ensure that, again, that they're able to remain sustainable. I mentioned ab initio. It's important to support the businesses, especially the small micro businesses, because they create most of the jobs. And the final one is a grant to support the use of technology. We saw during the pandemic that it was critical for businesses to have some form of technology support enhancement, whether it's an e-commerce platform or what have you, just to ensure that there is business continuity in the event that something like this happens again. So grants across these three for micro, small, and medium scale enterprises. So that program we will launch early mid-May. That's LSCTF, and we'll draw it out open to the public. And we will, again, it will run similar to some of our existing programs, but essentially this will be a grant, so they don't have to repay. So that is supported by federal government and the World Bank. So it's actually a World Bank initiative. Yeah.
So I think I would just like to jump in here and ask, because what bugged me, 600,000 is a big number, and that, you sort of provided some clarity around direct and indirect, but I'm a bit jaded when it comes to the government and what they say. So how are we tracking these numbers? How do we know that this isn't just castles in the sky? It all sounds very nice. You've told us a lot of things that you're doing, but how are we really tracking 100,000 job, and then 500,000 indirect? That's a huge number. So maybe just tell us how you're going to do that.
Great. So for those who've gone through our programs, they know the first question we always ask as a baseline is how many number of staff that you have existing. What's the projected number of staff that you envisage you will get when you take a loan, or in this case a grant? And so there is a pre, and then there is a post-intervention monitoring and evaluation that takes place, and that's how we're able to track what we had at baseline, and then what we have 6 months, 12 months, 18 months post-intervention. And when we do this, because we're in a 5th year now, over time our previous reports have demonstrated that there are at least 3 direct jobs on the average across the loan program, and about 5 indirect jobs for the businesses that we've supported over time. So when we say 100 direct and 600 indirect, it's on the premise of information that we already have. So so we've done all of those analysis, and like I mentioned, we're looking at an area where there is huge value chain. So if we look, for instance, at entertainment, and you can have, and in the orange economy, it's also characterized by a gig economy, which is a temporary work that they do for a specific, so more or less project-based work that young people, and this is what young people like to do. So even though agriculture is important, rather than try to force young people in agriculture, why not provide an avenue for them to do things that they really excel at and they are actually interested in. So Orange Economy then provides that platform for us to.
Okay, I was going to ask, we know that businesses are divided into two, where it's either you're providing goods or services. So for instance, a lawyer provides services. So do they fall into any cadre of your beneficiaries? Like, I'm a lawyer, I need money to establish my firm, and I don't do any selling. So how do you determine how well I can pay back? Then, sorry, my question is in twofold. And your tenure, don't you think is a bit short, 12 months?
So let me shed some more light on that. So the first question is, our microloans we disburse to individuals. So you need not necessarily have a business name or a limited liability registered company. And then personal bank statements will suffice, and we can do an analysis of what has come in and out to determine what will be a loan amount that you could easily repay. So there's some technology that goes into all of that. For business accounts, it's slightly easier because you can almost always tell what has come in. Since it's a business account, it's for the business. And so that analysis also happens to determine what will be a viable loan amount to give to the obligor that will be repaid over time. So, so yes, as a lawyer, some lawyers have their businesses registered and they have accounts for that. We'll track them and they can apply for a small medium scale enterprise loan, which is a maximum of 5 million and is also the tenure is 36 months maximum. So it's not just 12 months, yeah. And if you combine that with between 5 to 9, 10% per annum, it's quite affordable.
Affordable is relative, but let's just say it's quite fair. I'll just say we have a bit of a technical difficulty with our WhatsApp line, so if you do have a message and want to send to us, please send it to us via SMS. We'll love to hear from you. I think that we've sort of touched a lot on what you're doing. Maybe talk about how people can actually benefit from this, because I know a lot of people are hearing this for the first time and not knowing how they can actually key into this. So maybe how people can connect.
Thank you. So the first step is that you have to believe that the government is. I always say this because
I feel like that was a jab at me.
No, no, and it shows. So there's this, there's this barrier that we sort of create. Yeah, it's distrust, and there's reason for that. But if you visit www.lsetf.ng, you will find that we exist. You will find that there's a lot of information that you can glean to help educate you about what it is that we do and how we can help you.
I noticed.
It's not like the
regular government website.
Okay, so is this, when you say it's not,
does
it
work?
A good thing?
Does it work? Is
yes,
this
it works.
information uploaded? Updated?
Yes, it works. Okay. Yes, information is uploaded.
But you need a bit of...
And the good thing is that we're even just doing, the back end. We're improving on the website, and we will have a relaunch of the website shortly. So that tells you that we're working. At LSETF, one of the things that we pride ourselves in is that we are a learning organization. Okay. So we're revamping it because there's this new technology that we need to embed into that, just to make sure that because we are predominantly serving a youth, population, and you have to ensure that what you have is, sort of aligns with their expectations. So all of those things we're putting into it. And like I mentioned earlier, we also have liaison offices in all the local government areas, all the local government offices. We have a liaison office in there, and so you can walk in there when, with, of course, ensuring that you adhere to the COVID protocols, exactly. But the website is there, and we have also our lines on the website that work, and you can reach us. And we're ensuring that we bring ourselves closer to the people.
Okay. I don't know if we still have more time,
but still squeeze it in.
So a few people I know that have got businesses in Lagos State, in Lagos States, they have issues when it comes to the kind of levies and taxes they have to pay. Like there is a lot of them. This person comes in today, you pay this amount. Yeah. By the time you turn back, and that set of people are coming.
Double taxation.
Somewhere, and I like that you said you have liaison offices in the local government to help people. Are you doing anything to step in that regard to be able to help them ensure that they are not double taxed and also ensure that they're being taxed by the right people? Because I've also seen someone who paid, I think, almost 300,000 for some levy and realized that they came from
fake.
God knows where, So are you working around that? And also policies to ensure, because you mentioned tech and how entertainment, tech and content creation is the way to go. Is there an ongoing conversation with the government regarding policies to ensure that these people can grow, and it's not that they get to a certain point and a policy comes in to disrupt the business?
Yes. So one of the things that we have at LSETF is a research and policy desk. What we do with that is essentially trying to improve the ease of doing business within Lagos State. As much as we can, we take our recommendations to the state government to say, we need to look at this, we need to look at that, or the applicable MDA to say this is a challenge that most people are having, business owners have in this area. In some instances, we have intervened directly on behalf of specific, businesses that have come to us. So that's one of the other things that we do. And this year we are very, very keen to use research to drive decision making. So there's a lot of investment that is going into that now to ensure that first of all, we want to know what businesses are where within Lagos State. So if I look at the local government, I need to be able to say this local government predominantly has this kind of business. So we now know how to support each local government, because everybody, each and every local government is unique in their own way. And so one of the things we want to stop doing is having a one cap fits all for everybody. So.
Can I go quickly?
Sure.
I know that you people are doing a lot and all that, but is there a way you've been trying to engage the state governments regarding infrastructure? Because if the lights is not good, the roads are not good and all that, they will not thrive. The businesses will not thrive. So what are you doing in that regard?
Yes, so like I mentioned, with research and policy advocacy, that's as much as we can do. Of course, you also have to take into consideration that there's scarce resources. With what has happened in the past 18 months, thereabouts, it's put a real, we're stretched resources. Single mono economy, key resource earner, stressed. Businesses with stress from restriction of movement and all of that. That also puts a strain on revenue. So all of the plans that we had, definitely we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to also rethink sources of capital and all whatnot. Of course, we also have existing capital that needs to be repaid from borrowings and all of that. So it's a tough job, especially now for every government, not just Lagos State. I think Lagos State is, would I say, lucky in a sense, because we are generating more than everybody else. But we are also catering to more people than we should, because like you rightly mentioned, Nollywood has told all of us that just come to Lagos and you blue.
Yeah.
So that's...
well, I mean, it's been quite an insightful conversation. I mean, just in terms of giving people information, I know there are a lot of people out there that can benefit from this program, so we hope they were listening. We thank you for coming out here to spend this hour with us. It's been quite fun. Ladies, quickly, we're wrapping up. I think that we've learned a lot today. No, I've not gotten to thanking you now. Calm down. Thank you, Elsie. Thank you, love. So WAYS was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, and influence lives towards action. And this year we started our CSR focused on curbing unemployment, as you can see, in Nigeria. If you're a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching WAYS and follow us on all our social media handles. This will be an all year round engagement, so tell a friend to keep all eyes on WAYS. In case you missed our quote, it says, unprecedented technological capabilities combined with unlimited human creativity has given us tremendous power to take on intractable problems like poverty, unemployment, disease, and environmental degradation. Our challenge is to translate this extraordinary potential into meaningful change. I think we're moving closer with the conversation we had today. So we'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screens. Have a good evening.
Point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?" No,
I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, you can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house. I said, well, it's my body and it's my front room.
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The lazy man does not roast what he took in hunting, but diligence is a man's precious possession. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Someday, tranquility will settle upon Borno State in northeast Nigeria. The ordinary rhythms of life in the rural areas will return, as will the everyday bustle of the city. But for now, a restless tension lurks beneath the surface. Not a moment goes by without the threat of violence. Without the fear that the militant Islamic group Boko Haram might unleash an attack. A grim reminder of a conflict still to be resolved. A country's struggle with extremism. An unfinished journey from evil. Yet there are Nigerians who've stood up to the terror, who've shown the courage to fight back, the determination to go forward, and the resilience to forge a new future for their nation. The world knows Boko Haram mostly through reports of bombings, kidnappings, and suicide attacks. But the insurgency has also made millions of Nigerians homeless and laid waste to the rural economy that long sustained the region. In village after village, devastation.
Boko Haram, they are rushing to this place. So that is the market. 1,000 houses burned.
Already destroyed.
Already destroyed. Our market is distressed. We will not get market. We will not get eat food.
Hamam Mbombo has survived 2 Boko Haram attacks. The first time, they took his crops. The second time, they burned his farm to the ground.
Da aka kore mu a 2013 muka tafi,
to haka wannan abin ya salwanta ban samu na girbe ba. To shekara da ya sake zagayowa kuma bunni ya taso ya yi kyau, amma kuma shi ma har yanzu ban sake samu in girba ba. 2015 kenan. To daga nan kuma ban sake aiki a gonan ba. Rashin aiki a wannan gonakin ba ni kaɗai ba, manoma yan uwana ma duka gaskiya ya dagula mana rayuwarmu.
Farmers are not the only ones suffering from Boko Haram's plundering. These herders narrowly escaped a Boko Haram surprise attack with their cattle. They are aware that next time they may not be so lucky.
Babu wata hanya da za ku iya bi ne ku sake kwato su.
Ina za mu samu hanyar bi. Mu ba mu da komai, su suna da bindiga.
What's caused this crisis is people being terrorized and having to run away from the place they've been able to work for a long time. We were told that farmers do have seeds. We were told that farmers do still have some of the tools. What they don't have is the confidence to go back to their land because they're worried that if they're a man, they'll be shot. They're worried that if they're a woman, they'll be raped or kidnapped. So the key issue here is security.
Although the Nigerian military has recaptured and garrisoned some larger towns, the Northeast's breadbasket remains a free fire zone. Much of the food production infrastructure, granaries, markets, wells, is in ruins. Rebuilding it will take months, if not years. Northeast Nigeria borders Lake Chad, a vast inland sea supplying fresh water to about 70 million people in 4 countries. Fishing forms an integral part of household economies in the region. But since the insurgency, Boko Haram has controlled fishing by demanding a tax from those plying their trade. As a result, many fishermen have fled, choking off the once thriving industry. Most are reluctant to talk openly about the insurgents, fearing reprisals.
A shakka babu, ‘yan Boko Haram sun kasara wannan sana'ar tamu gabaki ɗayanta. Domin ka kula duk tafkin Chadin nan gabaki ɗaya duk wani mu'amala da ake yi wato biyo bayan kifi ne. Watanni 4 na shekara wanda an fi kama kifi a cikinsu irin watannin zafi, to a lokacin ana iya fitar da trailer 70, 50, 60 a rana ɗaya. To amma kaga yanzu ko ɗaya ba a fitarwa.
Deprived of their livelihoods, farmers, herders, and fishermen, along with their families, wind up in the camps for the displaced that have sprung up across the Northeast. Official estimates put the number forced to leave their homes at 2 million or more. For years, the lack of security kept many humanitarian agencies from entering the region. Now that more military are present, they are returning to learn that the crisis is much worse than they predicted.
I think a lot of humanitarian aid workers are saying that they didn't realize the situation was that bad. Some have described it as famine-like conditions. Unfortunately, if it was addressed sooner, it wouldn't have gotten to the extent that it is now.
According to the United Nations, more than $1 billion in humanitarian aid was needed to help 8.5 million people in the Northeast and Lake Chad region in 2017, most of it for food.
Children are particularly vulnerable because their bodies are growing, their minds are growing and developing, and if they don't have the nutrition that they need in the first 2 years of life, that has lifelong consequences for them. So a child, who's 1 year old, who doesn't get enough to eat will see her growth is stunted. She will have possibly trouble in, cognitive development of her brain. That'll affect her performance in school later on. It'll affect her ability to earn a living later on. So she will be paying the price for our failure for the rest of her life if we can't get that food and nutritional support to her now.
Without continued aid or a rebound in agriculture, Nigerians may be on the edge of famine, for years to come. The emotional and psychological damage of the war has deep consequences and may pose the most difficult challenge of Nigeria's recovery.
Ba mu da sani a lokaci daya bokwaran suka shiga cikin garinmu suka fara kashe-kashe ba mu da labarin komai ranar Asabar misalin karfe 9.
Kanin mama na guda 3 mijin kani na guda 1 guda 4 a take sun kashe.
To da muna zama a wurin sun kawo wani mutum sun yanka shi a idonmu.
After 8 years of war, these stories have become all too common.
When we're coming out of insurgency, it's one thing to rebuild homes and to rebuild hospitals and to rebuild schools, but the most important thing is to rebuild people.
Dr. Fatima Akilu leads the Neem Foundation, a non-profit that is taking on the country's psychological reconstruction. The work focuses on Nigerians who are homeless, suffered violence and trauma, or who were captives under Boko Haram. By sharing their stories, they help heal one another.
Our main objective is to hear their experience. We want to share our experience together so that we can see how we can support ourselves.
What we're looking at is their mental health status, their post-traumatic stress disorder needs, depression, anxiety, insomnia, psychosomatic symptoms.
These group sessions run for a month to build trust. Counselors help with translation.
They left anytime she remember her son. She can't sleep because she didn't even see the body of her son.
One woman told of losing multiple family members.
When there was one attack in Maiduguri here, a suicide bomber came to where they were staying, and that was how her husband was killed.
That
she has a younger brother too. Boko Haram killed him. That she's really feeling better ever since she started coming to this place. And she's very grateful.
The counselors use cognitive therapy to help victims control traumatic flashbacks.
We focus on trying to get them to alter their negative thinking about the event that has happened. We try to teach them thought-stopping behaviors, and we try to teach them resilience through group.
2 months after their initial therapy, members of the group reconvene to see whether they're continuing to cope.
That in this gathering, if you come to this gathering, after hearing everybody's experience, you realize that your own problem, somebody has a bigger problem than your own.
Dr. Akilu says victims can cure these deep emotional wounds. It just takes time.
As a psychologist, I have a role that I can play, and I can bring people together to show that there is an alternative way.
Rebuilding the lives of Boko Haram's victims is only part of the healing process. Another challenge is finding alternatives for those who perpetrated the violence. These men are Boko Haram fighters who have recently surrendered. They're about to enter Operation Safe Corridor, where insurgents who've renounced Boko Haram can undergo rehabilitation while in prison.
It's a federal government initiative aimed at radicalizing, rehabilitating, and reintegrating willing and surrendered Boko Haram back into the society.
The men will undergo 3 months of counseling to dispel their indoctrination under Boko Haram. Dr. Akilu helped start an earlier de-radicalization effort in Nigeria. All these programs work on multiple levels.
One would be ideology, because that was what they used to recruit. Second was to look at their mental states, so we had psychological engagement. That we felt art was important because they were so against art, and art allows somebody to express themselves in ways unexpected to that person. And we taught them a skill, a trade, different for different people, and we also gave them an education for those who wanted it.
Under de-radicalization, the Boko Haram militants are classified as repentant fighters. VOA was allowed to visit one class, but authorities refused to allow cameras inside to protect ex-fighters from being identified.
So we are hoping that when you leave here, which we hope will be very soon, you will all go back and all the skills that is being impacted now, you will use them to the benefit of your families and to the benefit of Nigeria.
In terms of de-radicalization, the positive there for us is there are more and more of the ex-combatants actually disengaging. Disengagement is key.
So I admonish all of you to take this program very, very seriously.
There is a debate about whether de-radicalization works or is appropriate. Among those who took part in Dr. Akilu's initial program was an imam who joined Boko Haram in its early stages, then preached against Western education. Caught by Nigerian forces, he was sent to prison with other fighters. Persuaded him that Boko Haram manipulated key texts in the Holy Book to suit their agenda.
When we started working with Boko Haram members, I think for me the biggest surprise was how little knowledge they had of the Quran itself. And even including the chief imam, they had memorized parts of the Quran, but without context.
A lokacin akwai wasu malamai da suke ziyartar mu. To sai akwai program ne musamman nake jin gwamnatin tarayya ta shirya wanda nake jin ta tura shi zuwa ga yayi tasiri da yawa daga cikin wayanda aka kama su suke hannu. Duk a lokacin da aka sake mu din ba wani mutum ɗaya da yanzu ce maka mutum ɗaya da yanzu ya koma ya je linkin da wayannan mutane.
But whether such success can be repeated on the scale that's needed is unclear.
The problem is if it doesn't work, then what? We must have something on the table that works. At the moment, it is the radicalization. Look, the reality is that these people, they are Nigerians. And the fundamental question we should ask, to what extent did the Nigerian society contribute for them to become what they have become? And what should the Nigerian society do to get them back to living normal lives?
The conflict with Boko Haram casts northeastern Nigeria as a dark, dangerous place overcome with suffering and need. Months after returning home to Maiduguri in Borno State, Fatih Abubakar set about to change that image, armed with her camera.
We're usually bombarded with images of, people, dead bodies on the street, sites of bomb blasts, some children in the hospital. It's just a complete, portrayal where you just think that there are no survivors of this conflict. There are different kind of stories that I felt that were completely neglected, and I wanted people to see that yes, Borno State is struggling, but there are still people living there and they're continuing their lives.
Fatih posts her photography on Bits of Borno, a website she's created. For many, it's become a source of inspiration and renewal. She has over 7,000 followers on her Facebook page, 9,000 on Instagram. What they see is another side of Borno State, a proud region showcasing the rich diversity of Nigeria's people.
I have to be highly inclusive in this visual storytelling, so I try as much as possible to document all of the tribes in the community, ensure that it represents the whole of Borno State. And the Shuar tribe are a very beautiful, very colorful tribe. The portraits I do, I feel are, quintessential people of Borno State, and then I ask them questions about how life is. And then when I do a lot of the interviews, I transcribe and then I post the images on social media together with the narratives.
In her regular job, Fati works as a communications officer for UNICEF. Immersed in the Northeast's humanitarian crisis, she searches for moments of compassion and caring.
So I do a lot of human interest stories and photo essays, and I document all of UNICEF's activities so that we can post on social media. UNICEF has come in and done a lot for our people, and for me it's especially fulfilling to see that.
She's journeyed to areas where the war left its scars, looking deeper to document how people have survived the insurgency.
And what I've learned is that even in the midst of adversity, people are able to continue and move on. People do not stop because of a bomb blast. I gravitate to children because of their exuberance. Even when you find them in a situation that is really bad, they're very bubbly and very lively, and that kind of keeps me going. I photograph a lot of street children and homeless children as well, and a lot of children that are escaping Boko Haram. You see them mostly by the river or under the bridge living on their own. But for these children, usually you kind of feel traumatized by their experience. You would wish for them to have a great future, but it will take a lot for them to have the kind of life that you would want for them. I just want people to know that, Boko Haram is a small percentage of people that are wreaking havoc on a community, and the majority of people from Borno State are very peace-loving, very hospitable, very highly intelligent individuals. We're the same as every average Nigerian. We just want to live our lives.
If Nigeria is to heal from the war, the country must recover the bonds of humanity within its people. One picture at a time, Fati is bringing that humanity to light. Three years after Boko Haram kidnapped the Chibok girls, Buki Shonibare is still campaigning for their release. She posts photos on social media marking the days of their captivity, unwilling to let their plight fade from public memory. Even during her daily routines, the girls are never far from her thoughts.
Thank you. My major fear is by the time we have these girls come back, inevitably so, at least for the number that can come back, what life would they live for the rest of their lives? They've watched amputations happen in front of them. They've watched killings. They've watched draining of blood. They've watched airstrikes. They've watched people being buried in shallow graves. They've been abused. Some of them come back with children. How do you take those memories away from them?
While campaigning for the girls' release, Buki is battling the militants on a second front, a brazenly symbolic one.
The Boko Haram faction is talking.
She launched a charity project called School in a Bag. It delivers backpacks loaded with writing materials to children who don't have them and instructional kits to teachers.
The best way to win against those that have abducted your children is to use other children as a perfect example and a perfect testimony and representation of a better life that can happen because education is there. We are telling Boko Haram that you lost, and we are winning.
April 14, 2017 marked the 3rd anniversary of the Chibok kidnappings. At that time, only 21 Chibok girls had been freed. Then on May 7th, 1,120 days after being taken, 82 more girls were released. Elation erupted at Unity Square in Abuja, where Bring Back Our Girls campaigners have kept their long protest vigil.
The fact that we can have 82 of our girls come back is a validation of everything we have been doing here every day. So 106 girls out of 219 that we've been waiting for 3 years, 3 weeks, and 2 days today, they have come back. And that is a big deal.
News reports soon revealed that the release was part of a swap. In the exchange, the Nigerian government had freed several Boko Haram militants. But for Bukky, no price is too high to pay for the girls' freedom.
For the girls, it means life to them. There was a life they had before they were abducted. They were going to school. To them, it means I am coming back to civilization. I am coming back to life. I can breathe. I can sleep with my 2 eyes closed.
What does the future hold for Nigeria?
The future of Nigeria is actually not as bleak as people make it to be. I think it's really very important to understand that Boko Haram is not Nigeria, and Nigeria is not Boko Haram.
After 8 years of conflict, some 20,000 dead, and millions of lives disrupted, how does the nation move forward?
So we've got to remake our society. We've got to have justice. We've got to have inclusion. People must feel part of the state. There must be many platforms and spaces for youth to self-actualize. There've got to be other paths that children can feel that they can contribute to society.
In a country so rich in diversity, tribal, cultural, language, religion, a core humanity survives.
One thing I've found with Nigeria is that sometimes the country pushes itself to an edge, and at that edge, it pulls itself back, and things move. You know, someone told me a joke and said, it always seems as if the edge of uncertainty is Nigeria's comfort zone. When you think things are going to crumble, it always comes back together. And I think it's really the people in Nigeria. There is this can-do spirit in Nigeria. There's this spirit to thrive. There's this spirit to overcome the impossible in Nigeria.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
On Plus News Now tonight. People's Democratic Party backs House of Reps ask Buhari to declare state of emergency on security. Masari says state of emergency cannot solve security problems. Kenya tells United Nations it will short 2 camps with 4,110 refugees by June in 2022. Iran bans 15 people from traveling over Zarif leak as official resigns. Many thanks for joining us in News Now. I am Justin Akadonye. Now, Nigeria and Zambia will deepen collaboration between the two countries, according to President Muhammadu Buhari. The president spoke on Thursday at the State House in Abuja while receiving a special envoy of His Excellency Edgar Chagwa Lungo. He said the two countries would explore further areas of collaboration for the good of the people and benefit of the African continent. The special envoy, Honorable Joseph Malanji, who is Zambia's Minister of Foreign Affairs, thanked Nigeria for her big brother role in ECOWAS and the African continent, stressing that equity is when strong ones strengthen the weak ones. And now to security matters. The Senate has opened tracking of a 50 billion shortfall of budgetary appropriation for the Nigeria Army. This was made open in a letter written to the chairman, Senate Committee on Army, Ali Ndome, which was read during the committee meeting with the representatives of the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed. While relating before the committee, the release made so far for the Nigerian Army, Shehu Shinkafi, who represented the minister, insisted that the release of the Nigerian Army budget was 100%. Now, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, who frowned at the absence of the Minister of Finance, however, noted that lack of funds and proper ammunition are responsible for the soldiers' incessant withdrawal in the battlefront with Boko Haram. The committee, however, summoned the Army Service Chief, Finance Minister, and Permanent Secretary to appear before the committee on or before Tuesday next week, noting that the security in the country must be treated with urgency.
The current year, 100 billion has been appropriated. We have released 19.7 for the first quarter. Just yesterday, we have released 19.95. It's not there. 19,950 million. Yesterday, just yesterday. That is not there. We didn't put it because it was just released yesterday.
If you say you have made a release of 100%, here is a letter
indicating that from the time of the introduction of Operation Lafia Dole, they have a shortfall outstanding of 50 billion. So if you are paying them 100%, how come do they have a shortage of 50 billion? They wrote a letter to me here requesting us to follow up with you as long as the minister is in town for her to disregard this our invitation, which is not an invitation by Mohamed Ali Ndume, but by the Senate to discuss the matter that every Nigerian is concerned about. I'm sure if she's not safe, she would be here. But they always think that they are safe because they have this security apparatus around them that will personally take care of their security, while in her state, in Kaduna, today, more than 50 people are still in the hands of captives. If to say her child or her brother or somebody related is among those that are there, I'm sure she will be here.
So far, I think by their performance, it means that what is available to them here is not enough to do the job.
That's it.
And so all of us must sit down together and agree on what is required to do this job with the assurance that if this thing is provided, this job must be done. Because I think the issue of insecurity has become a recurring decimal and an embarrassment to this country. And if the stories that we hear every day from all parts of Nigeria is anything to go by, it is only a matter of time that this system that we call Government of Nigeria will collapse.
Or staying with the National Assembly, the House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating capital project executed and funds repeated in the Appropriation Act from 2015 till date has discovered financial impropriety in the budgeting of the management of Sheda Science and Tech Complex. The committee slammed the DG, Sheda Science and Tech Complex, and the National Coordinator, National Blood Transfusion Service for repetition of project and unwarranted increase of the budget from 2015 to 2021. Now, financial leakages in the economy over the years have been identified as the main sources of economic losses in the country, and MDAs have been fingered as the major culprits.
From the record before me here, this is where Nigeria is leaking. People are beaten out around, but see where the leakages are. If in 2015 you demand 20 million, in 2016 you demand 200 and something. And you should remember, that there is MTSS. Right? The finance man, I'm talking to you. Yes. So how can you justify this your request? Even because you see that it is a bonanza, anytime they give you envelope, you loop it in the same ERGP and clear it. You even have the power to request 2.something billion in 2021.
The National Blood Transfusion Agency and the Sheda Science and Tech Complex gave an increased budget of $2 million in 2015 to $2.5 billion in the year 2021, same as the coordinator Blood Transfusion Agency, who also gave his submission.
In most cases, you may discover that you will say that this particular thing, you need 20 million for it. You put 20 million there. At the time the appropriation comes out, what you may see there is 10 million. And if you see 10 million, and that is what is appropriated, there is no way you'll be able to actually execute what you had in mind. So what do? The following year, you repeat to be able to get enough money to complete what you want to do.
The documents you have asked for, they are there. We'll bring them back to you. At least directed them, they have brought them out. I didn't know that they didn't put the details of the budget lines, the capital, the current, and what they want to spend. They are there. And I'll make sure that they are represented to you. Again, we'll also find out if there is any money that will be released, which we are calling being rolled over. Of course, I want to thank you for giving that clue.
The committee questioned agencies for budgeting repeated items year in, year out on the same subhead, which they say is inimical to the development of the country, as some agencies are starved of funds because of these.
Made to understand that on 27 April 2020, you awarded a contract to Respect Global Resources Limited on plot number 236 Aminu Kano Crescent, Wuse 2, Abuja, at the cost of 2.4 million naira to provide face masks. On the same day, you awarded the same contract to Grasata Office and Homes Limited, plot 126 Aminu Kano Crescent, adjacent to Globalcom, Wuse 2 still, Abuja. The same amount, 2.4 million, same amount. So I see repetition of face mask. I don't know how many people do you have in the organization that have been using these face masks.
On security now, opposition People's Democratic Party has backed a call by the House of Representatives that President Muhammadu Buhari declares a state of emergency on security or the growing spate of attacks and kidnappings across the country. The party's position was contained in a communique issued at the end of an emergency meeting of the National Executive Committee of the party on a Thursday in Abuja. Now, the communique is signed by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Kola Ologbondiyan. Partly read, NEC lamented the heightened insecurity pervading all parts of the nation due primarily to the misrule of President Buhari and All Progressives Congress, as well as their failure to decisively tackle the menace of terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, bloodletting, and acts of violence in Nigeria. And now to Katsina State, where Governor Aminu Masari says the declaration of a state of emergency on security cannot solve the myriad of challenges facing the country. Briefing journalists on Thursday after a meeting with the Chief of Staff to President Muhammadu Buhari, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, at the State House in Abuja, Masari said the military is overstretched, while noting that the nation's security situation is a national concern and goes beyond partisan politics. The governor said that the responsibility of securing the country does not rest solely on a set of individuals or security agencies. And back here in Lagos, the State Police Commissioner Hakeem Odumosu has urged residents to disregard report of increased crime rates in the state. Now, CP Odumosu said this while briefing newsmen in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Ngozika Ohechese has more.
There have been general reports of an increased crime wave in Lagos, and this has gotten the attention of residents. Ruling out some of the achievements of the state command in recent times, Commissioner of Police Odumosu, however, said the state have been generally calm.
The command wishes to state categorically that there is no increase in traffic robbery in Lagos. When they say there is increase, then there should be comparative analysis. So there is no increase. I'll say it categorically. So number of traffic robbers arrested within that period, 42. And that was what made it to go down drastically. So number of armed robbers arrested within this short period, 93. And number of armed robbers that encounter with the police, just 4. So number of arms recovered within this period, 37.
On how the state have been able to achieve reduction in crime, the commissioner hinted that special teams have been established to tackle insecurities in the state. He said most of the hoodlums, cultists and miscreants who terrorize the state have been arrested and prosecuted.
Special teams have been established to basically and frontally tackle incidences of traffic robbery in the state.
Meanwhile, the police command also paraded suspects who were involved in various crimes, promising that they will soon be charged to court.
The budget how much? 60,000. Each of them? The two, 30,000. The budget now to go and kill antelope. To kill who? Talking now. To kill your private cultist. You impersonated as what? As Said Elegushi. You impersonated Said Elegushi. What did you do when you impersonated him? You use online what? Online, sir. You use online Facebook. all his pictures. They are sending his pictures to the victim in London. They want to marry her. You are Said, you are of Lagos, you have, huh? So his photograph you are sending to that lady, and the lady was not accepting that you are the Kabiyesi. Huh? How much did you do per half? How much? 51 million naira. 51 million naira.
He, however, condemned a situation where residents confront and harass officers, insisting that it will no longer be tolerated. Ngozi Gaoha, HSC, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
In a related development now, the Lagos State Police Command says embattled Nollywood actor Olarinwaju Omiyinka, better known as Baba Ijesha, will remain in its custody till further development. There have been an outrage by actors and concerned Nigerians about the plan by the police to release the actor accused of child sexual violation on Friday. To clear the air of the controversy, the Lagos Commissioner of Police Hakeem Odumosu said Baba Ijesha will remain in custody. Now, contrary to reports making the round, Odumosu said the actor would remain in custody pending the legal advice from the Ministry of Justice. Then that all parties, including the victim and the accused, were interviewed at the police command on Wednesday.
No allegation of rape was made against him. About 3 hours yesterday, they are out with me. I interviewed all of them, one after the other, including the girl that was allegedly assaulted, including the mother of the girl, including Baba Ijebu himself, Baba Ijesha himself, including the other person that was alleged. Everybody, about 3 hours, I listened to them one after the other. But in order to be a judge my case now, so we have compiled the case. We have sent to the DPP, Office of Attorney General, and Commissioner of Justice, Lagos State, for legal advice.
Now, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Ibrahim Atahiru, has reiterated the commitment of the Army to the total annihilation of Boko Haram from Nigeria. Atahiru said this on Thursday in an interview with newsmen in Maiduguri, Borno State. Atahiru said that Boko Haram have been defeated in many encounters and would continue to be defeated until they are totally annihilated from Nigeria. The COS, who was visiting the headquarters of Operation Lafia Dole in Maiduguri for the 5th time since his appointment 4 months ago, said that a regular visit was to boost the morale of the troops, reassure them, and listen to any issues affecting them. In other news now, Igbo leaders in Lagos State have emphasized the need to integrate into other ethnic groups in order to key into the national system with positivity. At an event commemorating the Igbo 50 years after Biafra, elder statesmen canvassed for unity in diversity. Plus TV Africa was there and now brings us the report.
There have been calls for the Igbos to move on from the pains of the past civil war, stop chanting for another, and promote peace and unity. Stakeholders say for prosperity in Nigeria to be achieved, the Igbos need to understand that they cannot exist independently.
First and foremost, IPOB, the distractions they are causing, is very unnecessary to an Igbo man, and it is endangering the interest of the Igbo man in the larger Nigerian polity. No right-thinking Igbo man will take up arms or encourage what is happening presently because they have failed to play the right politics. This was what happened in 2015. People warned them, this is what's going to happen. Spread their political eggs in several baskets. They refused and rather pack them in one basket. When that basket got broken, they are now, they took up anti-social behavior. So it's not going to pay anybody.
On the issue of politics and governance, Apex leader Joe Igbokwe solicited and called on Igbos to stand as one, regardless of political affiliation, and not instigate violence amongst the youths.
You know why Nigeria is a destination? Because it has population, is big, has money, that's why people are coming here. If we go into pieces now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nations out of Nigeria, you cease to be a destination. You just be in one corner. You cease to be a market, a potential market. You see, this diversity is a plus. The others must speak. We have not decided where we want to go. For me, I'm part and parcel of Nigeria.
With the spate of insecurity brewing in the southeast, the general consensus is that growth cannot be achieved if there is division among the Igbos. Uchechi Ogwehi Daniel, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Meantime, stakeholders in the political and educational sectors agree that federalism is the solution to ethnic agitations and other security challenges facing the country. They noted this at the Osun NUJ maiden edition of Guest Platform by the state chapter of the Nigerian Union of Journalists. This event marks the maiden edition of Guest Platform, a quarterly program organized by the Osun State Council of the Nigerian Union of Journalists. It is themed Appraisal of the State of Security in Nigeria, Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow, the Way Forward. In his speech, Professor of Political Science at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Olufemi Mimiko, says one of the challenges is over centralization of powers, and the solution is the adoption of federalism.
So if the structure of governance is faulty, if the structure of governance is inappropriately cast, then it will not be a surprise that such a structure will not be able to deliver on the functions given to it. It's been said that the primary purpose of government is security and welfare. This is the basis of the social contract.
If we address the issue of the Constitution, the greatest advantage is for us to be together as a nation. But where one is not even respected in the unity, then there will be the tendency to ask whoever is in charge that let's go the way of Albert Lutuli, who says, let my people go.
Media as a platform, we have given opportunity to experts to come and discuss the way forward. We appraised yesterday, we are looking forward to tomorrow. And we believe that with the recommendation of the experts in the House today, we're able to send a good message out there, and we serve as a guideline for government, a workable document for them to find solution to the issue of insecurity in the country.
Africa and indeed Nigeria need to be fully involve the youth to constitute the most cohesive component of the society into the task of national development. This is more so as there is an urgency to put a time frame in place to harness the energy of the youth into transforming the continent. This charge came up on the sidelines of an event by the ECOWAS Youth Council to commemorate leadership in Africa and celebrate societal development. Educationist and youth advocate Fumilayo Wahid Adekojo, while receiving the Nelson Mandela Leadership Award for Excellence, urges the federal government to carry the young people along in the decision-making process in the country.
As we develop within a democratic setting in Africa, it is important that the youth who constitute the most cohesive and articulate component in the African society should be fully involved in the tasks of societal development and consolidation of the achievement that is being recorded in our educational sector. The youth are the most active and vital force in the society. They are the most eager to learn and the least conservative in their thinking. It is therefore of this utmost urgency that a framework be put in place to harness and bring into full play the energy of our youth in the task of transforming our continent into a truly developing one.
The first thing we have to do is to orientate our youth. Like, when you give them knowledge, for them to know who they are, what they can do, to believe in themselves, I think that's the beginning of the journey. I try as much as possible to see how we can educate them, especially our girl child, to see how they can know that they don't belong to any other place and they accept to be at the front. Then to Nigerians as a whole, it's just to see how we can make this opportunity of ECOWAS to see if our governments will embrace this, to push forward, to do more for our people in our society. Pushing down even to the downtrodden, to the local level, to bring out the best of this Nigerian youth.
On the state of education in Nigeria, the educationist says all hands must be on deck to ensure no child is left behind, as they are the future of every nation.
There is no child that wants to leave school if the child is properly taken care of. No child wants to stay out of school if the child finds care and love. We will try as much as possible to encourage our parents to give love to these children. Government cannot do it all. Even if government decree free education today, if the kids don't get love from their parents, and how can a parent love their child when the parent don't even know what it takes to take care of the child? So we have to start from the beginning, from the roots. Parents who get back to the kids, who have to impart them with the knowledge of responsibility of what they have to the parents, to the kids.
Well, moving on now, as the Nigerian Baptist Church wraps up the 108th annual convention in session, the denomination has adopted a Reverend Dr. Israel Akonji as the new president. The outgoing president, Reverend Dr. Samson Ayogunle, while giving his valedictory speech, admonished the new administration. The new president also gave his acceptance speech.
The grace of God at the fullness of time. That's the title of my charge to all of you new officers, or those of you who are returning for second term. As workers together with him, I plead with you, as I'm also pleading, not to receive the grace of God in vain. You have been doing your best, but you need to challenge yourself that your past best is not good enough for this office.
In view of this, I hereby accept the call of God to serve as the president of our great Nigerian Baptist Convention, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Meanwhile, former President Olusegun Obasanjo says the myriad of challenges confronting Nigeria will not consume the country. The former president made the remarks during the just concluded Nigerian Baptist Convention in Ogun State, where Governor Dapo Abiodun and his Oyo State counterpart, Seyi Makinde, also called for peace, unity, and an end to violence in the country.
I am an incurable optimist about a number of things, but particularly about Nigeria.
We must continue to pray for God's blessings upon our land so that our people will live in constant abundance of every good thing. Most importantly, we must reject violence. Without missing words, the prevailing situation in our country has made it mandatory for the state and other institutions responsible for mass mobilization and socialization such as the church to continue to work hand in hand so as to present a united front defeating the sundry challenges currently confronting our country, particularly insecurity. The church should continue to seek the face of God for the unity and economic sustainability of our country.
This is indeed a trying period for us as a country. There's restlessness all over the place. We also have economic difficulties. We're faced with economic challenges. But as your government and your representative, we will not be deterred. Yeah, the issue of insecurity, it's a very big challenge. We need prayer. We need you to continue to pray for the leaders in this country and to continue to do your bit, because the government alone cannot do it. So, my charge to you as I wind up is that when you see something, you must say something, and you must let the people in authority know where there are gaps.
Still ahead on News Now, Somalia President Mohammed urges fleeing residents to return home. The details when we return to join us again.
The storm is over. Is it? Is it ever over? Storms are part of life. They come and go. The plan is to build your wealth to withstand stormy days. And to do that, you need partners. Partners that understand what it means to build wealth that lasts.
Meristem. Let's grow wealth for you.
Welcome back. You're watching News Now on Plus TV Africa to other parts of Africa now. A preliminary hearing has opened in Rome for 4 high-ranking members of Egypt's security forces who are under investigation for their alleged roles in the torture and killing of Italian student Giulio Regeni. The killing took place in Cairo in 2016. Italian prosecutors asked the judge on Thursday to have the 4 senior members of Egypt's security services sent for trial over their suspected role in the disappearance and murder of Regeni. The 4 Egyptians were being tried in Rome in absentia. The Rome prosecutors accused the 4 officials of the aggravated kidnapping of Regeni and in addition say one of them, Major Mahdi Sharif from General Intelligence, should be charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated murder. Now, Somalia's government has urged people who had fled violence in the capital to return home as tensions eased after the president called for elections and renewed dialogue with his political rivals. President Mohamed Abdullahi announced he would seek parliament approval for fresh elections, appearing to abandon a 2-year extension to his mandate that ignited the country's worst political violence in years. The president, widely known by his nickname Famaho, also called for urgent discussions with his political opponents who had refused to recognize his authority since his 4-year term lapsed in February. The president of an organization known as the Alternative Ivorian Citizen, ACI, with close links to opposition in Ivory Coast, Pocheri Glabet, has been released. Ms. Glabet was arrested in August 2020 and imprisoned at the Abidjan House of Arrest and Correctional Facility. She was charged with inciting revolt, calling for an insurrection, disturbing public order, violence, and assault. Ballet's organization was among opposition and civil society groups that called on protesters to march against a third-term bid for President Alassane Ouattara. According to an official report, the protest degenerated into violence over 3 days. The report said the event led to 6 deaths, 100 injured, 1,500 internally displaced persons, 69 people arrested, as well as a great deal of material damage. Now, Kenya has told the United Nations it will shut 2 camps holding over 410,000 refugees who fled from wars in the East and Horn of Africa by June 2022. It also plans to repatriate some and give others residency. The Interior Ministry made the announcement on Twitter about 2 or 5 weeks after ordering the closure of the Dadaab and Kakuma refugee camps and giving the United Nations 2 weeks to present a plan to carry these out. Now, the UN Refugee Agency, the UNHCR, replied by asking the government to ensure that vulnerable refugees would still be protected under its timeline for the closure. A Nairobi spokesperson for the UNHCR did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the latest announcement. Now, Burkina Faso's Minister of Communication and Government spokesman Oseni Tambora says terrorism spares no one. This is following the killing of 3 foreigners in the eastern part of the country and deadly attacks on villages in the Seitenga district in the north of the country. Burkina Faso has been targeted by jihadist attacks since 2015, as have its Sahel neighbors Mali and Niger. The most recent attack on a convoy of expatriate and security forces, which left 2 Spanish journalists and an Irish citizen killed in the eastern part of Burkina Faso, has raised light on the situation. The bodies of 2 Spanish journalists and Irish wildlife activists were on Wednesday awaiting repatriation from the capital Ouagadougou, where they had been brought by helicopter late the previous night. Now, a Zimbabwean court has dropped a charge against award-winning journalist and government critic Hopewell Chinona, who had been accused in January of tweeting falsehoods about alleged police violence. Chinona had been detained 3 times since he backed banned anti-government protests on social media in July, when he was first arrested and charged with inciting public violence. 2 tweets landed him back in jail for allegedly obstructing justice in November and then publishing false information in January. The High Court of Zimbabwe dismissed the latter charge on Wednesday, declaring it had no legal basis. Chinono's lawyers had argued the client had been charged under a section of the criminal code that had been struck down by the Supreme Court in 2014. In outside Africa, President Joe Biden has proposed a sweeping new $1.8 trillion plan in a speech to a joint session of Congress, pleading with Republican lawmakers to work with him on divisive issues and to meet the stiff competition posed by China.
U.S. President Joe Biden declared America is on the move again in his first speech to Congress on Wednesday. He promoted a new $1.8 trillion spending plan while also pleading with Republicans to work with him to face competition with China.
America is ready for a takeoff in my...
Marking his first 100 days in office, Biden claimed several achievements since then, including the rollout of vaccines, expanded health care, and jobs.
The economy created more than 1,300,000 new jobs in 100 days. More jobs in the first... More jobs in the first 100 days than any president on record.
Biden's proposal, together with his infrastructure and jobs plan, carries a price tag of around $4 trillion. Republicans say most of that spending is aimed at satisfying Biden's liberal base and that it amounts to socialism. But Biden stressed the plan is crucial to keep ahead of China's economy.
China and other countries are closing in fast. There is simply no reason why the blades for wind turbines can't be built in Pittsburgh instead of Beijing.
Biden's American Families Plan includes $1 trillion for education and child care, including free universal preschool and free community college for 2 years. It includes $800 billion in tax credits for middle and low-income families. However, Biden must not only win over Republicans wary of spending, he must also appease Democrats who want more aggressive policies. In his speech, Biden proposed a tax overhaul to pay for the plans, which would raise tax rates for the wealthiest Americans.
I'm not looking to punish anybody, but I will not add a tax burden, additional tax burden to the middle class in this country. They're already paying enough.
Biden's spending pitch also included a plea for police reform. He urged Republicans and Democrats to come together and pass a bill in honor of George Floyd, who was killed by police last May.
We need to work together to find a consensus. But let's get it done next month, by the first anniversary of George Floyd's death.
Biden is set to discuss his plans with top Democratic and Republican lawmakers at the White House on May 12th.
In his first public appearance since ending a week-long hunger strike, jailed Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny looked visibly thinner in a court hearing, which he attended via video link. Now, Thursday's hearing was linked to Navalny's appeal against the defamation conviction handed to him in February for allegedly insulting a World War II veteran. He was ordered to pay a fine of $11,500 over the case.
Gaunt and frail, Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny again denounced Russia's justice system when he appeared in court on Thursday via video link. His team says he also faces new criminal charges and that the group has decided to disband a network of regional campaign offices. It was Navalny's first appearance since declaring an end to his 3-week hunger strike last week and remains defiant. The 44-year-old rejected accusations in the separate case of defaming a World War II veteran.
This whole case is a forgery. Even signatures were forged. You, Your Honor, know it very well, and therefore didn't grant the petition to verify the signatures, because they were forged. It's probably a new standard of Russian justice.
One of his lawyers said he weighs a mere 72 kilograms, or just 158 pounds, down from 94 kilograms when he flew back to Russia in January. Navalny's team also said on Thursday it was officially disbanding its network of regional campaign offices across Russia. The announcement, posted on YouTube by Leonid Volkov, comes ahead of another court hearing which will consider a request from prosecutors to declare the main pillars of Navalny's political organisation as extremist.
To put it short, Navalny's regional campaign offices do not exist anymore. And for me, more than many, it is not just a notion, it is a painful blow to my very heart.
A Russian court has scheduled the main hearing for that case on May 17. Navalny is serving a 2.5-year jail sentence for parole violations on an earlier conviction that he says was politically...
Now, Iran has imposed travel bans on 15 people for alleged involvement in a leaked audio recording in which the foreign minister complained about the influence of the Revolutionary Guard on Iranian diplomacy. In the leaked interview aired by the London-based Iran International Persian Language Satellite News Channel late on Sunday, Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif said he had zero influence over Iran's foreign policy. The recording, shedding rare light on ties between the government and the elite guard, has angered hardliners in Iran who called the leak an espionage act. Some lawmakers have called for Zarif's resignation. Well, up next on News Now, Central Bank of Nigeria fires Firstbank directors. And that's some business news after the short break. Stay with us. Well, let's talk business now. The much-anticipated digital switchover has finally been activated in Lagos. At a well-attended event, the Minister of Information and Director General of the National Broadcasting Corporation says the choice of Lagos as second phase is very strategic because of its large market. Now, Plus TV Africa correspondent Kayode Ladende reports.
It has been a long walk for Nigeria to achieve the digital switchover from analog. Though the pilot took place in 2016 in Jos, Plateau State, but stakeholders here agree that the real deal is Lagos, which produces 60 to 70% of the advert content on TV broadcasting.
When we began this journey of the implementation of the first pilot room in Jos in 2016, even then, and I remember at the strategic meeting with the Honorable Minister, we consciously decided that Lagos, being perhaps the biggest city in Nigeria and hosting the largest demography of Nigerians in a particular city, can only be switched on after experimentations from other smaller, albeit not less important cities in this country.
For all of us at BOM, this is like what we've been waiting for. As you know, 60% of advertising revenue is domiciled in Lagos. And so for those of us, especially our members who have been on just for the past 5 years, it has been a real challenge. And so we want to say thank you for making this possible.
The massive potential job opportunities for teaming youth is also part of the burning issues discussed here.
The DSO is not just about high fidelity sound and picture. It is about creating jobs, especially for teaming youth, stimulating local content, and empowering channel owners. While the DSO television platform, branded as Free TV, offers its viewers about 60 digital channels, including sports, music, movies, and news.
Universally, technology is now a fundamental
and critical deliverable of every innovative government. It presents an opportunity for the citizens to have access to local, national, and international space.
This is the beginning of second phase, which will extend to 13 more states before the end of the year.
Though it took the digital television train over 3 years to arrive in Lagos State from its last stop in Osun State, the train is now ready to move faster. The DSO train has now changed from narrow gauge to standard gauge, meaning it will move faster to cover 13 states across the country this year alone.
The federal government has set a mid-2022 as deadline for the final digital switchover across the country. With so much prospect projected from this project, stakeholders advise that the process should be a win-win for all the stakeholders, including the consumers. Kayode Ladende, Plus TV Africa.
Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has wielded its big stick on First Bank of Nigeria Limited as the apex regulator of the activities of commercial banks on First Day, when it fired the entire members of the board of First Bank Nigeria Limited and First Bank of Nigeria Holdings PLC. The Apex Bank created the board of the bank for removing Adeshola Adeduton as the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer and appointing Gbenga Shobo as MD CEO designate without regulatory approval. The CBN had also voted the appointment of Abdullah Ibrahim as Deputy Managing Director, as well as the appointment of Ini Ebong, Shegun Alebioshu, Sheyi Oyefeso, and Bashirat Odunewu as Executive Directors. But at a briefing today, the CBN Governor, Godwin Emefiele, announced the sacking of all members of the board of the bank for the supposed affront. Emefiele also reinstated Adeduton as the MD CEO of the bank. Well, let's now join Annette Felix for more on business reports.
Thanks for joining us on the business side of the news. I am Annette Felix. Taraba State Governor Darius Ishaku has asked residents of Taraba State to pray for the actualization of the Mabila Power Project. The plant is to be sited on the Mabila Plateau, Sardauna local government area. Ishaku made this call while addressing a group of over 1,000 people from the Mabila Plateau who paid him a visit at the government house, Jalingo, on Tuesday. Governor Ishaku said the power project would stabilize electricity power generation in Nigeria and transform the economy of Taraba State and Nigeria as a whole.
The only place I went up to give a compensation since I resumed in this state, which has earned me bitterness with my people, over 300 million, was in Manila. They fought war in Kwale, they fought in Takum, they fought in Donga, they fought everywhere. I never, as I speak now, when they accused me, I told them, please, I will serve you last. Technicalities between us and the federal government, then we will continue. But we're still doing the needful. Whatever it is, we're doing the needful. We will continue to do. And let us keep praying that God opens up more ways for us to be able to develop the Mandela more and more.
The Senate has approved the sum of 216.646 billion naira as the 2021 budget for the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. The Senate also approved the upward review of the revenue target of FIRS from 5.076 trillion naira last year to 7.61 trillion naira this year. The upper chamber reached these resolutions after they considered a report by the Senate Committee on Finance. Chairman of the committee, Senator Solomon Adiola, said FIRS targets total revenue collection of 7.61 trillion naira for 2021, as against 5.07 trillion naira budgeted last year. The Chief Strategy Officer, Deloitte West Africa, Mr. Tope Aladenusi, said that Nigeria has lost 5.5 trillion naira to fraud and cybercrimes in 10 years. Aladenusi said this at a webinar with the theme, Staying Protected Amidst the Pandemic. He noted that the losses from cybercrime seem to be more than drug trafficking, as the global loss figures from cybercrime as of December 2020 was over $1 trillion. He attributed the rise of cyber fraud to insufficient skilled resources, deficiency in awareness, rapidly changing technology landscape, and weakness in cybersecurity control. On his part, First Bank Chief Information Security Officer Harrison Naji said the COVID-19 pandemic had increased digital access and the use of unsecure networks for connection, phishing attacks, call center scam, SIM hack, and business email compromise, among others. Facebook beat market expectations for quarterly revenue, powered by higher ad spending by businesses during a pandemic-induced surge in online traffic. Shares of Facebook rose 6.6% in trading after the bell. Total revenue, which primarily consists of ad sales, rose to $26.17 billion in the first quarter ended March 31st, beating analysts' average estimate of $23.67 billion. The world's largest social media company said in its outlook that it expected second quarter revenue growth to be stable or grow moderately, but warned that the third and fourth quarter growth rates could significantly decline when compared with past periods of increasingly strong growth. And that's it in business. I am Annetta Felix. Thanks for watching.
And in entertainment, about 1,200 Nigerians have signed a petition making rounds on social media to forestall the release of popular Yoruba actor Olanrewaju Omiyinka after allegedly defiling a minor. The actor, popularly known as Baba Ijesha, was arrested last week after he was reported by the teenager's foster mother, a comedian known as Princess, that he molested the girl when she was only 7 years old. When the actor was apprehended last Tuesday, the police public relations officer in states, Mr. Muyiwa Adejobi, said that there was substantial evidence against the actor as he was caught in the act on closed-circuit television. However, in a twist of events, the actor may be released on Friday. The source said due to the ongoing strike by members of the Judicial Staff Union of Nigeria, courts have ceased sittings and the suspect could not be detained indefinitely without trial. Lil Kim, now in foreign sins, is one of the most discussed names in music, and now she is set to tell her story on her terms. After being the subject of headlines for almost 30 years, the pioneering feminist has announced a memoir titled The Queen Bee. Set for release via Hatchet Books on November 2nd, the book, which is co-written by Katie Ladonley, promises to deliver an unfiltered look into the life of one of the female rap most iconic architects. Some will recall Kim's disapproval of her depiction in the Notorious B.I.G. 2009 biopic. She promised to take the helm of her narrative via the memoir's medium and has honored that. Billed as a true page-turner from start to finish, The Queen Bee is reportedly a very fierce, empowering, and strong depiction of the woman's heart of the story and firmly cements her legacy as a true feminist icon. Moving on, Teyana Taylor shocked the masses last year when she announced she was retiring from music. In the time since, she's hinted at the rationale for her decision. Now, though, she's addressing it head-on. She claimed her label made her feel underappreciated and therefore hindering her from thriving mentally, thus limiting her ability to be a good mom for her kids, as well as a wife for her husband. While music may be in a rare view for now, Taylor has maintained a major presence by ways of her acting gigs, as seen in Coming to America, a huge brand partnership with Pretty Little Things, and a directing under her Spike T alias. So she's certainly still booked and busy. Musically, fans are glad her hiatus feels somewhat temporarily. For the potential she's shown, fans express the feelings that there's still a lot more to be unlocked. All it took was a 2-minute phone call to pitch the idea for his new film Wrath of Man, and British director Guy Ritchie was back working with action star Jason Statham after some 15 years. The dark thriller sees Statham's play H, a mysterious loner who takes up a job at a security firm whose armored vehicles transporting valuables have recently been targeted of deadly armed robberies. With the attack continuing, it soon aspires H is not after a steady paycheck, but rather a skilled marksman seeking revenge for a personal tragedy. Statman was working as a model when Ritchie first casted him in 1998 movie Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, helping him launch his film career. The two went on to collaborate in the 2000 movie Snatch and reunited again in 2005 for their last joint project, Revolver. Winners at the next month's Brits Award will receive 2 different trophies, encouraged to share one as a way to embrace the community spirit and kindness seen during COVID-19 lockdown, organizers of Britain's Pop Musical Honours said on Wednesday. Artists Els Delve and Yinka Ilori designed the statues, which will be handed out in pairs at the 11th of May ceremony held at London's O2 Arena. Each recipient is invited to award the second trophy to someone they consider worthy. It might be recognition, or it might be someone that does something entirely unrelated to music, Delvin said. Ilori also added to the statement that the idea came from the experience of the lockdown. And I quote, "Your neighbor you've lived with for 6 years and never said hi to all of a sudden gives you flowers, foods, and acts of kindness," and he wanted to capture that. And that is how we wrap up entertainment. The best in sports is coming after this. My name is Ife Omai.
And now sports. The Nigeria Mini Football Association will host the second edition of the Africa Mini Football Confederations Cup of Nations in Ibadan from July 8th to 17th, 2021. The President, Africa Mini Football Confederation, Ashraf Ben Salah, and World Mini Football delegates, Mrs. Ben Khalifa and AMC Tariq Zakaria, are expected in the country on May 18th, 2021. They will pay a courtesy visit to the Minister of Youth and Sport, Mr. Sunday Dari, before embarking on an inspection tour of the facilities in Ibadan on May 20th. The Nigeria Mini Football North Central Coordinator, Batako Umar Lapai, said the visiting global and continental delegates are also expected to pay a courtesy visit on the Chairman, Senate Committee on Sport before the inspection tour of the facilities in Ibadan. Lapai said Ibadan was chosen because it has an AstroTurf facility required by the Africa Mini Football Confederation. He added that 6 properly equipped ambulances are also on standby. About 20 countries, including host Nigeria, have indicated interest to participate in the tournament. According to Lapai, each participating country is expected to come with a team of 24 members, comprising 18 players and 6 technical officials. The defending champions, Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal, Tunisia, Morocco, Egypt, and Zambia are among the expected teams. Others include Ghana, Mozambique, DR Congo, Libya, Algeria, Burkina Faso, South Africa, Mali, Djibouti, Benin Republic, Somalia, Kenya, and host Nigeria. Social media companies are not doing enough to combat racism on the platforms, the Football Association's Director for Equality, Diversity and Inclusion has said. Edlin John was speaking ahead of a social media blackout this weekend, initially proposed across football in England, but which has seen other sports join the boycott in the last 24 hours. England's cricket and rugby boards have followed suit, and John encouraged more people to become involved. John added that one of the reasons behind the boycott was to push the UK government to pass the online safety bill later this year, which will see social media companies face greater regulations.
I think the world of football has recognised that the challenge as it relates to online social media abuse isn't being tackled as quickly or as effectively as we would like. So we've decided to come together to enhance and have a collective voice to really make it clear that we believe this online abuse needs to stop. And we see the boycott as doing that in 3 ways. 1, being clear in terms of showing our support for all of the victims or individuals who have received abuse online. 2, making it clear to social media companies that we're not going to stop. We are going to keep talking about this issue, and we need them to take accountability for driving the change that needs to happen. And 3, to encourage government to expedite the online safety bill and to make it clear that we are keen to continue working with government and supporting them to bring that bill through and pass legislation as quickly as possible. I think it's fair to recognise that social media companies have been putting in various products which they say tackles the problem. I think it's really clear to see that because of the volume of online abuse and the regularity of online abuse, the products that they're putting in place are not tackling the issue head on, and we believe they can tackle it head on. So whilst I do acknowledge some progress, it's not enough progress, and that's why we have to use our collective voice in the way in which we are over the course of this weekend. They have the technology, they're based on contextual analytics, and so they must be able to point the focus of that contextual analytics to addressing this issue.
And that's all from the world of sports. My name is Wiley Scott. Do have yourself a peaceful night rest.
Well, sports wraps it for us on News Now. Just before we go, here is a recap of our major stories. We told you that the People's Democratic Party has backed the House of Reps asking President Buhari to declare state of emergency on security in Nigeria. We also told you that Kenya has told the United Nations it will shore 2 camps with 410,000 refugees by June 2022. And we brought you a report that Iran has banned 15 people from traveling over Zarif leak, and officials have resigned. And that's the news now. For more, follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadanye. Many thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Welcome to The Advocate, where your panelists discuss thought-provoking topics in a no-holds-barred manner. In other words, we call a spade a spade. I'm advocating for the need for an electoral college in Nigeria. Late American politician Edward Kennedy once said, "The Constitution does not just protect those whose views we share, it also protects those with whose views we disagree." Today, Joyce is continuing from where she stopped last week as she continues on this matter of Constitution. It is important we speak for a new and better Constitution. And finally, Kayode is asking how we decide who the victim is in various situations. Stay with us. The need for electoral college in Nigeria. At independence, Nigeria held great optimism. Political commentaries across the globe testified to inevitable emergence of a strong nation to lead Africa out of the dungeon occasioned by colonialism. It was an easy prediction. All indicators of a prosperous nation were available. The natural resources, the human resources, the capital resources were not lacking. We could not boast of an array of ideological political leaders across board. However, 60 years after independence, it will seem that the predictions were wrong. The country had a fruitful First Republic and has ceased to progress. It has become saddled with the constant threat of insecurity, a weakened security system. Worse, it became the poverty capital of the world. It is obvious that Nigeria has a leadership crisis inherent in her political system. The role of leadership cannot be overemphasized. It's leadership that directs, initiates, and combines other resources into meaningful development. The absence of it, as it is in Nigeria, is a state of continuous underdevelopment. Therefore, it becomes a necessity for a new ideology to educate, enlighten, and encourage political participation. The Electoral College Nigeria fills the void and the need with its mandate to usher in a new Nigeria. The Electoral College Nigeria is a civil service organization that was set up by individuals versed in practical politics and governance. The Electoral College Nigeria is non-partisan, non-governmental, and is an initiative of the Emerging Leaders Advancement Forum that's a brainchild of young Nigerians who span from politics, patriotism, development professionals to everyday Nigerians born void of an ideological democracy in Nigeria. The college's objectives: to improve politeracy within the electorate by providing civic education to the electorate, provide training for party delegates and aspiring candidates, to champion the cause for electoral reforms and constitutional amendments. In less than a year, the college has been part of student leadership summits in universities across Nigeria. It has also promoted actual electoral etiquette and processes in the Election School of Leadership in primary schools and secondary schools across Nigeria. Under the stewardship of its executive director, the college has continued to educate Nigerians during the COVID-19 pandemic, launching its online virtual class on politeracy and governance for aspiring candidates and the electorate. The executive director has reiterated on many occasions that Nigerians with its high level of intellect are poor in political literacy. He stated that the key to this is understanding political offices, functions, jurisdictions as provided by the Constitution. The college also understands that the quality of debates for political office don't necessarily show the electorate the jurisdiction of the office sought. It's noted this is a key tool to candidate selection, and also the college held the Lagos East by-election senatorial debate in which candidates were asked questions within jurisdiction of office, helping the electorate make informed decisions and choices. Understanding the ongoings of the political terrain in Nigeria, what's most key is political literacy for the electorate to select individuals appropriate for office, to also help delegates with candidate selections and candidates in political office to understand jurisdictions of the office they serve in. Hence, the advocacy and work with the Electoral College Nigeria.
So my question is, how do we all get involved in the Electoral College? I need to be a student there because everything you just said, I need to learn.
Yeah, there's so much to learn, particularly looking at the lineup of what you really stand for and what you want to achieve as an electoral college. Where do we start from? Who has the right to be a member?
No, it's actually a college is built for everybody in Nigeria. We organize, of course, virtual and physical classes, so anybody can sign up. We just finished our 4th cohort, and looking at it, of course, we expect to educate every Nigerian, but that's a big task. So we've reduced the task to about 1 million Nigerians for 2023.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
we hope that works because we need the information. It's not in the mainstream educational curriculum anyway, so we might as well.
I think growing up, there was this course we did, or this subject we did in secondary school, which is called government. At a point, it was taken out of the syllabus.
Really?
Yeah, at a point. Now, what that did for us then was that it gave you a lot of history about what happens, what you're learning, where you're coming from as a people. And that also lets you know the rights and the strengths you have as a voter. Right now, the reason I really buy into the Electoral College stuff, not just like the American one, but the reason I buy into it for Nigeria is that I believe that a lot of people need to be sensitized. We need orientation and reorientation. A lot of people that understood how the system worked back then, they've forgotten how it works. Yeah. A lot of people have forgotten what it even means to vote, how to vote. A lot of people don't even know how to vet their candidates. And most importantly, one thing I wish this Electoral College could do is to say, we focus too much on the presidency. The focus is not the president. It's the senators, the parliamentarians, the state government, the local government chairman.
I'm sure all of that is there,
No,
right?
no, like we run it. There are 22 modules in the course known as Politeracy 101. So there are 22 modules. It takes you a walk through the local governments, the the legislative houses, you know, down to the local government. It also goes to post-elections, which is result collation and other points, you know, issues with judicial mishaps when it comes to debating points. And when we go all through the entire system of politics and governance, as you know, we might not have good examples in Nigeria, but of course we try to create out of which exists. So we teach what already is, what should be, which is by the Constitution. Then we will tell you what is, and we'll tell you what the problem in between the two are. And that's how we've so that we leave you with a clear picture of how it should be. We go as far as even teaching our students manifestos and campaign messaging. Now, this is not for them to run for office. If you choose to run for office, beautiful.
Good.
But so that the electorate should understand what to expect. So when a legislator comes to you and says, I'm going to give you light, I'm going to give you road, you already know it's not possible.
Beyond
it's not within
purview,
the jurisdiction.
yes.
It's not within
her
jurisdiction.
purview.
Well, her purview.
You know, we have to be delicate.
He's her purview.
Our purview. So it's not within his or her purview. And we also get to the point that we try to make clear that governance, there's something we preach the most.
Which is?
Governance does not have any gender. Meaning there's no position that a man or woman cannot achieve. Governance is deliverables. It's not based. And we also do something funny within our class system, which I know she would love. Is where we do not take in a class if we do not have at least 49% female participation. It's something we don't do. We've pulled that. We've pulled that across time. And I would say also even within the structure of the Electoral College Nigeria, we have volunteers across the structure. I'll tell you, women make up at least 73% of its positional positions. We even don't, I remember a funny thing that happened. We were to hold a meeting to prepare for the 4th cohort on Val's Day, and the women were like, no, they can't attend.
Valentine's Day, after all, be sensitive to the needs of humans.
You know?
Human face.
So we try to work within that, and we also understand that in Africa, if you bring the women into political participation, you're not only bringing a woman in, you're bringing another generation in. We have understood that within we've understood that within the Electoral College, and we've seen the rise of women that have been our students. We have even our KPIs are massive. Like we have a situation of, I think, within the 2nd cohort, and someone decided he was going to run for office, but this time within a professional capacity. And I remember it was Asaba, and it was the MBA chairman of Asaba, and they've never had somebody under 50. And this guy was under 40, and we taught him some things, funny theories. We have a minority X theory, which means you can go against the system and probably win. Is how you go about it. And he used that, and he wrote a review for the college. So it's good to see that the chairman of MB Asaba is a student. And this is not only for political positions, as we term it, even professional positions, running your associations. We've also been able to affect people's directions and all that.
If we provide our own power and our water and every other amenity, we might as well provide our own education. There are private schools, so this is just one specialist school that we need. And I wish it could be mainstream. Maybe we'll get there. Like you said, you've partnered with...
Yeah, we're partnering. Yeah, we partner with multiple institutions and trying to deliver this. We've gone as far as even initiating partnership with the Cardinal Business School, where we're trying to bring governance into every facet of life in Nigeria. So we've also tried with international partners. Of course, we have a few, and we're expanding at the rate we can. We don't have any grants yet, so we're funded internally. But when they say who is bankrolling you, it's just a lot of people that really, really love the country and believe in the system. And we've tried to open up partnerships, and we'll keep trying to.
I think likely when you said you opened up a partnership from the outside, my major concern was, which is one of the challenges we've had with politics in our part of the world, is that we often import strange methodologies and approaches from the outside. But I mean, because let's take, for example, if I'm suffering if I have a typhoid and you have a malaria, and I attempt to use your cure for typhoid, I'll only aggravate my issues because I wouldn't get healed. And that's what we do a lot of times. The West is far ahead. There are so many things, they have a structure. We don't have a structure. So if we try to directly import whatever is done abroad into a system, it might not work because we don't have a structure that will support it. So most of the things we should do is what you're doing now, which is whatever you're doing now is geared at building a structure.
Homegrown.
Yeah, homegrown. Letting people identify what they need. Because if, for example, now, you're starting this abroad and you're telling them, okay, this is where you need to vote. Hey, I know how to vote. I know the structure. I know what to do. But most importantly is that what you said about it not just being political office holders, but even professionals. Because if you can groom people to be thinkers individually, it's easier to migrate into politics. As against just grooming them for politics. They haven't applied all the theories they've learned at all. But if you're a secondary school or university student and you venture into a post in your school or something, and from there you grow and you see how the system works, you can grow to become a better politician, because politicians are like doctors. You don't become a doctor when you get into the hospital. You become a doctor, then you're admitted into the hospital. I can't just walk into the hospital and say, okay, I aspire to be a doctor and I want to start, then, okay, we now call you doctor, then start the process. No, you go to school, you graduate, you have the degree, and you're called a doctor, then a hospital takes you over. And I think that's the way politics is. Your mind must be, for our state. Your mind must be prepared such that when you're going in there with the idea of deliverables, what to do for the people, what you want to achieve. Just working immediately, as against getting there and say, okay, how does the system work?
That is because we clearly understand that no party is bad. It's the players within a party that is bad. Like I always give an example, and I'm sorry I'm going to say this on air, but because it's going to be painful and a lot of people are going to laugh. But I'm an Arsenal fan, but that does not mean I hate football. Why are you guys laughing? You see what I said?
No.
I just
wanted to support you.
I'm an Arsenal fan. I'm an Arsenal fan, and no matter how many times Arsenal loses, it's sad to say, loses some games, I still don't hate football. But what we've done with politics is that, in Nigeria, is that we hate politics because of the players, and you can't hate politics because of the players. It doesn't make it a bad game. So if you bring in new players, which is what we are trying to do, or you try to improve the game within the system. Yeah. Like I've forgotten which party we were training, and there was we were going over the delegates, and delegates were saying they didn't know they were not supposed to collect money. I don't want to mention the party.
No, it's all right.
They didn't know they were not supposed to. They didn't know.
Awareness, education, teaching. So this is the gap that the Electoral College is trying to bridge.
Okay, Joyce is next after this break. Don't go anywhere.
How do you decide who the victim is? Every day, Nigerians complain about the bias structure and siting of infrastructure in cities across Nigeria. We're obviously peeved by these biases, and humanly so. We respond or react in different ways as an expression of our dissatisfaction and blatant abuse by powers we have decided to call unknown. In Baba Fela's words, unknown soldiers. We've been the victim for so long that we've slipped into the comfortable posture of constantly playing the victim, even when we're not. But the question is, who really is the victim? How do we choose who a victim is? And what are the rights of a victim? The nurses are harsh on their patients because they, the nurses, are victims. Poor emoluments, inadequate tools, uncomfortable environments, etc. The list goes on. And the patients complain. These same patients that complain might be a teacher or a lecturer. He or she equally passes the frustration onto the pupils, students, or even the parents. In effect, produces unqualified bunch of unprofessional professionals for our dear nation, Nigeria. In October 2020, the nation witnessed one of the most coordinated uprisings against oppression in recent times. End SARS. Police brutality must stop. Again, we are the victims. But then I ask, who really is the victim? The policeman who is being pilfered by the teacher who is playing victim? Or is it the policeman who has become accustomed to drinking the local herbs, agbo, claiming he's a lover of tradition, when in reality it is because he cannot afford to go to the hospital? Is it the policeman that has bought fake drugs and has lost a child? Is it the policeman that is poorly trained, lowly remunerated, dehumanized, and is giving all he knows to the job? no matter how inadequate this is to the society. Rather than praise our military, we bastardize them and constantly talk about how poorly they are performing, when the truth is that they might be operating on the blind side. I mean, we've heard a lot of stories about them. Our failure to celebrate all the gallant soldiers who lost their lives at the battlefront yesterday will definitely produce self-minded soldiers who will not give their best to protect the nation tomorrow. Yet another victim. In the 90s, Igbos were tagged with 419. Rather than tackle the menace, we tribalized it. Now Nigeria is seen as a country that celebrates 419 kind of smartness. Nigeria played the victim and threw a tribe under the bus to save face. We're currently plagued by a different kind of terrorism. Again, we're playing victim. We've tribalized it, Fulani headsmen, and we expect the terror to go away. Rain, rain, go away, come and rain another day, like that nursery rhyme. The victim cycle never ends, and that is our problem as Nigerians. Every Nigerian needs to know that he or she is not a victim, more a victim than the other. It's high time we started seeing ourselves collectively as victims, because that is the only way we can get a solution to our problems. Let's analyze it properly. A teacher fails to give his or her best in class. He organizes extra classes to make more money. Her tool is the pen. He or she is the victim. A doctor fails to turn up at the public hospital and redirects you to the private hospital just so that he or she can make more money. In the process, the private hospital, or the public hospital rather, becomes a slaughterhouse. He or she is a victim, so they have to react. The bus conductor hikes the transport fare at will, depending on his mood. He can decide to blame bad roads or any other thing. All these people use their tools to make an extra living. Why? Because they are victims. What are the tools of the policeman? What are the tools of the soldier? What are the tools of the civil servant? After all, we're all victims.
I'm not a victim in Jesus' name. I bind every spirit of victimism.
You know, Kadi, I really loved listening to you. It was really, really impressive because it came from a Nigerian angle, which is kind of rare to see these days. I agree that of all tribes in Nigeria, which are more than 200, two ethnicities in Nigeria, which are more than 250, every one of them is marginalized. And that is what we do not understand in this country. Our bane is always to pick on who we think, because we do not understand his culture. We feel this is negative, this is right, this is this. And for the purpose of this conversation, I would like to bring something up. I was opportune to see something years ago, and if Nigeria had dealt with this years ago, we would not be in this problem. So there was strife in, of course, sub-Saharan Africa. Okay. And it was reported to Nigeria that, the executive in Abuja should take action because our borders were porous. And these were people who carried guns. And also, they noticed a deforestation of Borno, Zamfara, Katsina, Yobe, which are all today flashpoints. This report was more than 10 years ago. Nothing was done about it. Our borders have been left porous. And most of us, because of political affiliations, have invited people from outside the country who are not Nigerians to come into the country and perpetrate havoc. This goes down to even, there is nobody not guilty of this. This goes down to even within the Ife Modakeke crisis, in which people were hired from outside Nigeria to fight these wars across each other. The Jukun, Tiv, they did the same thing. We are all guilty of this manner of approach. The average Nigerian doesn't like strife. We love Owambe too much now. If you want to see a country that has problem, I'll give you an example. When India and Pakistan were together, there was no intermarriage. They made movies about it. There was no intermarriage. Nigeria, we still intermarry. The only things we don't agree with are when it comes to politics. And the truth is actually resources that we do not lay our hands on. Nigeria is too rich to be a poor country. And we have refused to handle that. And because of that, we have sold out our nationhood. Most of us do not think Nigeria is an identity. we all look at ourselves as Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Tiv, Ibibio, and whatever, which is wrong in real context. A country is a territorial boundary. A nation has a unified direction and ideology to which it seems. I'm one of the proponents saying we should try something. I'm not saying exactly this, but we could like make our national lingua Pidgin English. It might unify us more than we already are. That's my take on things.
I do agree that Pidgin English should be not Queen's English. Yes, I agree. And I also agree that if we take out, just from what Kunle is saying, take out that state of origin.
And become state of residence.
And state of residence, that's fine. That unifies us. So we all are in a geographical location. We are all from here because we live here.
That's it.
Being victims means we should be more empathetic toward each other, show some more compassion and respect for each other, because we're all victims of one thing or the other, whether planned or unplanned. The thing is, many times when we think of ourselves as victims, we think someone somewhere is sitting and trying to victimize us. It's not always so. It's just that it's indirect. In fact, more times than not. Someone is just trying to protect themselves. Like the doctor who wants private practice for more money. Is not trying to create a slaughterhouse. He or she is just trying to protect their family. So it's a cycle of us hurting each other indirectly and yes, sometimes directly. So compassion and solution drive. What do we do?
You know, like you rightly said, compassion. A lot of us have lost what you said. We've lost that love of nation, or even love of self, I dare say.
Love of people.
Yeah. I dare say more than 70% of Nigerians, if we were to give them an opportunity today to choose another country, they will gladly. I was on radio in Ghana.
Many also because they don't know better about the other countries.
Yes, and that's what we're talking about. So they've seen themselves that we are the receiving end. We don't know blah, blah, blah. And they, I was on radio in Ghana when the NSAS thing came on. And I'm an advocate for Nigeria wherever I am. And the presenter made a mistake and asked me a question. So how does it feel to hear people talking about your country in this manner? And it was one of the leading radio stations in Ghana. I was very excited when he asked the question because it was an opportunity for me to lash at them. So I made them know it's not the people.
That's very nice.
Very nice, right? So that it's not the people's fault, because at the end of the day, so many great things have happened in Nigeria this year. You haven't reported it this way you're reporting this NSAS thing.
Yes.
You don't even have the fact.
And defacing.
Exactly. So whatever you give to the people is the song they'll sing. Any music you play to them. And the guy kept quiet. But while I was busy defending Nigeria, of course I said it was a bad thing that happened, blah, blah, blah. It shouldn't have happened and all that. While I was busy saving the face of Nigeria, a guy called, not just one, a lot of them, but one that stood out for me, insulted me on air and told me that I'm one of the problems of Nigeria, I'm with the government, and that he was even, until the NSAS thing happened, it was about changing his nationality to a Somalian.
Okay.
They would prefer to be a Somalian than to be a Nigerian.
Good luck to him.
And the presenter was looking at me like this. You say your country, blah, blah, blah. And you see, that's the challenge we have, that we see...
He was a victim.
He was the victim.
Yes.
And he's pouring it out on everybody.
On everyone.
And you see, we see Nigeria as a place where I have an option. I could check out. I could go anywhere else. I don't owe anything to this country. Listen, things happen in Ghana, in Togo, in Burkina Faso. I can talk about countries in West Africa that are equally terrible. During this COVID, there was a government in a West African country that told the people was spending about $250,000 daily feeding people. And the people said, okay, bring us the proof. And they showed people in like 2 or 3 parks scampering for food. And like, so are these people, can you feed these people with $250,000 in a day? People steal. But you know what? While you're busy insulting them, or they're busy fighting their government, you, a foreigner, attempt to insult their presidents. And you'll be reminded that you're Ghanaian, that you're Nigerian.
You're not allowed to do that. It's our joke.
It's our joke, exactly.
So
we don't see
take
that.
ownership to us, especially us here as parents, it starts with us at home.
True.
I hear parents say things like, hey, Don't teach your neighbor what you know, because they will take what you know and add it to what they know, and then they become better than you. That is institutionalizing division and victim mentality. So if we will start by teaching our children to say, everyone is your sister, is your brother. Allow somebody else step in before you, doesn't take anything away from you. Teach that person what they don't know, it doesn't take anything away from you. In fact, it reinforces your knowledge.
Exactly.
I found it weird when I asked the teacher to allow my son teach his classmates more in primary 4, and some other parents were like, why are you doing that? You want them to now be better than your son? And I go, no. We win better when we are all winning.
I'll give you a life example.
Yes.
People normally assume that with my experience, and of course political parties and running for office, that I actually know politics a lot well. Because I get to be part of the training and teaching of students within the Electoral College, I can tell you that my growth within the last 1 year in politics is exponential.
Yes.
Because
when you teach, you become better.
I become better. I become far better than I actually was. And I don't know why we don't understand that. And there's one key thing we need to understand in Nigeria. I think one of the things two things that bother us are tribe and religion.
I would put something, in fact, you know what, let me just make this point here. When in church, and I say this with all sense of responsibility, the leader says, tell your neighbor, I don't care what you came for, I came to be blessed. That in itself is already causing a divide. You were about to say religion and... So if in the religious house, I am saying to you, Kayode, I don't care what you came for. I'm saying to you, Kunle, don't touch me. Me, I came here for my own blessing. We're already saying we don't care for each other. In the same place where we're supposed to be saying, look, I came here for your blessing and mine. So how do we walk out of that place? Which is adding to what you were saying. Please go ahead.
I feel, like for me, I consider myself a little bit privileged in Nigeria. My dad Muslim, my mom Catholic. So I was raised with both religions, and unlike other people, I finished both holy books, and I had a choice. Till today, most people cannot tell my religion. That's the thing, it's a need-to-know basis. But I noticed that even on social media, just because somebody sees the name, and sometimes, I get to interact, and somebody sees the name Lawal, which is my son's name, they will tilt towards me, not because of the points they think I'm making, but I can almost tell from the name where, averagely, from the name where you tilt on a debate, based on you would rather associate with this or associate with that. I keep saying this. Our institutions need to become actual institutions. Our institutions need to become actual institutions.
Well, our institutions need to change. Everything we need to move on. We need to stop being victims. We need a constitutional referendum. We need so many things. But as we all know, time is never on our side. He's never a friend on this program as well. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, join us on Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, remember that the important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society. Bye for now.
Bye.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. Today, we are bringing to a close our series titled, Miracles Don't Just Happen. This series began on the first Sunday of March. I thought it was just going to be for one Sunday, but became so rich and in such a way that I could not just jump on some things, but we're bringing it to a close today. This will be part 4. I pray that this message will pluck your feet out of the pool of Bethesda, where you are waiting for your bailout, and plant your feet in the place of perpetual blessings, where you will eat your bread without scarcity in the name of Jesus. And the people say, I don't know what you use your Bible for. Some patronize the Bible as a religious book, and they're always reading Psalms such as the ones where God will destroy their enemies. But I consider my Bible my GPS, the instrument I use to navigate my way through this fallen world. The psalmist prayed that prayer, said, show me your word, I'm a stranger in this world. Deal with me bountifully, reveal your word to me. I consider it my GPS to navigate the vicissitudes of this fallen world. And therefore, if you will, join me to locate that land of perpetual blessings where you will not eat your bread in scarcity, then you will be able to release your faith in God to pluck you, as he did to that man by the pool of Bethesda. Pluck your feet, you carry your bed and go, and let him plant you where you will eat your bread without scarcity. Remember the prayer I prayed many years ago in the early 90s? That if a loaf of bread will be sold in the world for $1,000, I will not ask God to give me my daily bread, because that would be selfish. It would just be about me. I will ask him for the bakery so that I can bake bread and be a blessing to other people. It's not wrong to ask for your daily bread, provided you remember that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God shall man live by. And if you lay hold of the proceeding word, nothing can stop it and nothing can hinder it, because it's through the instrumentalities of the word that the physical world you see today was created by God. Turn your Bible with me, if you will, to Deuteronomy chapter number 8. Hand over notes of Moses to his successor Joshua and the people of Israel. Deuteronomy chapter 8, I'll start reading from verse 7. And if you find your piece of exciting truth that sets free there, just say amen as we read. You're not disturbing anybody. You are releasing your faith in God's word, and faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. For the Lord God is bringing you into a good land. Yeah. I say, for the Lord God is bringing you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and springs that flow out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, of vines and fig trees, and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land in which you will eat your bread without scarcity. How many of you would like to live in this realm? A land in which you will eat your bread without scarcity, in which you will lack nothing. Oh my God. In which you will lack nothing. A land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you can dig copper. When you have eaten our food, then you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land which he has given you. Beware that you do not forget the Lord your God by not keeping his commandments, his judgments, and his statutes which I command you today. Lest when you have eaten enough food and have built beautiful houses and dwell in them, and when your herds and your flocks multiply, is a land of triple multiplication. What do I say? A land of triple multiplication. And when your herds and your flocks multiply, 1, and your silver and your gold are multiplied, 2, and all that you have is multiplied, 3. When your heart is lifted up and you forget the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage, who led you through that great and terrible wilderness, in which were fiery serpents and scorpions, and thirsty land where there was no water, who brought water for you out of the flinty rock, who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers did not know, that he might humble you and that he might test you to do you good in the end. Then you say in your heart, my power, my connection, my contacts, my certificates, my qualification, and you say, my power and the might of my hand have gained me this wealth. And you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he swore to your fathers, as it is this day. Why is God giving you power to get wealth? To establish the covenant he swore to you. It's not about you. He swore certain covenants to the father long before you got here, to Abraham, to Isaac, confirming to Jacob, that people will become the seed of Abraham, will become heirs of salvation. And not only that, they will lack nothing in their lives because they will operate in the realm of God's abundance. When you don't have wealth, you have power failure. I declare this day will be the end of power failure in your life. It is he who gives you power to get wealth in order to establish his covenant, which is swore to the fathers. Let me read to the end of verse 20. Don't stop there. Then he shall be with you by any means. And this is the problem. We stop and don't read the other conditionalities. Then he shall be with you by any means. Forget the Lord your God and follow other gods and serve them and worship them. I testify against you this day that you shall surely perish. As the nations which the Lord destroys before you, so you shall perish, because you will not be obedient to the voice of the Lord your God. As I said to you at the beginning of this series, life is about the choices that we make. Life will present you with choices, and you will make, life will present you with chances, and you will make your choices. And once your choices are made, you must be ready to bear the consequences. Life will present you with what? Chances, opportunities. And you will have what? Make your choices. You have to make and once you make your choices, what follows? the consequences will follow. Say with me, chances. I can't hear you. Choices and consequences. Chances, choices, and consequences. Everyone will live with the consequences of his or her choices. Deuteronomy chapter 30, beginning from verse 15. Deuteronomy 30, verse 15, I'll read up to verse number 20. See, I have said before you today, life and good, death and evil. In that I command you today to love the Lord your God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, his statutes, and his judgment, that you may live and walk and multiply. And the Lord your God will bless you in the land which you go to possess. But if your heart turns away so that you do not hear, and are drawn away and worship other gods and serve them, I announce to you today that you shall surely perish. You shall not prolong your days in the land which you cross over the Jordan to go in and possess. I call heaven and earth as witnesses today against you, that I have said before you what? Life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, choose life, that both you and your descendants may live, that you may love the Lord your God, that you may obey his voice, and that you may cling to him. For he is your life and the length of your days. This is eternal life, that they may know you, the true God, and Jesus whom you have sent. And that you may dwell in the land where the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and Jacob, to give them. I said before you, life and death, blessing and cursing. Choose life, that you may live. Psalm 1, verse 1 to 3. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stands in the path of sinners, nor sits in the seat of discomfort. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law he meditates day and night. He shall be like a tree. Can you see the Lord planted again there? Does he resonate with you? That in the midst of a sentence, God puts capital P to show you he's the one doing the planting. He will uproot you from one place and plant you in another place. Those who are planted in the house of our God shall flourish in the courts of God. He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that brings forth his fruit in its season, whose leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he does shall prosper. The next verse is equally true. The ungodly are not so. When you think they are planted, they will be blown away by the wind, and you will not see them anymore. Galatians chapter 6, I'll read from verse 1 to 10. I would have read just one verse there, but I want to read 1 to 10 to let you know that Toba Bruta, Iwan Ikonyoku. That's my father's drama for you. Dun 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 dun. Esegrinle anjofe ku aurenikan. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. My drummer is sleeping. It's okay, don't worry. You know, the Bible says we must bear one another's burden, right? In the same passage, it says you must carry your own load. Galatians chapter 6, beginning from verse 1. Brethren, if a man is overtaken in any trespass, you who are spiritual, restore such a one in a spirit of gentleness, considering yourself, lest you also be tempted. I remember the story told by Dr. Hagin, Brother Hagin, while he was still here on the side of eternity. God asked him to restore Jim Swaggart after he fell. So I go to him and restore him. And he said to the Lord, Lord, look at this scandal. I can't bring God to this ministry. I've kept myself pure before you all the days of my life. You have helped me to walk holy. I can't bring such a person here. And the Lord said, restore him now. And he refused. And he said, turn your Bible to Galatians 6:1. Let's read Galatians 6:1. And he opened there. Brethren, if any man is overtaken in any trespass, you are spiritual. And he told him, Kenneth, you're not spiritual. You're still a babe, you're carnal. You do not know your job is not to shoot the wounded or to trample on them. Your job is to restore them if you're spiritual. Immediately got up, placed a phone call to him, brought him on his platform, and gave him $1 million to start his ministry again. Brethren, if a man is overtaken in any trespass, you who are spiritual, restore such a one in a spirit of gentleness, considering yourself, lest you also be tempted. Bear one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. This passage is very good. People quote it when they want to get from you. Brother, this burden is too heavy for me. I want you to come on my side, because the Bible says we must bear one another's burdens in order to fulfill the law of Christ. No, it didn't stop there. Let's read on. For if anyone thinks himself to be something when he's nothing, he deceives himself. But let each one examine his own work, and then he will have rejoicing in himself alone and not in another. For each one, you see, you will not read it now. Hello? For each one shall bear. You see how you read it? The other one you read, I had clearly. Bear one another's burden, fulfilling the law of Christ. How about this one? This is the law of who? For each one shall bear his own load. That's why I said to Baburuta, Iwa nikan yoku. You'll be on your own. The path of destiny is a lonely path, friends. Adversity is a furnace we go through so that the gold in us can come forth. And God is not going to spare you. It's not if you fall into the fire. No, when you pass through the fire, not if. Let him who is taught the word share in all good things with him who teaches. You are all guilty. Hello. Pastor, to reach you by killing your mouth, you're shooting yourself in the foot. I never forget the little boy. I just finished service that day, and he walked up to me. And people were trying to say, he said, Pastor, I do not have so much to give. I brought you oranges. My soul just was so happy that I clung. I knew there was a grace in him for giving. And I blessed him, and I'm looking forward to the day that I will say, Pastor, where are their needs in the church? Because there was a yearning in his heart to give just oranges to his pastor. Don't despise your seed. Let him who is taught the word share in all good things with him who teaches. Do not be deceived. This is where I'm coming. God is not mocked. It will be mockery to God for you to sow bad seed and then start praying for crop failure. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. Chances, choices, consequences. For he who sows to his flesh will of the flesh reap corruption. And when you talk about corruption, the thing is stealing from the treasury. When you are sowing to the flesh, also, it doesn't matter whether you are Pope or Archbishop of Canterbury or Apostle or Prophet. If you sow to your flesh, you will of the flesh reap corruption. But he who sows to the Spirit will of the Spirit reap everlasting life. And let us not grow weary while doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart, or if we do not faint. Therefore, as we have chances, opportunity, let us do good to all, especially to those who are of the household of faith. if the power of our choice is that paramount, then it is futile to expect God to use a miracle to accomplish that which is humanly possible. Do you agree with me? I'll repeat that sentence. If the power of our choice is that paramount, then it is futile for you to expect God to do by way of miracle or to use a miracle to accomplish what is humanly possible. And as my mentor and father said and wrote in his book, Dr. Lester Sumrall said, God does not do by miracle that which you can do by muzzle. Say that with me. God does not do by miracle. I can't hear you. Don't murmur. God does not do by miracle that which we can do by muzzle. Today, we will examine at least 12 miracles in the Bible, both Old and New Testaments, to firmly establish the truth that miracles don't just happen. And I want to encourage you to please feel free to add any or all other miracles to this list, the same principle we hold. We will start with the first miracle performed by the Lord Jesus Christ himself to illustrate the truth that miracles don't just happen. Turn your Bible with me to John chapter 2, verse 1 to 11. This miracle was performed by Jesus at the wedding in Cana of Galilee. On the third day, there was a wedding in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there. Now, both Jesus and his disciples were invited to the wedding. And when they ran out of wine, the mother of Jesus said to Jesus, they have no wine. Jesus said to her, woman, what does your concern have to do with me? My hour has not yet come. His mother said to the servants, whatever he says to you, do it. There are people in this world today who still pray through Mary and say, Mary compelled Jesus to perform a miracle. How stupid, how thoughtless. Jesus said to him, woman, my hour has not come. And the woman turned to the servants and said, whatever he says to you, do it. So the miracle was not performed because of the demand by the mother, but because of the principle that when you obey God, you are putting him on the spot to intervene in your situation. Whatever he says to you, do it. Now there was set there 6 water pots of stone, according to the manner of purification of the Jews, containing 20 or 30 gallons apiece. Now, if it contains 20, you multiply by 6, it will be 120. If it contains 30, it will be 180. Look at how many times they will go to wherever they were getting water to fill the pots. Jesus said to them, fill the water pots with water. And they filled them up to the brim. And he said to them, draw some out now and take it to the master of the feast. And they took it. If this is Uzo, he will smell it on the way. He said, look at this man. We said there's no wine. He said water. What has this got to do with wine? It's because this is not the old wine. This is not the new wine. This is the now wine. The old wine and the new wine are taken from the vine. But the now wine is connected to the true vine. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. When the master of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine, and did not know where it came from, but the servants who had drawn the water knew, the master of the feast called the bridegroom. You see, that's how they give credit to you for what you knew nothing about. And then you start saying, when I prayed, oh, when I fasted, oh, when I called my prayer warriors, and we prophesy, The bridegroom did not know jack. The master of ceremony did not know how the wine came by. And he said to him, every man at the beginning sets out the good wine, and when the guests are well drunk, then the inferior. You have kept the good wine until, I can't hear you. You have kept the good wine until, how many of you are interested in the old wine? Keep drinking. And how many of you are interested in the new wine? Keep drinking. But who wants the now wine? It's connected to the true vine. Do you understand me? This beginning of signs. In KJV, it said this beginning of miracles. Jesus did in Cana of Galilee and manifested his glory, and his disciples believed in him. That was the first miracle recorded. The last has not been recorded yet. Yours will be the next. In the mighty name of Jesus. Shall we examine this first miracle to learn some lessons? Before Jesus turned water into wine, he first asked the servants to fill up the water pots. He did not say to waterfalls, "Be full." Is anybody listening to me? You want God to intervene in your situation? If you want somebody to help you lift your load on your head, you must first carry it. The Yorubas have a way of putting it. And sit like that and say, help me put this. And I can't run a big bow. If you want someone to help you lift your load and put on your own head, every man will carry his own load. Who first bend down? You. Jesus did not come and said, oh, you want wine? Water pots be full. How many times did they go to fetch water? Miracles don't just happen, because God will not do by miracle what you can do by your muscle. It was the servants who obeyed Jesus by doing what they could so that Jesus would do what they couldn't, that he only can do. When you stand and say, come down, oh Lord, and manifest your power, he'll be telling you, I came down long ago. You have to come up. You're going to come down, oh Lord, and manifest your power. Agbára tó ń wó ní sàn, agbára tó ń gbà ní láṣẹ. Come down. He said, you're wasting your time. I came down. He came from heaven to earth to show the way. What did he come to do? He came from heaven to earth to show. So if you don't follow the way, stop crying to ask God to intervene in your situation. Because God will not do by miracle what can be done by muscle. Miracles don't just happen. Let's go to the second miracle quickly. Again, it's the second miracle which Jesus performed. Many know about the first, they don't know about the second. It's recorded for our learning. In this second miracle, the healing of the nobleman whose son was sick at Capernaum, the nobleman had to go all the way to Galilee to seek the Lord's intervention. John chapter 4, verse number 46. John 4:46. So Jesus came again to Cana of Galilee, where he had made the water wine. Why are they recording this again? Because they want to show you the miracle that followed the first miracle. And there was a certain nobleman whose son was sick at Capernaum. When he heard, faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. Let me illustrate that. Give me that. I need to illustrate that simple scripture. Give me water. Bring the glass. Thank you. Faith comes by. I can't hear you. Faith comes by. And hearing by. Let me ask you a simple question. And if you know the answer, just keep quiet. If you don't, just follow. How many of you don't hear German? Lift up your hand if you don't hear German. Anyone here? Okay. How many of you don't hear French? Maybe those are foreign countries. How many of you don't hear Igbo? You see, you have been so taught. Put your hands together for yourself. Because the Bible says faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. And you say, if you don't hear German, they say, I don't hear German. Are you deaf? What he's saying is, faith comes by hearing, and hearing. The next hearing is understanding the word of God. Luke 24:45, then opening their understanding that they might understand the scriptures. This is how faith works. But this is how many Christians behave. I believe that if I drink this water, I shall be made whole. Hello? They say you have one day to live, but if you can drink this water, you'll be well. They say, brothers and sisters, do you know that if I drink this water, I'll be made whole? I've just received a word from heaven. The Holy Spirit said to me, drink this water and you'll be made well. And it goes from place to place. If I drink this water, you have 10 minutes to go. If I drink this water, I shall be made well. If I drink this water, I shall be made well. And it never. What's going to happen? You die. He heard. Let me read further. I drink it. Lest I be guilty of my own illustration. When he heard that Jesus had come out of Judea into Galilee, he went to him and implored him to come down and heal his son, for he was at the point of death. Could that servant help it? Or could that son help himself? It was the son, he was sick unto death. Now, where was the nobleman? Capernaum. Where was Jesus? Cana of Galilee. He had to work or went on chariot, whatever it is. He had to travel from Capernaum to Cana, where the first miracle was performed. Why that? Because God does not want you to reinvent the wheel. Follow the same principle, you will get the same result. And then Jesus said to him, unless you people see signs and wonders, you by no means believe. The nobleman said to him, sir, come down before my child dies. Jesus said to him, go your way, your son lives. So the man, I can't hear you. So the man believed the word that Jesus spoke to him. How do we know the man believed the word? He said, come, or else my son will die. He said, except you see signs and wonders, you will not believe. He said, don't waste time. Please come. My son is about to die. He said, except you see signs and wonders, you will not believe. And then he said, go. Your son lives. And he turned back. That's the evidence of his faith. He walked back and went. And by the time he got somewhere, Jesus said to him, go your way. Your son lives. So the man believed the word that Jesus spoke to him. And he went his way. Go on. And as he was now going down, his servants met him and told him, saying, your son lives. There is no distance in the spirit. When he spoke that word, the word has gone into action. If the man did not go back and is still standing there, there'll be no miracle. Then he inquired of them the hour when he got better. And they said to him, yesterday at the 7th hour, the fever left him. So what you are trying to get today is already fixed since yesterday, but you have refused to move. So the father knew that it was the same hour in which Jesus said to him, your son lives. And he himself believed, and his whole household. This again is the second sign Jesus did when he had come out of Judea in Galilee. The journey from Capernaum to Galilee, and from Galilee back to Capernaum. When Jesus said, go, your son lives, and immediately started going, he was not asking, how will I know? That's the problem. It's not wrong to go to God in prayers. It's not wrong to ask for his intervention. But long after he has told you, you keep on hammering again. Knock. Keep on knocking. Miracles don't just happen. There's a part you have to play for it to happen. That's the one I was looking for. Do you understand me? Oshukario, that you should put on your head, and then Bangberu you come Ilorio, or Moshukadani. Moshukalo. Besori me. But don't say that to the children of these days. Have you heard the woman say, bring that thing for me? And the son brought it. And he said, I brought it. He said, put it on my head. He was saying, don't you know you should put it down? And he just put it on her head. Bam, bam. Hallelujah. Now let's go from the nobleman to the centurion whose servant was sick. That was a classical one, and I will give at least one other miracle that Jesus did along this line that establishes the fact that Christians, born again, spirit-filled, tongue-talking, Bible-quoting, do not have monopoly of faith. You don't. He said, I will pour my spirit upon all flesh, not on Christians. On all flesh. The centurion whose servant was sick, Luke chapter 7, verse 1 to 10. Miracles don't just happen. Now, when he concluded all his sayings, in the hearing of the people, he entered where? Where did he go? Yes, you see, how can I let you see this? For the first miracle, it happened where? Cana of Galilee. The second miracle happened where? Cana of Galilee. Who came there? The nobleman. He came from where? Capernaum. And when he had seen the miracle that happened, what happened to him? He believed, and his household. It's time for Jesus to go check, because there's a unit there now that can advance the kingdom of God. Do you understand me? There's a household that can become a center of kingdom activity. Jesus does not just go around aimlessly. Do you understand this? Is your household a center of kingdom of activity? Is your marriage a power union? And a certain centurion servant who was dear to him was sick and ready to die. So when he heard about Jesus, the Yoruba say, Beruban shokun, wan lo koshede, to bashomanini, wan ko fomi to reja twenushe. Do you understand me? The first man, it was his son. But Jesus is saying, the way you treat the son is the way you treat the servant. So he now moves from son to servant to show you that he came for all. So when he heard about Jesus, the same thing that the nobleman did, he sent elders of the Jews to him, pleading with him to come and heal his servant. And when they came to Jesus, they begged him earnestly, saying that the one for whom he should do this was deserving. For he loves our nation and has built us a synagogue. Then Jesus went with them. And when he was already not far from the house, the centurion sent friends to him, saying to him, Lord, do not trouble yourself. I'm not worthy that you should enter under my roof. Therefore, I do not even think myself worthy to come to you, but say the word. Oh, Lord Jesus. But say the word, and my servant will be healed. For I also am a man placed under authority. The reason many people, God will not intervene in their situation is they are lawless. They do not submit to any authority. They are law unto themselves. Try to rebuke them. Try to correct them. They will take off and be offended. They don't know that you cannot be offended and anointed at the same time. Offense will stop the anointing from flowing towards you. I also am a man placed under authority, having soldiers under me, and I say to one, go, and he goes, and to another, come, and he comes, and to my servant, do this, and he does it. When Jesus heard these things, he marveled at him and turned around and said to the crowd that followed him, I say to you, I have not found such great faith, not even in Israel. Born again, SU, Deeper Lifer, Foursquarian, Baptist, Citadelite. Jesus said, what that centurion carried, the kind of faith that made him utter that sentence, is not among you. I've never found such a great faith. No, not even in Israel. Because a man has been regimented all his life under authority. He knows he has to carry out every instruction given to him. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one God. Thou shalt love the Lord your God with all of your heart, with all of your soul, with all of your mind. How do you show that you love him? By obeying his commands. This man said, I'm a man set under authority. And because I'm set under authority, everyone under me obeys my instruction. Why? Because they know I obey superior instruction. You want to tell the devil to go and it does not go. You know why? At the name of Jesus, every knee, no, didn't say must bow. Every knee should bow. Should. Read it well. Should. At the name of Jesus, every knee should bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is the Lord. Why should? Because it doesn't work every time. Ask the 7 sons of Sceva. When you are lawless, when all you do is argue, when you don't obey simple instruction, many things will pass you by. You have yourself to blame because you are full of yourself. But did this miracle just happen? Jesus just said, oh yeah, that centurion, I need to do some miracles to have him in my list of partners. No. They said, this miracle was preceded by the kind acts of this centurion. This man is worthy. He loves our nation. He has even built us a synagogue. Hello, are you listening? There's no free lunch in Freetown. Nothing goes for nothing. Miracles don't just happen. You just do not pay attention. The miracle just happened, but there's a method to God's provision of anything and everything. Let's look at another woman. Wherever you find the example of man, you also will find the example of woman. And that's why if you look at what Esther said, if I perish, I perish. But there was also another Gittite who said to David, if I perish, I perish. Where you die, I will die. Where you are buried. What you find in male, you find in female. This thing does not respect gender. Men and women are not limited by the color of their skin, by their gender. They are limited by the size of their hope. Christ in you is the hope of glory. Here is another woman, a Syrophoenician woman of Canaan, whose daughter had a demon and who did not mind being called a dog as long as she got the miracle she was seeking. Even in this case, you will see the role she played for the miracle to happen. Give me Matthew chapter 15, verse 21 to 28. Matthew 15, 21 to 28. Then Jesus went out from there and departed to where? The region of Tyre and Sidon. If you are a student of the Bible, you know that Tyre and Sidon is a capital or marketplace of the world. So he was now stepping out of Canaan, stepping out of Capernaum, and is now going to the center state, the marketplace, where you ought to demonstrate the power of God that is in you. And behold, a woman of Canaan came from that region and cried out to him, saying, have mercy on me, O Lord, son of David. My daughter is severely demon-possessed. You won't put it that way, you know. I think my daughter is suffering from peer pressure. It's peer pressure. And sometimes it takes some substance, they call them drugs. No, your daughter is severely demon-possessed. But he answered her not a word. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, send her away, for she cries out after us. But he answered and said, I was not sent except to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Then she came and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, it is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the little dogs. This is where you know what it means to tutosoke and fujugba. Pow, you spit and it will land on your face because you're ready to fight. Killer and wicked and so. What's the matter? Because I need your help? You're calling me a dog? How dare you call me a dog? Who do you think? Are you not God? Did you not create everyone in your image? And she said, Lord, yet even the little dogs eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table. Jesus was blown away. Jesus answered and said to her, woman, great is your faith. Let it be to you as you desire. And her daughter was healed from that very hour. Let's read it from Mark 7. I'm not wasting time. I just want you to get all the gist. That's the way I study. Mark 7 from verse 24. From there he arose and went to the region of Tyre and Sidon, and he entered a house and wanted no one to know it. Hello. But it could not be hidden. It could not be hidden. Do you understand this? It could not be hidden. I was sitting in the plane, minding my own business. There was someone behind me, did not recognize me. Then I spoke to the person next to me, and the person heard the voice and sent a note. Is that Pastor Tumbele Bakari in front of me? And I turned back. It was the Minister for Health. And I said, He said, the shield and everything did not let me recognize you. But when you spoke, I knew it was you. Nobody will be able to hide you. In the name of Jesus, you will not be hidden. Olúwa gbogbo yín hàn, á fagbára rẹ̀ hàn nú ayé yín. For a woman whose young daughter had an unclean spirit heard about him, and she came and fell at his feet. Look at it, oh. She came and fell at his feet. The woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by birth, and she kept asking him to cast the demon out of her daughter. She kept on asking. But Jesus said to her, let the children be filled first, for it is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the little dogs. And she answered and said to him, yes, Lord, I am a dog. You remember the custom guy who could not lift up his head and said, be merciful unto me, a wretched sinner. And the other Pharisee came in. Hello, God. I hope you are noticing my fasting. I hope you are noticing my generosity to the poor. I'm unlike this wretched sinner. I thank you. And she answered and said to him, yes, Lord. Yet even the little dogs under the table eat from the children's crumbs. Then he said to her, for this saying, go your way. The demon has gone out of your daughter. And when she had come to her house, she found the demon gone. You will find every demon tormenting your children gone in the name of Jesus. And her daughter lying on the bed. Listen to me. What was it that moved Jesus to perform this miracle? That she accepted being a dog? No. The profound statement of faith that even little dogs under the table, they eat the crumbs. I'm not asking for the loaf of bread, but I know, God, whatever is in the loaf is in the crumb. You don't need to give me the children bread, but let me have the crumb. I know the bread is already baked. If they put flour in the bread, it's in the crumb. If they put yeast in the bread, it's in the crumb. Whatever is in the bread is in the crumb. Just let me have the crumb is enough for it. If a crumb is enough for a demon, and you've been eating loaves and loaves and you can't face Satan, shame on you. Miracles don't just happen. This miracle was preceded by worship. Who was a choir master who taught her how to worship? What song did she sing? She fell at his feet. You need to climb down from your high horse and know that you are dealing with Jehovah and surrender all to him, leaving nothing behind. Can I hear amen? Number 5. The feeding of the 5,000. Say to your neighbor, miracles don't just happen. I hope this message will deliver you from deception, from folding your hands and expecting God to put the load on your head. Matthew 14 to 21. Oh, Lord, I'm enjoying myself. And when Jesus went out, he saw a great multitude, and he was moved with compassion for them, and he healed their sick. And when it was evening, his disciples came to him, saying, this is a deserted place, and the hour is already late. Send the multitudes away that they may go into the villages and buy themselves food. Easy way out. But Jesus said to them, they do not need to go away. You give them something to eat. Eh? Who? You. And they said to him, we have here only 5 loaves and 2 fish. He said, bring them here to me. Then he commanded the multitude to sit down on the grass. No miracle had happened. They sat down. And he took the 5 loaves and the 2 fish and looking up to the central bank, NNPC, customs. He blessed and broke and gave the loaves to the disciples, and the disciples gave to the multitudes. So they all ate and were filled, and they took up 12 baskets full of the fragments that remained. You know what he does in here? They said, let's send them out. He said, you give them something you eat. We got nothing here except 5 loaves and 2 fish. He said, bring it to me. He looked up to heaven, put it in their hands. He multiplied, they broke it. It will multiply in your hands. What you are receiving today will multiply in your hands in the name of Jesus. And then they picked 12 baskets. You know why? Each of them will carry the basket to follow that boy home, because that's the harvest of his seed that is sowed. And they will learn that God is able. But even this miracle was not performed without man's side of the 5 loaves and 2 fish. This is where number 6 comes in. Well, how about manna? If miracles don't just happen, how about manna? God opened the doors of heaven and rained manna down. The people did nothing. Far. Oh, you have been watching television for a long time. I caught you there. What's the name of the man now? Huh? Sebrudiah. Far. Did man do anything for manna to fall? If you are not a student of the Bible, you say they did nothing. No. I'm the one that gives you power to get wealth in order to fulfill the covenants which I saw to your fathers. Do you remember that Abraham fed angels with man's food? In Genesis chapter 18, that they came to his tent and he set table before them and they ate and were filled and left. That was down payment for manna. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria ranks 102 out of the 104 countries surveyed in the new Global Government Index. The Chandler Index indicates Nigeria is only better than Zimbabwe and Venezuela.
Kidnappers release new video of students abducted 48 days ago in Kaduna State.
And we'll be talking about how to stay healthy and alive at work as we mark the World Day of Workplace Safety and Health. Welcome back to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. I am Anetta Felix, and good morning to you. Good morning to you, Osaugie.
Good morning to you. I am Osaugie Ogbon. It's a wet morning in Lagos. I heard it's raining cats and elephants on the mainland. It's not so bad down here on the island. How did you cope?
It was bad. I mean, I remember coming to work this morning, seeing some parts of, the Victoria Island flooded. It's terrible. And I was asking, my driver asking, what's happening with the infrastructure system in Nigeria? We're looking at, the roads. There's no drainage system. You're seeing refuse just piled up on the sides of the road. And you think, this is supposed to be like the highbrow areas of Lagos. It's a mess.
Yeah, I mean, same story every year. I think we mentioned this 2 weeks ago, that we're going to be back to these conversations about rain and flooding and some of all of that. The same conversation, all through this year. We had the same conversation last year. Next year, very likely, we'll talk about it again. Nothing, seems to ever change. The drainage system in Lagos is a mess. It almost does not exist. What exactly is the government doing about it? There's local governments in Lagos. There's so many of them, of course, that are receiving hundreds of millions every month. And I would never stop talking about that part. hundreds of millions every month that goes to each local government area. And of course, at the end of the year, you realize that each local government has, been allocated more than 2 billion naira every year. And you still cannot see anything in particular that these funds are, are used for. Why can't we at least clean up the gutters and the drainages across, where we live? So once again, welcome to Lagos, and we hope that it doesn't lead to any death this year. Remember last year there was a young girl who died, or sometime 2019, who died. She fell into a manhole or something like that and lost her life. So I hope that we survive the rainy season in Lagos. Good morning once again. Thanks for joining us. And we hope that you have a beautiful Wednesday with us. There's so much that we will be talking about today. The security situation in Nigeria has gone from bad to worse this week. Senator Smart Adeyemi brought the situation up at plenary yesterday, only to be interrupted by Senator Oluremi Tinubu. As Adeyemi asked the executive government to seek international help, Remi Tinubu questioned his loyalty to their party, the All Progressive Congress. Take a look. All right, I think we're going to bring that report shortly as soon as we get it ready.
But I have a transcript of what transpired at plenary. We saw Senator Smart Adeyemi saying, quote, "More than ever before, this is the worst instability we're facing as a nation." He went on to say, in fact, this is worse than the Civil War. And just while he was speaking, Senator Remi Tinubu interrupted him, asking, "Are you in PDP?" Adeyemi continues, "Mr. President." And he went on to, talk about the state of insecurity in Nigeria. And Tinubu again says, are you wolf in sheep's clothing? Honestly, Osarege, my comments regarding this matter is just when you think that being in power means that you now have the ability, in a way, to some extent, to demand and create change. Just when you think being in power means that all the things that are wrong in the country, you are one step ahead in terms of preferring solutions. Just when you think that being in power means that you can actually, question the status quo and find new solutions to them, it now seems that being in power means you can actually not do anything about it because, like we've always talked, you're benefiting from the system. It now seems that being in power and questioning the status quo means that your own allegiance to your own ruling party would be questioned. Because is Senator Oluremi Tinubu implying that only the opposition party should have the guts to question the system?
Well,
is she implying
the opposition party don't even question that?
Is she implying that the APC should stay silent, while the country goes bad because they're in power? I really don't understand.
So that
her rationale.
last part, kind of is, the closest to what she's implying. But it's also back to, when Nigerians say that, politicians don't really represent them. They're not there for, the good of the people. And it's a good 99% of Nigerian politicians aren't really there to represent the people or to make lives better for the people. A lot of them are really there for their own personal interests, for their party's interests, for their personal interests, for their pockets, and the things that concern them. And that is why it's a do-or-die affair to get into that position. They would do whatever it is and whatever it takes to ensure that they get into those positions. It's not about, loyalty to the people and the people that you supposedly represent. She's been there since 2011, representing Lagos Central. From the clip we're about to play, she doesn't represent the people of Lagos Central, doesn't represent people of Lagos in any way. She's mostly there for herself, and that's very, very likely what this incident shows. So let's have you watch exactly how it played out, and we'll be back to talk about it.
Run away from the fact that more than ever before in the history of our nation, this is the worst instability we are facing. In fact, this is worse than the Civil War. Are you Mr. President, the solution is very simple. Today there are a lot of misgiving, a lot of misinterpretations of what is happening. Some people believe, some people in government are supporting this move. Some people believe, some people sponsor those who are destabilizing our nation within the country.
Well, that's where you have it, Senator Adeyemi, and of course pouring out his concerns to the Senate President and calling on President Muhammadu Buhari to do better and save Nigeria. Like I was saying, A lot of these people don't necessarily represent the people that they are there for. And that's why, once again, they would do whatever it takes to get into those positions for their own selfish interest and for their own personal interest. Senator Remi Tinubu is assuming or expecting that as an APC member, every other APC member should turn a blind eye to whatever it is that the country is dealing with.
And pretend that everything's fine.
Yes, and continue to defend blindly and continue to act like it doesn't concern them. Mostly also because they're not affected directly by the issues that Nigerians are dealing with, by the insecurity, by the healthcare challenge, because they can afford to access healthcare in any part of the world. They're not affected by the lack of education. They're not affected by the unemployment. Their kids are in different schools across the world. So it's not really about Nigerians and how it bothers them. But I would also mention that, time and time again, we've seen things like this, and Nigerians always, try to celebrate, things like what Senator Adeyemi was saying, and say, oh, there's a man speaking for the people. Einaya Baribe has been one of those people that they've mentioned a lot of times as, a man of the people is always speaking, for the people. Oh, the lone senator in the House. But I would, yes, say it's a good thing when people speak out regardless of party affiliations and speak the truth to power. But quickly remind you that that's a National Assembly that has the powers to impeach. They have the power to summon the president. They've tried it before and then 2 days later apologized and said, Daddy, please forgive us. Don't be angry that we dared to mention, inviting you to address, the country with regards to what's going on with security across Nigeria. So they have all these powers. And so every now and then when a senator decides, oh, it's choking me and I want to speak out, to me, it's nothing really huge, nothing really, massive to celebrate. They screened ministers. They, approved, the service chiefs. They basically let a lot of these people who are in power today and are showing a extremely high level of incompetence. They let them into those positions. And they've never, been. Look at the screening process for ministers. It's simply how are you today? Did you eat? You had a flat tire yesterday, bow and go. That's what it sounds like. And it's never really, I don't in any way, and I wouldn't be one of those people who would clap and say, oh, the Senate is finally speaking. They've had the powers to invite the president for so long. They've gotten themselves to a place where when they invite service chiefs, the service chiefs either send representatives or don't even answer them at all.
Sorry, I think the underlying issue to all this is exactly what Justin has been fighting for, recently, the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria. We do need, a legislature, an executive and a judiciary that can indeed work together, but then there's a principle of checks and balances. The legislative has to be independent. They have to be autonomous in some way. They should not be able to bow to pressure of the executive, right? The legislature should be able to, check the powers, the excesses of the executive. But in a situation where it seems that everybody's, trying to be loyal. Everybody has a chairman. Everybody has a godfather. Oh. Everybody's just trying to, be loyal to the next person because of your own political ambitions tomorrow. Nobody's checking anybody, and everybody's just doing what they please. I agree with you. To the detriment of the people.
I would once again just quickly say that 99, and I would love to be wrong, but 99% of those people there haven't in any way shown that they represent the Nigerian people. And that's what it seems. If you look at the people he's speaking to, a lot of them, have like this.
They're sleeping.
A lot of them, are not even interested in the things that he's saying. Those are the people that he's supposedly trying to wake up to realize the security situation, in Nigeria and what Nigeria is currently dealing with. And the fact is, regardless of what space or what position you are in Nigeria today, the price of petrol isn't different for APC members. The price of electricity isn't different for APC members. The cost of living is not in any way different. The security is not in any way better for APC members and, versus other political parties. Everybody will get to, face the reality of what Nigeria is today. It may not be at your doorstep, but it would affect you somehow, some way. Mm-hmm. By the time everybody, God forbid, there is that level of crisis that has to chase people away from one region to the other, they will get to your doorstep. And so for your own, and, people have said, the reason Remi Tinubu is not speaking up or, decides to, you know, play the role she's playing is because, well, there's a possibility that maybe she might be first lady someday and she doesn't want to jeopardize those chances. But are you going to be first lady of a country that doesn't exist, or a country that is in total chaos or turmoil?
Good
because
question,
we've not been able to
Osage.
deal with the security challenges that we're currently facing.
Let's move on from there, but sadly still talking about security. Kidnappers have released another video of the students abducted from the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization in Afaka, Kaduna State last month. Now, the video we're about to show you shows the students begging for help so they can be free.
Waɗanga mata dai nan da zai magana.
Kowa ne zai yi magana.
Allah, iyayenmu don Allah ku zo ku yi taimako ku biya ku dai ku cece mu don Allah ku yi kokari ku yi yakacin kokari.
Lokaci zo.
Don Allah.
My name is Yahaya Paul. I'm from Federal Forestry and Mechanization. Please, we are calling on our parents to help us to come and take us out of here. They should try their possible best to see us out of here. We are suffering. Some of us are sick. We've not been eating well. Please, parents, help us so that we could come outside from this place.
My name is Benson Emmanuel. Please, we are begging on our parents, please, to come and help us out of here. We've stayed here for days. We have not been eating. Most of us have been sick. Most of us are hungry. Please, we are begging on our parents, please come and help us. Please, please, we're tired of here. Please, please.
Really, we could hear them, students would stand up and, make appeals for their release. And it's just so shocking, so sad when you see things like that. People, you ask yourself questions like, my God, situations regarding security in Nigeria is just so terrifying. I mean, look at these people who should, apparently this video was shot in the night, people who should be safely and soundly asleep in the comfort of their beds and, the safety of the love, of their parents. But look at them right now, just exposed to the vagaries of the weather in the forest where anything can attack them, surrounded by people who just want to hurt them. It's just so sad. How do you just treat people like this? Nobody's wearing face masks, obviously. That's even out of the question. If anybody has coronavirus, it would definitely spread in that era. It's just so sad. And, going through the conversation that people have been having online, you see people asking questions like, how do these videos come out there? What should be the role of our intelligence agencies, our security networks, our telecommunications agencies as well? Can they monitor, follow up? Definitely, this video was uploaded somewhere. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp. How did this video spread? I mean, if the DSS can easily just go pick up somebody for saying something online somewhere, I mean, why can't they do this? If Sheikh Gumi can easily waltz into the terrorists and come back and tell you that, oh, they are shy, they have feelings, oh, they just had a heartbreak. Definitely, the government knows where they are, and why is nothing being done? Oh, my.
Well, as painful as it is, that's the reality of where we are as a country today. And like I said last week, trains will not, fix, that or, change that reality. Rice will not.
Security should be the priority.
That's the reality of where Nigeria is today, as embarrassing as it is. And, I've even almost given up on let's call on security agencies to act. I'm now in a place where I'm just entirely embarrassed as to where the giant of Africa is today, that we have certain people who would hold, Nigerians for 48 days somewhere in the forest, in the bush. And we have a, government power that seems helpless and doesn't, know how to act or how to rescue these persons. We basically are just moving on as a country. And, if tomorrow we hear that 3 of all those people, I would say God forbid again, have been killed, just like the Greenfield incident, we move on, we continue to live our lives. The government, doesn't seem to have any bit of urgency with rescuing these Nigerians. And it brings me back to asking, what's the value of the Nigerian life? If those 48 people lose their lives in the forest today, what does Nigeria do? We were here when we reported 49 farmers or so that were beheaded a couple of months ago in the north. We moved on. Those were Nigerian lives. We were here when about 87 people were killed in Benue sometime in 2017 or so. We moved on. Those were also Nigerian lives. And so what makes this one different? Is it because they're students? It doesn't in any way give them more value than any other person who has been lost. And it's the same attitude that the Nigerian government has had with Nigerian lives for a long time. How did the Kankara rescue happen or release happen? How did Kagara happen? Why can't we deploy or employ those same tactics or those same means to get these people out? What's the value of the Nigerian life? This is the Nigerian reality. Regardless of how you try to sugarcoat it or how you try to point out other things. Oh, there's a second Niger bridge now. Those things do not in any way change what Nigeria's reality is.
They do not.
If you look across social media, you will see travel notices from different countries.
I was just going to say that.
From the United States. Everybody is warning their citizens about visiting Nigeria. And if you're in Nigeria, how you must stay safe. That's our reality. That's why Twitter won't come here. That's why no sensible company will come here.
I read, the press release, a travel advisory by the United States on Saturday morning. And I remember, the warning, stern warning, issued by the United States to citizens saying, the security agencies in Nigeria basically do nothing. They do nothing to help the situation. They kidnap U.S. citizens. They kidnap, even Nigerians who, lived in the U.S. Anybody we perceived where they kidnap them. They talked about the high spate of crime, violence, crime, kidnapping, murder. And they just want their citizens to stay clear. And if you're saying you want to build rail, it's to attract investors, it's to create 1 million jobs, who would come to your country to invest when they're not safe?
I don't want to say security agencies do nothing entirely. I would always give credit to them in moments where they've tried and where they've been brave and where they've acted right. Same thing with the Nigerian army. Those soldiers who are in the north today fighting, putting their lives on the line to keep us safe. I would always want to give them all the respect because I can't do it that they deserve. But it's still it's important that we continue to point these things out and demand a better and a safer Nigeria. It's a sad morning. Good morning. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going through the papers this morning. Demola Kimbola will be joining us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Let's now go through the major newspapers and see what stories make the headlines this morning. But before that, we'll say good morning to our guest, Mr. Ademola Akingbala, publisher of the Podium Media. Thank you for joining us. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll start this morning with stories from the Punch newspapers and see what we can quickly find and share with you. The big one there says, governors cry out, demand action from Buhari as 21 more Nigerians are killed. Insecurity level now terrible, says senators. Bello laments Boko Haram's occupation. Security situation very pathetic. Buhari should be told the truth, says Zulum. A National Assembly demands emergency declaration, asks Buhari to seek foreign help. All right. Reports rank Nigeria third worst country in the world. Buhari appeals to U.S. over insecurity, wants AFRICOM in Nigeria. And also no fuel price increase without fixing refineries, says NLC. We can also see on the Punch, Buhari standing aloof. His body language shows he is a Fulani president, says Otom. Some Islamic leaders fishing in troubled water, provoking Christians, says Khan. And also Lagos to award 4th mainland bridge contract in December. We can also see here Tinubu rubbishes reported rift with Buhari after Villa closed door meeting. And also ICPC probes uncovered 2,000 tax evading firms, recommends prosecution. Those are the ones that we will be sharing from the Punch this morning.
On the Nigerian Tribune, the headline reads, Autumn blasts Buhari, alleges president working for the Fulani. Suspected herdsmen attack IDP camp, kill 7. Above the headline, Afenifere is 70 today, begins low-key celebration. Buhari seeks U.S. support over security challenges once AFRICOM relocated to Africa. And on the State of the Nation stories here, Nigeria's situation calls for serious evaluation. That's according to Tinubu as he visits Buhari. Senate set to meet President. Lawan declares we must take back this country. Zulum at Asuvilla says Nigeria needs support to succeed against insurgents. Reps ask Buhari to declare state of emergency. And below the headline on the Nigerian Tribune, stories read, police dismiss 3 cops over extortion of LASU undergraduate. Confusion at AAU as 2 registrars assume duty. Kaduna insists no ransom will be paid to criminals. Oshimbajo here saying Nigeria difficult to police. Sell-offs of banking stocks dip market by 0.03%. And oil price rises as OPEC Plus sticks to plan to ease oil output cuts. Those are the stories on the Nigerian Tribune.
The Guardian newspaper's next. Buhari seeks help from U.S. over rising insecurity. Afenifere at 70, footprints of a colossus movement. And also, Benue State Governor Otom weeps as herders attack Benue IDP camp, kills 7. Stop inciting violence, Khan cautions Muslim leaders. And also $400 million UAE properties traced to top Nigerian politicians. We can also see here tough times ahead for states as federal government insists on a bailout repayment. And finally, this morning, 11 die in Ilorin road crash. Those are the ones on The Guardian.
And lastly, the Nation newspaper. The headline reads, Senator reps challenge federal government on state of security. That's the Nation newspaper. Senators, reps challenge federal government on state of security. Above the headline, how ex-governors, others, acquired 800 Dubai assets. President seeks urgent U.S. help on security. Commissioner says Lagos not phasing out yellow buses. Oyo traders protest over rebuilding approval. Others say Ibezim takes seat as Imo North governor. 5 die in Lagos-Ibadan road accident. And 7 killed in Benue IDP camp. Those are the ones we're taking this morning.
All right, Mr. Akingbala, you're welcome once again. Please go ahead. Let's hear your thoughts.
Thank you. This must be a very depressing period for every Nigerian conscience. I'm not sure it's really ever been this terrible. complained so much of insecurity under the previous administration, but I think what we're witnessing in Nigeria, especially since the beginning of this year, has been heart-wrenching, really. Remember about a month or two ago when the service chiefs were replaced, I did say that replacing the service chiefs would not necessarily solve our security problem. These are deep-seated and entrenched problems that even a foreign support will not immediately be solved. And we need to ask ourselves, why has Nigeria suddenly become ungovernable? Why has Nigeria suddenly become a hotbed of violence, of kidnapping? So many issues. One, you cannot rule out the activities of fifth columnists who are out to politicize and destabilize this government for whatever reason. Two, acute incompetence on the part of the commander-in-chief, on the part of the various people in charge of our security. Three, low morale of the personnel, army, police. They are not committed, okay? They are not loyal, and you can't blame them. A nation that doesn't take care of its armed forces during the time of peace should not expect much from them during the time of war. Nigeria is at war with itself now, okay? So the same armed forces that you haven't invested time, resources, emotion on, they can't give you what you expect from them. So the long and short of it, the National Assembly should stop playing to the gallery. A serious National Assembly should be moving a motion for the impeachment of Mr. President because he has failed, really, in terms of security. No matter how much you spend on infrastructure, you need people to be alive to enjoy this infrastructure. So if this government has consistently failed in the area of security, as we are all seeing, I do not know the justification that the National Assembly has for keeping the president in office. They are going to have a closed-door meeting with him. We don't need a closed-door meeting. Have an open door, have a public hearing, and move a motion for the impeachment of Mr. President on the grounds of incompetence. That is the state where we are in now.
Oh, well, I'm not sure if...
We don't have to wait till 2020.
I'm not sure if Senator Remi Tinubu would agree with you on that one, and other members of the National Assembly who believe more in party loyalty than in their responsibilities as lawmakers. Let's bring you in on the ranking, the Chandler government report, that puts Nigeria the third worst country. We're 102 out of 104. We're only better than Zimbabwe and Venezuela. What's your take on that?
It's not surprising. I mean, you and I we're living witnesses to what's going on, okay? Security and safety of the people is the first thing. It's the most critical index of development, okay? No matter how good your roads are, no matter how stable your power supply is, if people are not safe, then you don't have a country. So I'm not surprised. It's sad, but it's not something that we can truly say is surprising, okay? It's something that politicians want to debate as usual, but the reality on the ground suggests that Nigeria is not an ideal place, okay? But what we do is our country. It's our country. The only thing we can do, as we've been doing, is to keep calling on government to do the right thing, okay? This is not PDP, APC, and I wouldn't expect the PDP to make too much political capital out of what is going on now. We need all stakeholders to come together and fight this monster called banditry or whatever you call it. And state governors should stop rushing to Abuja or looking up to Abuja for solution. They are in charge of asking questions from our leaders at all levels, not just Buhari alone, governors, even National Assembly. So it's a situation that calls for a radical approach, okay? Because this is how we will be debating and be speaking big grammar, and the violence will continue, the kidnapping will continue, and nothing will happen. It's sad, really, sad. It's quite depressing.
Mr. Akimbola, you actually just mentioned Governor Otom and asking what he's really doing with security votes in the country. And he's also in the news I see him here on the front page of the Punch newspaper, below the headline, also on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune. Autumn blasting Buhari, alleging that the president works for the Fulani. He says, on the front page of the Punch newspaper, Buhari standing aloof. His body language shows he is...
So as to beef up security, while waiting for the federal government to do its part. I ask again, what has Benue State done? Okay, I saw the video yesterday, quite sad, quite pathetic. But hey, he should learn to lead by example. You want the president to wake up, you to wake up. And I think we've had cause to discuss Autumn here the last time he went to Abuja, and I said he has just gone there to waste his time. This is not the time for showmanship, this is time for action. Which of the state government can we commend for adequate security? Okay, which of them? I do not know. I want to see a state leading by example. So as much as we blame the president for being weak, we also need to blame the leaders at the grassroots. These states have commissioners, they have National Assembly members, they have various amorphous security organizations. What are they doing with the FTI man? Yes.
Let's move on to away from security now. There's a report on the Guardian this morning that says $400 million UAE properties traced to Nigerian politicians. Quickly share your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, it's something that we've always known. It's not just in the UAE. If you go to London, if you go to America, Nigerians own the choicest properties in major capital cities of the world. And those are the proceeds of corruption, okay? This is the money that should have been invested into the country to beef up security, to create employment. That is the money our leaders are taking abroad. Those are proceeds of corrupt practices, okay? So it's nothing new to me. We've always known that they are siphoning our resources overseas, putting this money in Swiss banks. Nigerians own the best properties in Dubai. Okay, so this report is just confirming what we know. And it just shows that we are not there yet in terms of fighting corruption. I said it some weeks ago, a country whose laws contain so many loopholes, the so-called anti-corruption laws, they have so many loopholes to the extent that someone can actually escape 2 years, 3 years imprisonment for stealing so much money. So unwittingly, we are providing incentive for corruption. We are rewarding corruption. We are rewarding our leaders who are indulging in corrupt practices. So the laws need to be tightened and the consequences need to be graver. We need to be stricter with our punishments. That's just the way to go. We need to look at those laws and begin to stipulate death sentences if we need to, okay? If we need to. Look at China, the things that our leaders cannot do in other countries, they do those things willingly, gleefully, Nigeria, because they know that as they are stealing, they are keeping some for settlement and bribing. So I'm not really surprised, sad.
Okay.
And it calls to question, where is the future of Nigeria? Where does the future lie?
Well, there's also something on the Punch this morning that's talking about AFRICOM. It says Buhari appeals to U.S. over insecurity, wants AFRICOM in Nigeria. Would you say that might be, an answer to some of our security challenges?
It may not be an answer, but it could be one of the things we need to do, really. Nobody understands your country more than your own people. Okay? Nobody. Even if the U.S. forces come into Nigeria, they will still need to work with Nigerian army, with our soldiers, with our policemen. Okay? So external support is good. And I think I remember asking government to seek external support. But external support has to be complementary. That cannot be the primary strategy. You must have your own security architecture, well organized, well funded. I talk about morale. Are we treating our security personnel well? Are they committed? The ease with which bandits overrun police stations. You wonder if there are no policemen in those police stations. You wonder if they don't have ammunition. Okay? And like I said, you cannot rule out the connivance of people who want to score political points. All right? So if we do not put our house in order, external support will make little or no impact. That's my view.
All right. So really about this African, issue, my question would be, is President Muhammadu Buhari justified in his request? Because this is the United States, Defense Command, and President Buhari is asking the U.S. to relocate this, from Germany to Nigeria when it seems that we can't even get our own house in order. Are we really justified in that request?
That call is well justified, okay? Like I said, if you become helpless, if you're at your wit's end, then you need support, okay? It's one thing for him to make that request. It's another thing for the U.S. government to accede to that request. So that request is well justified. Senator Bukola Saraki made the same call yesterday also, asking Buhari to seek external support, because it's obvious that we cannot win the war against insurgents. The way things are, we cannot. Okay, so while we are waiting for external support, we need to begin to look at areas where we need to improve. Charity begins at home. Okay, what do we need to do? All those loopholes, if we need to recruit more people into the armed forces, let's do that. Let's create a special fund. Okay, maybe for now we should stop infrastructure development and focus on security development. If we need to import more ammunition, how come bandits and criminals have more sophisticated weapons than Nigerian army? Those are issues that we need to look at. Okay, so even if the U.S. government grants our request and decides to relocate that command to Nigeria, we need something. Okay, we need a very strong foundation. Like I said, it's going to be complementary. It's not going to be the main thing that we have to depend on. So yes, that call by President Buhari is justified. I mean, somebody who is drowning has little or no choice, really. Okay. Nigeria is drowning security-wise. Yeah.
And also, there's also, the U.S. Army commands in other countries that have not really, changed or affected their security situations. There's, I think I read that there's a Turkish, I think there's a Turkish military base also in Somalia, but that hasn't really changed much. Like you said, if we don't start from home, there's no external support that will help our security situation. It's very important that we bring in, the factor, like you also mentioned, state governors, local government chairmen, and every other, political figurehead in the country needs to play a role at a time like this.
Yeah.
But it's an ongoing conversation. We hope that we all, and the country survives this period, to something better.
We need to demand greater transparency from state governors in terms of how they spend security votes. I've never seen a country where you vote so much money for a governor for security and nobody knows how much. From what I learned, it's a budget that nobody can question. Who does that? How do you vote someone in to be your leader and you cannot question the way he's spending your money? And the same governor is the one that will shout, Buhari is not doing anything. The money that has been entrusted into your care, what have you done with it? I mean, it goes beyond buying a few vans and a few motorcycles for the police. You make too much media noise about it, and people think that you are working to improve security. No.
All right.
That doesn't even scratch the surface at all. It does not.
Demola Akingbala, thank you so much for your time this morning. Thanks for starting our program for us, and we wish you a great day ahead.
Yes, thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
Bye.
28th of April. Stay with us here on The Breakfast. We're going into Today in History next. I'm going to be sharing a very sad incident that occurred in 2012, a car crash that, of course, cost the lives of 3 journalists here in Nigeria.
But I'll be sharing some good news in India. Do stay with us.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The lazy man does not roast what he took in hunting, but diligence is a man's precious possession. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakari. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Let's now share with you things that happened today in history, the 28th of April. I'm starting with a really sad story that took place in 2012, somewhere on the expressway in Edo State. It was on this day that an auto crash happened. Of course, Nigerian Union of Journalists were thrown into mourning on this day. It was the shocking death of 3 journalists who were involved in a ghastly motor accident involving the convoy of Governor Adams Oshiomhole along the Warake Auchi Road, Isako West Local Government area of the state. The accident occurred sometime around 12:45 p.m. when the convoy was coming from an Action Congress of Nigeria meeting. At that time, of course, Governor Oshiomhole drove himself and escaped death by the whiskers when a tipper lorry was said to have rammed into his convoy. The governor was at the hospital with the victims, which also included his security details, as of course he tried to press on the doctors to do what was necessary to save their lives. Eventually, of course, 3 of those persons, journalists who were a part of that convoy and members of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, all passed on that day. And so it was a really, really sad incident. A lot of them were taken to Benin Central Hospital at the end of the day when, of course, the case became critical. It was on this day, once again, there's not too much in the story to share, that those 3 journalists died in that car accident.
So
really sad. Yes, really, really sad. I remember also, can't remember his name now, that also passed in a car accident. I think it was I don't want to make any mistakes, but similar story.
Yeah. But in this day in history as well, April 28th, back in the year, we're talking about 2018, the government of India announced that electricity has reached every village in India. So the Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that this was achieved when a remote village in the northeastern state of Manipur became the last to be connected to the grid. And nearly 600,000 villages in India had been given electricity connection. We know that India is the third largest consumer of power, and also the 3rd largest producer of power. But even though there were lots of political opposition to that, opposition parties, called this achievement a ruse, that, this was ahead of the elections in the country, but like I mentioned, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted that it will be remembered as a historic day in the development of India. And he had promised, some years back in his independence speech in 2015 that every Indian village will be electrified in the next 1,000 days. But we know that media reports, investigations after that showed that this great stride of village electrification in India still leaves 90% of people in India, without electricity. Yet they had been connected to the grid, but the power distribution was an issue. Right, I think we still have places, in Nigeria not connected to the grid, but they all have been connected to the grid. But the issue remains, getting the power distributed, down to their homes, their businesses, and where they actually need it most. But they're one step ahead.
I think EKEDC needs to move offices to India and see what they can do to assist.
Right. What they can do to assist? Or
see how they can,
you mean learn?
I mean, so it's a good thing. I mean, that every community in India now has been connected to the grid. The next stage, obviously, would be to power, all these communities.
Yes.
I don't know how much electricity India currently generates, but we always share these stories and bring it back home. And of course, talk about our own situation. We're still hovering around 4,000 megawatts for a country of 200 million people. There's places that are not connected to the grid. There's places who have been connected to the grid but have not had power in 3 years. I remember when I was on radio, then people used to call the EEDC and say, you know, our community in Abakaliki or our community in Benue or, you know, here and there have not had power in 2 years or had power in 3 years.
Everybody uses generators.
Yeah, you know, and that's life that they've been used to for the last couple of years. So let's, you know, as much as, you know, we would celebrate the fact that India has taken that step, it is also a good thing, you know, and their population is entirely insane. So I know it must be also difficult to ensure that every single person in India has electricity. But it's also the same thing that we will do here in Nigeria and make sure that everybody's connected to the grid and everybody gets their prepaid meters and everybody gets, you know, constant electricity. The electricity situation in Nigeria is too poor, you know, to even shame India.
I don't really know how true this is, but this is what I heard, you know, in my neighborhood, you know, about how, you know, the government was, you know, distributing free prepaid meters, and because of that, the you know, EKDC people were very angry and they stopped giving people lights. I don't know how that's true, but that's what I heard.
Well, we have our peculiar
But you should be happy that, I mean, that's your job to provide it. So
from generation to transmission to distribution. And of course, bill payments also. Nigerians also.
But do you know how much people paid for those prepaid meters?
Yeah, well, you know,
some people paid as much as 100K.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to point out, you know, there's always a, you know, some way or the other where, you know, there's corruption in the system where it's, you know, it's flawed. You know, but I'm saying that Nigerians themselves have their own issues, you know, with paying bills. There's people who steal electricity. There's people who tap electricity and, you know, bypass their meters. There's so much, you know.
My neighbor discovered that his neighbor had been stealing his power for like 18 months.
Yeah, those things happen.
It's like you're paying power bills for 2 families.
Absolutely. All right. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we're moving into our first major conversation for today. The Chandler Government Index ranking of Nigeria. Like I said earlier, we're only better than Zimbabwe and Venezuela. Nigeria ranks 102 out of 104. And of course, the 3rd worst country to live in. The worst governed country, by the way.
Okay, you have it already, Abi. I am not hungry. If I need an appointment, all I need to do is to offices. We will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. There's a new report which ranked Nigeria as the 3rd worst governed country in the world. The country ranked 102 out of 104 countries in the Chandler Government Index, only ahead of Zimbabwe and Venezuela. The index ranks countries using indices like leadership and foresight, laws and policies, strong institutions, global influence and reputation, financial stewardship, attractive marketplace, and helping people rise. 2 public analysts joining us this morning. Osea Aneni is in Abuja and Nick Agwele is joining us from the UK. Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us. Good morning.
All right. I want to begin.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I want to begin with the basics. 104 countries were ranked for effectiveness and, you know, capability. Nigeria scored 102. We know that in the next few hours, next few days, the government authorities would begin to release press statements, you know, questioning these figures and basically debunking them, saying, you know, it's not true. It doesn't represent realities on ground like we've seen, you know, in time past. But do we have evidence that questions this index?
I think let's have Osea Aneni speak on that.
Yes. Thank you, guys. So the thing with these types of measures are that they are largely independent. They're largely done by, you know, world-renowned think tanks. They're largely populated by data from credible institutions. And most importantly, they are not targeted at Nigeria. So it's not an index that set out to make Nigeria look bad. So you have your Transparency International Index, you have your Global Insecurity Index, etc. And you know, if the Nigerian government were to take this.
Okay, it seems we're having issues connecting with Osea Aneni. Nick Agwele, can you hear us?
We may have lost both of them now. Okay, this is why we're ranked so poorly. All right.
NEC Telecom's on that list, but
we're going to reconnect with our guests this morning, and keep the conversation going. Why did we score so poorly? And I like one thing that Osaneni said. This wasn't targeting Nigeria. It basically is ranking countries across the world. So it is not a, report that is sponsored by the opposition or sponsored by anybody to make Nigeria look bad. It basically has rated, countries across the world, and this is how we fared. There's also,
Are you sure it wasn't
details.
sponsored though?
No, it wasn't.
Are you sure it wasn't, a plot of the opposition party?
No, it wasn't.
To target the ruling party.
There's, part of, the report. I read through it yesterday. That mentioned certain things, with regards to corruption and the likes. Osaneni, welcome back.
All right, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can
Fantastic.
You hear me?
Please continue.
Okay. So yes, it's not. It's fortunately or unfortunately, it's not a PDP plot. We're not a member of this Chandler government. But interestingly enough, there is a Nigerian on the board. I think Mr. Okerele. He's from the World Bank, and this index does give insight into the problems we are facing as a country. We know we have education problems, for instance, which is one of the helping people rise issues. We know we have corruption. We know we have insecurity issues. I think recently we came up as the country with the largest unelectrified population in the world. We're one of the most insecure. When you talk about trade and government ability to manage the economy, we have one of the largest debt overhangs we've ever had in this country right now. We struggled with AFTA. How do you encourage trade when you, for instance, we do things like border closure? So I think it should be a pointer to the government. The things were spelled out very clearly, and they tell us where we're failing. Any serious government will look at this as a roadmap to progress and prosperity instead of an opposition party manifesto.
All right, let's get your perspective, Mr. Nick Ajule. What do you think regarding, the authenticity of this index?
Thank you very much. Before I say anything, I would like to say that as Nigerians, we should not be discouraged by the statements that are issued by the government, because all over the world, people who are employed to launder the image of the government, they do their job by issuing press statements, defending government policies. It's their daily bread. So that is going to happen. What we need to do as Nigerians is, when a report such as this is being released and the government counters it, we need to look at empirical evidence. We are Nigerians. We live in Nigeria. Are we safe? Can we feed? Do we have infrastructure to go about? Are our schools well maintained and strong? If we feel sick, do we have public health institutions we can approach? If the answers to these things are negative, then we should just know that this report is not meant to run us down as a people or as a nation, but it's just saying the obvious. And if government issues a statement to debunk it and say it's not true, that this is some sort of international conspiracy against us, we should be able to reject that. Because it's not as if we are not living with these realities. We are indeed living and experiencing these issues.
All right.
And let me just expand a bit to say that if you look at this ranking, it's a country that is set for stardom.
Set for stardom.
Right. Seems you've lost Nick again. I'm not sure what's going on. Osaneni, are you there? Can you hear us? I guess we've lost both, but I'm going to bring in Osaneni when we come back. Of course, the next question goes to him. It's still with regards to the report and the indices that were used to create the report. Something that it says there about massive and widespread corruption that it says, is evident in every sphere of government in Nigeria, including the judiciary and security agencies and all of that. So I would like that we look closer at that, because the Nigerian government has always, and the Minister of Information has always spoken about how well we've done with our fight against corruption. And of course, you know, the number of times and the amount of money that we've been able to recover from politicians and people who have stolen Nigeria's money. I remember the EFCC chairman also had made mention of billions and billions of naira. Ose Aneni, would come back to you. Nick Agule, apologies for that. I'm not sure what's going on with the network this morning. But let's go back to Ose Aneni. One of the things, if you read from the report, it states there, massive, widespread and pervasive corruption affected all levels of government, including the judiciary and security services. Then I want to read a response to Transparency International's report in January from Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed. It says here that the Minister of Information assured that the country's anti-corruption agenda, which has placed great emphasis on corruption prevention measures and building of integrity system. I've seen how hard we've worked in the fight against corruption, and seen, you know, the effort that the Nigerian government has put to, you know, put us in a better place with regards to corruption.
The answer to that is quite simple. You cannot rule by propaganda. We were in this country when the former anti-corruption czar, Magu, was apprehended by this government and charged for corruption activities. You know, so if this government is even questioning their own leadership, how then do they query these types of data? And the problem is that, you know, again, I say you cannot rule by propaganda. The rest of the world is looking at these measures and are acting. So you see companies taking businesses away from Nigeria and moving to other sub-Saharan Africa. Now, I'm not talking about continent-wide. I'm not talking about South Africa or Kenya. I'm talking about our near abroad. So you see countries moving to Ghana. Recently, there was this big furore when Twitter decided to move to Ghana. And they listed almost the same things that this index listed about transparency, about personal rights, about respect for law and order. When, for instance, you know, you beam out to the world an assault on the judiciary. I don't know if you recall when the DSS went in the middle of the night to break down the doors of judges, or when you remove your Chief Justice of Nigeria in the way we did just before the 2019 elections and replace him with what many analysts have called a patsy or a stooge. You start to weaken trust, not just in your judiciary, but in the very essence and structures of what holds the nation up. And I would seriously suggest that rather than look at this as just an attack on government, analysts within government sit down and look at this information and try to address every single one. Okay. And it's very concerning that, for instance, even with all the insecurity in Mali, the terrorist issues these guys are having in Mozambique, the recent, I'll call it change in government in Chad, we are third from bottom. We are only above Zimbabwe, which is literally a failed state, and Venezuela. It's a problem. We aren't competing with the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, not to talk about the rest of the world. And with the size of our population, it should concern every single person who is truly interested in progress of Nigeria. If there's any positive, it's that, you know, we have been on the path of progress before. I recall in 2013 or so, Nigeria was one of the world's fastest growing economies. We're the largest economy.
All right. Well, back to it again. Of course, we will struggle to have this conversation this morning, but we will succeed.
Yes.
Eventually.
We apologize for the network punctuation. We'll get back to our guests and get, you know, all the insights that they have to offer. And really, with this conversation, I would like us to begin to, you know, peek at the you know, single points that they've mentioned. They said that they use 34 indices that they organized into 7 pillars. They talked about leadership and policies. They talked about robust laws. They talked about, you know, security, helping people rise. I'd like us to begin to take a look at these indices one after the other and really see, as a country, where do we stand, you know, and be honest with ourselves. Let's have, you know, very honest conversations regarding this. And eventually, you know, towards the end of the conversation, ask, What is the likes of Singapore, of Switzerland, of Finland, doing much, much better than us that we can learn from? And what's stopping us really from emulating, the facts and the policies that have been put to work in those countries?
Well, you might be going too far. You might just reach out to Ghana. Switzerland and Finland are, a world apart from us. But it's really about institutions, and one of the institutions that should protect Nigerians, institutions that should ensure that Nigerians get a very, very robust social welfare package at all times. One of the things that was mentioned, and I think I'm going to go into that next, was the COVID-19 pandemic and how our institutions failed Nigerians during the pandemic. It's one of the things that I believe did a lot of damage to us, with this report. How well our institutions are being fixed. We have, in the last couple of days discussed a minister who, was apparently forgiven by the presidency, whereas we should have a presidency as an institution, not as a person, not as a Garba Shehu or Femi Adesina or President Muhammadu Buhari. The presidency should be an institution that should have its standards and should have, ways with which it functions. So these are some of the things that we completely lack as a nation. And it's sad. I started the show this morning talking about how sad, our reality truly is. And there's really not much of propaganda that can change what that, reality is, because it stares us in the face. And you can't avoid it. There's some good things that you can point at and say, yes, these things are working. The trains, for example, there are people who can now travel by train, even if, yes, it's still risky security-wise, but at least those things, are in the works, and they are in motion somehow, some way. So you can point that out and say, yes, at least give them that they've made that happen. But aside that, where are we as a nation? Do we still have the guts to call ourselves the giant of Africa in any way whatsoever? Ose Aneni, welcome back. We completely apologize. I know this isn't how we planned to have this conversation. But welcome back. I want you to speak on the another part of the report. It says the CGGI explained that the ranking came during the COVID-19 pandemic, which exposed the strengths and weaknesses in institutions, laws, and leadership in countries as governance decides the success of these countries. So I want you to speak on how we handled the period of the COVID-19 pandemic and the institutions that we had in Nigeria, to protect and, of course, to ensure a life for Nigerians. How embarrassing was our COVID-19 period?
So I think the COVID-19 pandemic sort of tested all government structures all across the world. And, we need to remember that leadership, comes to the fore when there are problems, not when everything is fine. So the COVID-19, I don't think, should be an excuse. What happened, for instance, in India and in the UK and America, you saw even though these were developed or almost developed nations, they struggled as well. In Nigeria, I think we have just been lucky that it hasn't been as devastating health-wise for us, but it has clearly exposed our inability to respond to nationwide crisis. If you have a flood or some other natural disaster or something like Ebola, for instance, if it comes back now, I don't know whether we'll be ready for it. And it goes back, I think, to maybe just a lack of trust in government and in leadership to provide solutions for us. The videos that we saw of people climbing warehouses, trying to get to hoarded boxes of Indomie and rice still traumatize me to this day. And again, I pray that the government looks at this report as a wake-up call. People have lost trust in the judiciary. People have lost trust in the armed forces and the police. People do not believe that this government's economic policies will lift them out of poverty. And I hope truly that the government looks at this, every single of the 34 indicators, and starts to use it as a roadmap to progress and prosperity.
All right. Mr. Nika Durili, I want to bring you in again. Are you there with us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So when I read this Chandler report, I saw, something very important that they mentioned. And they said that the strongest correlation to good governance, according to their findings, was, the anti-corruption fight. But we have a government, day in, day out, that publicizes reports of just how many people they have arrested, how much they're doing regarding anti-corruption. So how then do we, marry this to data we're seeing here, seeing that was scored so low, but, the media reports we see every day from the EFCC and other anti-corruption agencies, seems like they're making progress?
The government can always issue reports and talk about the progress that is being made. But as Nigerians, we have to look at empirical evidence. We're living in the country, we're seeing around us. We know that people who hitherto were jobless, had nothing to do, and take political office, and then suddenly they come upon stupendous wealth overnight. And these people are not being held to account. So any notion by the government that the anti-corruption war is being executed is not enough. That's what I would say. It's not adequate. Because if it were, then we wouldn't be having this spate of corruption all over the place. Why do we know there's corruption? Every year, governments at all levels, federal, state, and local governments, they make budgets. And these budgets cover all the facets of the human development indices, education, healthcare, infrastructure, and all of that. But we don't see these things improving. So if there is budget for roads, and we are not seeing roads improving, there's budget for water, and we are not getting pipe-borne water into our homes. There's budget for education, but we see public schools are not getting better. Then what is the result? The simple result is that the budget is going somewhere else. If the budget was going to where it was targeted, we will see improvement in these services. Right. So our duty as Nigerians is to appraise government statements vis-a-vis what we are seeing, vis-a-vis empirical evidence. All right. And if empirical evidence does not suggest that our lives are better this year than they were last year, it then means that the 2021 budget is not doing its work. That's all I can say about that.
Oseneni, can we still salvage, the Nigerian situation? Is it still possible that we can fix the current government in power, and of course, change our ratings? If there's going to be a Chandler government index rating, maybe in 2023 or 2024, is there still a possibility that we can move higher up on that rating? Mauritius currently is the highest country in Africa, African country rather, in the rating. Is there still a possibility that that can be done? And what, steps would you say should be taken?
Let me just jump in quickly. I think unfortunately nothing will be done because we are firmly in campaign season now. And maybe that's the problem we have with this 4-year election cycle. You only really have 2 years to govern, and then the remaining 2 years is wasted in campaigning. And the problem is because of the nature of and the seriousness of the challenges we're facing, I truly worry whether we might even be able to have 2023 elections if insecurity and economic deprivation continues at pace. So I would again urge all government actors in government and even opposition politicians to set politics aside and just focus on fixing Nigeria. If we course correct, in 2 years that will happen, but I don't believe it will happen. I don't know if you recall recently when Lagos passed a law mandating Lagos State Courts to take over anti-corruption cases. And the signal this sent out was that they were doing it because certain actors in Lagos were being prosecuted by the federal. We cannot be playing politics with basic government, with basic rule of law, with basic economics. We cannot afford to. And I truly hope that the government sits down and looks at this report and uses it to course correct. It's interesting to note that corruption was signaled as the largest indicator of failed governance, and we are right at the bottom. You know, we also saw what happened in the NDDC National Assembly probe, where billions of naira was stolen, and when these people were brought to account, they started fainting on national television. Yet nobody has been arrested, nobody has been charged to court, the whole matter has been swept under the table. So why are we surprised we are at the bottom at any good governance index? Like Nick said, empirical evidence suggests that we deserve to be where we are, and we really need to start fixing these fundamental problems before the nation collapses around our heads.
Nick, let's go back to Nick. We're 2 years from the elections, just like Jose has mentioned. Nigerians are going to be seeing new political actors, or maybe the same faces, coming to vie for positions. What are the things that you think should be asked of these persons if we need to in any way move higher up on this ranking?
Nigerians, since the advent of this current democratic dispensation in 1999, we have voted people into office based on maybe they brought bags of rice to us and cubes of Maggi, or the person is from my village, or is from my state, or is from my geographic location, or he speaks the same language with me. And it has failed us. From 1999 to date, we have elected people who, instead of delivering good governance to us, have focused on self-enrichment and other agenda that they have. For 2023, Nigerians, first and foremost, must elect leaders who have a pedigree of community service. If someone has never been part of the community, never cared about what the community is going through, and only showed up when it is election time, you should know that that man is a businessman. He just came to buy your votes. He has no interest in serving you. We have people who have been with the communities, who have stood with the communities, not for any personal gain. People who have used their own resources to make communities better. We know them. These are the people we should bring into office. If people don't have compassion over the sufferings of the people, and you give them political office, there's no way they can't give what they don't have. But if we have people who ordinarily are not even interested in power, their job is more or less like charity. They have always been there. That is the first thing. We must look at candidates. We don't even have to look at political parties. We must appraise each candidate by his or her own merit. The second thing is that there is general empathy amongst Nigerians when it comes to the electoral process. The presidential election of 2019 had probably there were 30 million votes. 30 million votes out of 200 million Nigerians gave us this government that we have now. Other Nigerians sat at home and they were expecting other people to go and vote for them. Every Nigerian must take part in the political process. We cannot be sitting in the sitting room and saying that the kitchen is dirty and we're expecting clean food to come from that kitchen for us to eat. So Nigerians are saying the politics is a dirty game. They don't want to associate. We feel good by saying we don't do politics. That has to stop. Everybody, every Nigerian of voting age must get their PVCs. The PVC registration or renewal process is going to begin in June, as advertised by INEC. We must get our PVCs. That is the first level of participation. And then we must go out and vote. And then when we go out to vote, we must defend our votes. Don't collect 500 naira and sell your vote. You will suffer in the next 4 years. So we must sensitize our people. The middle class of Nigerians, that is those who are well-educated, working in good companies, living in estates, they live this political space for the lower class. We must come out from our beautiful estates. We must descend from our high-rise buildings and be part of the political process. It is upon us to educate our people and tell them that they must be part of the political process.
Okay.
So carrying our PVC should be a thing of pride, a thing of, if somebody does not have a PVC, he should be looked upon as a societal reject.
All right.
It's the only way we can arrest the decline.
Mr. Ajuli,
and move forward.
I have a question for you and Mr. Aneni quickly. Looking at this global government index, they mentioned economy as one of the key indices that they used to rate these countries, and they mentioned that the countries that scored really high, they had great market economies. And you see here in Nigeria, lots of entrepreneurs, but they complain about the ease of doing business. Even just to register your business is a problem. To get your NAFDAC registration number is a problem. Just lots of challenges. So going forward, in the light of what we've been discussing for the next elections and the next government we're about to, have, what should they do to make our, marketplace more attractive? Ms. Ajule first.
The government, President Buhari only needs to have one agenda, and that agenda is law enforcement. Nigeria has a lot of laws.
Okay, while we're struggling to get Mr. Ajule, Osanene, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, please let us know your thoughts on this matter.
I think the next government, should resist the temptation that this current government fell into in 2015, when you sort of pick just one or two issues and build your campaign around. I think Nigeria is such a diverse country with such a diversity of problems that what we need is not one candidate to come in and fix the economy or one candidate to come in and fix the security, but a candidate who can bring together, if he doesn't have the aptitude himself, a collection of leaders that can address all the problems Nigeria is dealing with at the same time. Speaking to this government, you have this sort of dichotomy or this tension where I will admit that Professor Osinbajo has pushed for the ease of doing business reforms, but then you have other arms of government, for instance, like at the presidency, where they are shutting down cross-border trade, or the central bank is banning items on the import list and only giving licenses to billionaires. This type of dissonance, scares investors away. And if this government were to address, the fact that we have almost 50% of our youth unemployed and we have double-digit inflation, if they were to address this problem, it would be to address it in one voice and not have different arms pulling in different directions. So the 2023 election, what I would say is I think the only legacy this government has left to do is to give us a free and fair election. And that would have to be anchored on electoral reforms. I don't, just looking at the body language of the presidency and the National Assembly, I don't think we will have truly widespread electoral reform, but we don't need truly widespread electoral reform. It can be incremental progress, and that would be better. If the electoral process in 2023 is better than 2019, that's good enough. And then the next government can build on whatever progress this government manages to leave us with. But I want to do a call to the media. You guys do have a role to play in campaigns and elections. The media cannot, I think, afford to sit on the fence because you are also stakeholders in the Nigerian project. So I would love to see the media take a more active role in amplifying the flaws and abilities of candidates so Nigerians are not deceived by partisan propaganda.
All right. Osaneni, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for speaking with us. Nick Agule, also thank you for joining us this morning. We apologize for the poor network quality most of the interview. Thank you very much for sharing with us this morning. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Yes, have a great day.
All right.
on the electricity debate. That's another area that we can discuss at another
Indeed.
time.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We can't wait to talk about that in the nearest future. So we'll take a break here and return to discuss the World Day for Workplace Health and Safety right after this.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
had that
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Final conversation this morning is on World Workplace Safety.
And health.
It's a happy World Day for Safety and Health at Work. The annual day is observed on the 28th of April and raises awareness on the prevention of occupational accidents and diseases. Here's a look at what it's all about.
Annual World Day for Safety and Health at Work is observed on the 28th of April to raise awareness on the prevention of occupational accidents and diseases. It is a campaign intended to focus attention on creating and promoting a safety and health culture that can help reduce the number of work-related deaths and injuries. The International Labour Organization started observing the day in 2003 in the face of rising incidences of workplace accidents and diseases. It is estimated that 500 million people suffer from such hazards annually, and 2.3 million succumb to the accidents and work-related illnesses. That is an average of 6,000 deaths every day. This year, the World Day for Safety and Health at Work focuses on leveraging the elements of an occupational safety and health system, as set out in the Promotional Framework for Occupational Safety and Health Convention 2006. The International Labour Organization will take this opportunity to raise awareness and stimulate dialogue on the importance of creating and investing in resilient occupational safety and health systems. It will also be drawing on both regional and country examples in mitigating and preventing the spread of COVID-19 at the workplace. In Nigeria, there are more than 164,000 confirmed cases of the disease. This indicates an urgent need for companies to observe and follow the requirements for the World Day for Safety and Health at Work. Each of us is responsible for stopping deaths and injuries at work. The government is responsible for providing the infrastructure, laws, and services necessary to ensure that workers remain safe and that enterprises flourish. This includes the development of a national policy and program. It also includes a system of inspection to enforce compliance with occupational safety and health legislation. Employers are responsible for ensuring that the work environment is safe and healthy. Workers are responsible for their own protection and that of others. It's also their responsibility to know their rights and participate in the implementation of preventive measures. Work hard, observe all COVID-19 safety precautions, and stay safe. Happy World Day for Safety and Health at Work.
Happy World Day for Safety and Health at Work, and we're wishing that to all Nigerians and everyone who's watching us this morning. We'll say good morning to our guest, Michael Ogu, who's a HR expert. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, good
morning. Thank you so much, and good morning.
Morning to you. This is not a very familiar, discussion around Nigerian workplaces, mostly because a lot of Nigerians are used to, just whatever it is that they see, they take at the office. So let's start with talking about how much we lack in our Nigerian, work environment. How much, do Nigerian workers lack with regards to health and safety and the respect, for Nigerian workplaces?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. And I would say that the awareness, like you rightly said, it's on an average basis. So if you take a workplace that has about 20 employees, for example, maybe about 5 to 8 of them will be aware of safety principles, safety measures, and safety procedures. However, we have a lot of manufacturing companies in Nigeria that are very safety conscious and, very safety aware. For example, you have Nigerian Bottling Company PLC, you have 7up Bottling Company PLC, where before you enter these factories, you are given a safety briefing, and then you are given, personal protective equipment before you enter the factory. However, we also have, a couple of safety guidelines enshrined in our labor and employment laws, like the Factory Act, the Employee Compensation Act, just to mention a few.
Okay. Well, I've been to a couple of those factories, like you mentioned, and yes, I agree that those things do exist. But, one thing that I also believe is lacking, aside these companies, they all have international head office, branches, where I believe, those safety rules and regulations trickle down to their offices here in Nigeria. Aside, that, are Nigerians aware, really, of what, a safe working environment should be like? Do Nigerians demand enough of those safe working environments?
Thank you so much. And to be very honest, I will say that very few Nigerians are aware of their rights in terms of safety. That is not to say that they cannot demand for a safe working environment, but because their awareness is low, a lot of them cannot make those demands on their employers. And when the introduction was reeled out about the World Health Safety Day, as enshrined by the ILO, you will realize that COVID-19 has been classified as an occupational disease in the recent reports on occupational safety and health as released by the ILO. So the awareness is very low. However, both government, employers, and HR practitioners, and even safety professionals have a lot of work to do to carry this awareness and let people know that they have a right to a safe working environment.
All right, Mr. Ogu, I want us to, break this down for the layman to understand. When we're saying that Nigerian workers and even workers all over the world have a right to health and safety at work, what exactly do we mean? Could you help us break this down into, the basics? What would it mean for there to be health and safety at work?
Okay, thank you so much. Let's start from our local laws. The Nigerian Labour Act puts it that the employer has a duty to provide a safe working environment. What that means is that the environment must be safe. The tools that the employer uses to work does not expose them to hazard risk. Also the employer must put in place insurance, policies that will ensure that if there is a workplace accident, such employee who is involved in an accident must be taken care of. Also, there is the duty on the employer to ensure that there is continuous training, continuous enlightenment around safety rules, safety procedures, and finally, the provision of personal protective equipment. These are just some of the basics.
All right, and go back to when you spoke about COVID-19, because it obviously opened up a lot of conversations about the safety of health workers. And of course, has changed, I believe, a lot of the way that we work here in Nigeria inclusive. Has also opened up the space for remote working and for people to be able to work from home. And so how would you say that, the Nigerian workspace has been able to adapt to have a safer working environment in the face of a pandemic?
Thank you so much for that question. And so when we look at the COVID-19 pandemic, it happened on all of us in Nigeria. Even globally, there was no playbook for any company to adapt. So most of the things that we began to do as employers and employees were things that we did as we learned to adapt. However, let me put it on record that a lot of employers began to change their mode of working and they adapted almost immediately. So I can tell you some of my colleagues who work in other companies have rotational shifts. So it's not everyone that comes to work every day. And for those who are on site, social distancing has been observed. They are given personal protective equipment like nose masks. And for those who work in factories, they are given protective gloves and all of that. So a lot of organizations really adapted. If we take a scale of 1 to 10, we can say 8 out of every 10 organizations has adapted. Even some of the traditional organizations who said remote working is impossible have had to use technology to make their work more efficient and effective.
So you mentioned a bit earlier in our conversation some laws we have in Nigeria, that provides for health and safety of Nigerian workers. But in terms of, how it applies in the practical world, how would you rate the level of compliance to these laws, especially by Nigerian employers, to their staff?
Okay, thank you for that question. And I would rate the level of compliance a 5 out of 10. The reason is because safety is a worldwide phenomenon, regardless of what the primary mode of business the organization is involved in. So I've been to a lot of factories and some of them observe safety regulations. But if you go to other companies who are not involved in manufacturing, they barely have safety protocols. So the level of compliance is a 5 out of 10. Can it be better? Yes.
Can Nigerians, what kind of things can Nigerians sue their employers for? In what ways, would you say a Nigerian can take advantage of the labor laws and seek justice if he feels like his life was threatened in the workplace or his safety was threatened in the workplace? Can you give us examples?
Okay, one of the examples I would like to cite is in the Workmen's Compensation Act, which is now the Employee Compensation Act, revised 2010. There's what we call mental stress or mental duress. And so an employee can actually sue their employer if they feel that they have been put under mental duress or mental stress. So that's one of the examples enshrined in our laws. Of course, there are also other things the employee can sue for, workplace accidents that happen on site, and then also accidents that happen when the employee is on his way to work. So these are some examples of cases where an employee can ask for compensation or go to court.
So duress.
Yes, I took a look at the employee compensation for workplace injury in Nigeria and legal remedies. So indeed, I was really surprised to see that, an employee can actually sue a company, if they don't do this, they're actually entitled to compensation if they, get in an accident on their way to work, on their way to get lunch, if they've been put under mental stress. But I want to really ask about the applicability of these laws. Because in a situation where an employer would, dare to tell an employee, this month we're going to pay all of you half salaries, and you can do nothing about it. What really, can an employee do about that?
So that's a very dicey question, but let me also let you know that the National Industrial Court of Nigeria, which is the Superior Court of Reckoning, has actually passed judgments on issues that you have raised in this question. There have been awards of people who had proven cases of, mental duress. There have also been cases of people who have been compensated for accidents and all of that. Now, coming to the issue of, salary cuts, an employer cannot just cut salaries, arbitrarily or unilaterally. They need to engage their employees to say, this is what is happening in the business. What would you suggest we do? Because there is a contract of employment, and that contract of employment dictates what happens and how the employment relationship, proceeds. So if the employer wants a salary cut, they need to engage their employees. So that's the way forward.
All right. Lastly, from me, can an employee seek compensation if he or she is sexually assaulted in the workplace and the company doesn't protect them or anything like that? How do these laws protect employees from sexual harassment and assault?
Yes, so when we go back to the ILO convention that was referenced when the introduction was read at, Nigeria is a signatory to the ILO, and so a lot of the ILO conventions have been ratified by Nigeria. And the National Industrial Court, which is the Court of Superior Reckoning, has been empowered to import international best practices when it comes to determining cases around sexual harassment, victimization, bullying, retaliation, and all of that. So yes, if an employee has proof, such an individual can seek redress at the National Industrial Court of Nigeria.
All right, so Mr. Ogu, basically, the summary of what we've said today is that, Nigerians or workers, even globally, have a right to, their health and safety at the workplace, and that they even need to go a step further to research and find out, what their rights are. I mean, they need to know what they're entitled to, what compensation they deserve, and all of that, and also important for them to seek redress in the court of law when their rights are breached. I mean, that's basically what we're saying, isn't it, Mr. Ogu?
Yes, please.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time. You're a human resource expert. Thanks for speaking to us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. So Wednesday, April 28th is the World Day for, workplace health and safety. Read up on the laws, what you're entitled to in the workplace. Like you said, don't let your employers just arbitrarily just cut your salaries, without, due explanation.
And also stress.
Things like that. Yes, mental stress.
There's some of the things that, a lot of Nigerians have to deal with. I know people who have to continue to fight off MDs and general managers and people higher in higher positions in the office who continue to make sexual advances towards them, and when they complain, the company does nothing.
How many people can even complain? You hide in shame. You want to save your job. All these considerations.
So there's a lot that Nigerians need to learn to demand a safer work environment. And stress, man, Plus TV Africa needs to unstress me. Anyway, thanks a lot for staying with us all through this Wednesday morning. It's been a very interesting time, and we hope that you enjoyed it. If you missed out on any of our conversations this morning, quickly join us on our social media platforms at Plus TV Africa, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa.
Yes, thank you very much for keeping it to date with us. I am Aneta Felix.
And I am Osaogi Ogbon. See you at 9.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice-chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Eson Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in his 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieve national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in a Tiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine art career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. It's all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn new ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world. And then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during those periods, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jags, Ice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. So he could gather money and go back to school, and, you know, so I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it, you know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but yeah, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, you know, going offshore, going to the field. But, you know, the dream started to come alive again. You know, I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and, you know, that spark started to burn again. You know, I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do, but rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray, and that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this is what's popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. They were making me carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but that's what works for me, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Welcome to The Advocate, where your panelists discuss thought-provoking topics in a no-holds-barred manner. In other words, we call a spade a spade. I'm advocating for the need for an electoral college in Nigeria. Late American politician Edward Kennedy once said, "The Constitution does not just protect those whose views we share, it also protects those with whose views we disagree." Today, Joyce is continuing from where she stopped last week as she continues on this matter of Constitution. It is important we speak for a new and better Constitution. And finally, Kayode is asking how we decide who the victim is in various situations. Stay with us. The need for electoral college in Nigeria. At independence, Nigeria held great optimism. Political commentaries across the globe testified to inevitable emergence of a strong nation to lead Africa out of the dungeon occasioned by colonialism. It was an easy prediction. All indicators of a prosperous nation were available. The natural resources, the human resources, the capital resources were not lacking. We could not boast of an array of ideological political leaders across board. However, 60 years after independence, it will seem that the predictions were wrong. The country had a fruitful First Republic and has ceased to progress. It has become saddled with the constant threat of insecurity, a weakened security system. Worse, it became the poverty capital of the world. It is obvious that Nigeria has a leadership crisis inherent in her political system. The role of leadership cannot be overemphasized. It's leadership that directs, initiates, and combines other resources into meaningful development. The absence of it, as it is in Nigeria, is a state of continuous underdevelopment. Therefore, it becomes a necessity for a new ideology to educate, enlighten, and encourage political participation. The Electoral College Nigeria fills the void and the need with its mandate to usher in a new Nigeria. The Electoral College Nigeria is a civil service organization that was set up by individuals versed in practical politics and governance. The Electoral College Nigeria is non-partisan, non-governmental, and is an initiative of the Emerging Leaders Advancement Forum that's a brainchild of young Nigerians who span from politics, patriotism, development professionals to everyday Nigerians born void of an ideological democracy in Nigeria. The college's objectives: to improve politeracy within the electorate by providing civic education to the electorate, provide training for party delegates and aspiring candidates, to champion the cause for electoral reforms and constitutional amendments. In less than a year, The college has been part of student leadership summits in universities across Nigeria. It has also promoted actual electoral etiquette and processes in the Election School of Leadership in primary schools and secondary schools across Nigeria. Under the stewardship of its executive director, the college has continued to educate Nigerians during the COVID-19 pandemic, launching its online virtual class on politeracy and governance for aspiring candidates and the electorate. The executive director has reiterated on many occasions that Nigerians with its high level of intellect are poor in political literacy. He stated that the key to this is understanding political offices, functions, jurisdictions as provided by the Constitution. The college also understands that the quality of debates for political office don't necessarily show the electorate the jurisdiction of the office sought. It's noted this is a key tool to candidate selection, and also the college held the Lagos East by-election senatorial debate in which candidates were asked questions within jurisdiction of office, helping the electorate make informed decisions and choices. Understanding the ongoings of the political terrain in Nigeria, what's most key is political literacy for the electorate to select individuals appropriate for office, to also help delegates with candidate selections and candidates in political office to understand jurisdictions of the office they serve in. Hence, the advocacy and work with the Electoral College Nigeria.
So my question is, how do we all get involved in the Electoral College? I need to be a student there because everything you just said, I need to learn.
Yeah, there's so much to learn, particularly looking at the lineup of what you really stand for and what you want to achieve as an electoral college. Where do we start from? Who has the right to be a member?
No, it's actually, a college is built for everybody in Nigeria. We organize, of course, virtual and physical classes, so anybody can sign up. We just finished our 4th cohort, and looking at it, of course, we expect to educate every Nigerian, but that's a big task. So we've reduced the task to about 1 million Nigerians for 2023.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, well.
We hope that works because we need the information. It's not in the mainstream educational curriculum anyway, so we might as well.
I think growing up, there was this course we did, or this subject we did in secondary school, which is called governments. At a point, it was taken out of the syllabus.
Really?
Yeah, at a point. Now, what that did for us then was that it gave you a lot of history about what happens, what you're learning, where you're coming from as a people. And that also lets you know the rights and the strength you have as a voter. Right now, the reason I really buy into the Electoral College stuff, not just like the American one, but the reason I buy into it for Nigeria is that I believe that a lot of people need to be sensitized. We need orientation and reorientation. A lot of people that understood how the system worked back then, they've forgotten how it works. Yeah. A lot of people have forgotten what it even means to vote, how to vote. A lot of people don't even know how to vet their candidates. And most importantly, one thing I wish this Electoral College could do is to say, we focus too much on the presidency. The focus is not the president. It's the senators, the parliamentarians, the state government, the local government chairman.
I'm sure all of that is there,
No,
right?
no, like we run it. There are 22 modules in the course known as Politeracy 101. So there are 22 modules. It takes you, it walks through the local governments, the legislative houses, down to the local government. It also goes to post-elections, which is result collation and other points. Issues with judicial mishaps when it comes to debating points, and we go all through the entire system of politics and governance. As we might not have good examples in Nigeria, but of course we try to create out of which exists. So we teach what already is, what should be, which is by the Constitution. Then we will tell you what is, and we'll tell you what the problem in between the two are. And that's how we've so that we leave you with a clear picture of how it should be. We go as far as even teaching our students manifestos and campaign messaging. Now, this is not for them to run for office. If you choose to run for office, beautiful. But so that the electorate should understand what to expect. So when a legislator comes to you and says, I'm going to give you light, I'm going to give you road, you already know it's not possible.
Beyond
it's not
his
within
purview,
the jurisdiction.
yes.
It's not within the
Her
jurisdiction
purview.
Well, her
his or her
purview.
And you know, we have to be delicate with
Well,
this.
you know, he's her purview.
His or her purview. So it's not within his or her purview. And we also get to the point that we try to make clear that governance, there's something we preach the most.
Which is?
Governance does not have any gender. Meaning, there's no position that a man or woman cannot achieve. Governance is governance, is deliverables. It's not based, and we also do something funny within our class system, which I know she would love. Is where we do not take in a class if we do not have at least 49% female participation. It's something we don't do. I will tell we've pulled that we've pulled that across time. And I would say also even within the structure of the Electoral College Nigeria, we have volunteers across the structure. I'll tell you, women make up at least 73% of its positional positions. We even don't, I remember a funny thing that happened. We were to hold a meeting to prepare for the 4th cohort on Val's Day, and the women were like, no, they can't attend.
Valentine's Day, after all, be sensitive to the needs of humans.
You know?
Human face.
So we try to work within that, and we also understand that in Africa, if you bring the women into political participation, you're not only bringing a woman in, you're bringing another generation in. We have understood that within the we've understood that within the Electoral College, and we've seen the rise of women that have been our students. We have even our KPIs are massive. Like we have a situation of, I think, within the 2nd cohort, and someone decided he was going to run for office, but this time within a professional capacity. And I remember it was Asaba, and it was the MBA chairman of Asaba, and they've never had somebody under 50. And this guy was under 40, and we taught him some things, funny theories. We have a minority X theory, which means you can go against the system and probably win, is how you go about it. And he used that, and he wrote a review for the college. So it's good to see that the chairman of MBA Asaba is a student. And this is not only for political positions, as we term it, even professional positions, running your associations. We've also been able to affect people's directions and all that.
If we provide our own power and our water and every other amenity, we might as well provide our own education. They are private schools, so this is just one specialist school that we need. And I wish it could be mainstream. Maybe we'll get there. Like you said, you've partnered with...
Yeah, we're partnering. Yeah, we partner with multiple institutions and trying to deliver this. We've gone as far as even initiating partnership with the Cardinal Business School, where we're trying to bring governance into every facet of life in Nigeria. So we've also tried with international partners. Of course, we have a few, and we're expanding at the rate we can. We don't have any grants yet, so we're funded internally. But when they say who is bankrolling you, there's just a lot of people that really love the country and believe in the system. And we've tried to open up partnerships, and we'll keep trying to.
I think likely when you said you opened up a partnership from the outside, my major concern was, which is one of the challenges we've had with politics in our part of the world, is that we often import strange methodologies and approaches from the outside. But I mean, because let's take, for example, if I'm suffering from, if I have a typhoid and you have a malaria, and I attempt to use your cure for typhoid, I'll only aggravate my issues because I wouldn't get healed. And that's what we do a lot of times. The West is far ahead. There are so many things, they have a structure. We don't have a structure. So if we try to directly import whatever is done abroad into a system, it might not work because we don't have a structure that will support it. So most of the things we should do is what you're doing now, which is whatever you're doing now is geared at building a structure.
Homegrown.
Yeah, homegrown. Letting people identify what they need. Because if, for example, now, you're starting this abroad and you're telling them, okay, this is where you need to vote. Hey, I know how to vote. I know the structure. I know what to do. But most importantly is that what you said about it not just being political office holders, but even professionals. Because if you can groom people to be thinkers individually, it's easier to migrate into politics. As against just grooming them for politics. They haven't applied all the theories they've learned at all. But if you're a secondary school or university student and you venture into a post in your school or something, and from there you grow and you see how the system works, you can grow to become a better politician, because politicians are like doctors. You don't become a doctor when you get into the hospital. You become a doctor, then you're admitted into the hospital. I can't just walk into the hospital and say, okay, I aspire to be a doctor and I want to start, then, okay, now call you doctor, then start the process. No, you go to school, you graduate, you have the degree, and you're called a doctor, then a hospital takes you over. And I think that's the way politics is. Your mind must be, for our state. Your mind must be prepared such that when you're going in there with the idea of deliverables, what to do for the people, what you want to achieve. I mean, just working immediately. As against getting there and say, okay, how does the system work? And I tell you, guy, you need to do this, and you say, okay, let's do that. And the system gets messed up.
Oh, madam, right?
Yeah, I'm your madam.
The Electoral College, we are non-partisan. We've also trained within intra-party, on an intra-party basis. So we work with whether it's APC, PDP, SDP, and we understand the truth about things. And that is because we clearly understand that no party is bad. It's the players within a party that is bad. Like I always give an example, and I'm sorry I'm going to say this on air, but because it's going to be painful and a lot of people are going to laugh. But I'm an Arsenal fan, but that does not mean I hate football. Why are you guys laughing? You see what I said?
No.
I just
wanted to support you.
I'm an Arsenal fan. I'm an Arsenal fan, and no matter how many times Arsenal loses, it's sad to say, loses some games, I still don't hate football. But what we've done with politics is that, in Nigeria, is that we hate politics because of the players, and you can't hate politics because of the players. It doesn't make it a bad game. So if you bring in new players, which is what we are trying to do, or you try to improve the game within the system. Yeah. Like I've forgotten which party we're training, and there was we were going over the delegates, and delegates were saying they didn't know they were not supposed to collect money. I don't want to mention the party.
No, it's all right.
They didn't know they were not supposed to. They didn't know.
Awareness, education,
that's it.
Teaching. So this is the gap that the Electoral College is trying to bridge.
Okay, Joyce is next after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. You have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
The Breakfast, where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not. Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election, and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely bad. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotepu Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
Still on the Constitution matter, why do we advocate for the total scrap of our present 1999 Constitution? The Constitution does not provide for acceptable fiscal federalism, which means that states cannot generate sufficient revenue on their own because all minerals, mineral resources are vested in the exclusive control of the federal government. States do not need to depend on or be controlled by the federal government. Besides Lagos, Rivers, and one or two other states in Nigeria, most states depend on the federation account for as much as 80% of their revenue. So in what way will such a constitution promote autonomy and intentionality with resources, areas for revenue generation, and sustainability internally? In one breath, the Constitution gives the state government control over local governments. But in another breath, it makes local councils subordinate to the federal government. Thus, while the state government can create local governments and determine their structure, their powers, and their functions, it is the responsibility of the National Assembly to incorporate any newly created local government into the Constitution by way of constitutional amendment, which is quite cumbersome and in most cases unrealistic. I feel this process can be usurped by powers that be for undue dominance and ultimately control. The Constitution, in furtherance of its centralizing tendencies, has no place for state or local police, whereas security is better handled at the local level. The issue of banditry, kidnapping, and the general insecurity is local and is therefore better handled locally. However, there is no provision in the Constitution that allows government as chief security officers of their respective states to create and manage security outfits in their states, because by Constitution, there can only be one police force for the entire federation, and all individuals and persons of the police are prohibited from creating any other police force or security outfit to coexist with the current police force. State autonomy and policing is a huge plus on peace and development. The Constitution also fails to state the specific functions of state and local governments, but it takes time to elaborate the powers and functions of the federal government. This tends to subordinate the state's government to the central government and puts the federal status of the 1999 Constitution at a debate. How will the local governments and states function in their fullness when the Constitution is not clear as to what exactly their powers and functions are? For us to have a brand new Constitution, there are some steps to follow. Number one will be the referendum, where representatives at the legislature should be tasked with meeting their constituents and detailing every desire of these constituents for what the Constitution should look like. These meetings can span months. All points must be properly documented in the most transparent and painstaking manner possible. Then there is the Constitutional Convention, where the same representatives from the National Assembly and other stakeholders will publicly meet and debate on what should be contained in the Constitution and what shouldn't. Every representative must be allowed free speech, just like the Constitutional Convention assembled in Philadelphia in May 1787. Then there will be the documentation process. After debates have been properly weighed and analysis derived, decisions should be put in writing by a committee and then compressed. All parties will then sign an agreement if and when the document satisfies the needs of their constituents. Finally, there will be approval and implementation by the president. What do you guys think?
Well, three things stood out for me there that I would really like to look at. Number one is the issue of the exclusive and the concurrent lists, which limits the powers the state government have to, explore and all that stuff. Number two is policing. And number three is the power of the local government and the state government. Now, regarding the exclusive list, I'd like to address that by quoting the biblical verse that we all know, the parable of the talents, where the man gave some out and one kept it. I know at a point he said that you were not faithful in little. And he took it from the guy that had one and gave it to the guy that had 10. That's what's happening in Nigeria now. Yes, we know that there are limitations to the ability of states to explore their natural resources. But when Nigeria had its boom, the success of Nigerian states, or Nigeria as a state, did not come from all this so-called natural resources, it came from agriculture. In the north, they were exporting hides and skin, or what's it called? In the west, cocoa. In the east, palm oil and all those other things. The state's government still have control over all these resources. What have they done with it? Nothing. Rather, they sit down in their states and go cup in hand to the federal government and lament and get every citizen worked up, demanding for things to be migrated from the exclusive to the concurrent. Now, I'm not saying that is wrong. No, we need it. The states need to have control. But I'm saying, even what you have control over right now, what are you doing with it? Why wouldn't Ebonyi say, or let's say some states in the north say, okay, I grow pepper, I grow this, I grow that. Lagos, you are a consumption state. Now, let's come to the government of Lagos, because yes, we have Ministry of Agric in Lagos, but we can't have time to grow anything. I'm sorry. Why won't you look for collaborations like it happened under Ambode, and we had, Kebi Rice? Kebi Rice, yeah. If we do more of that, our state will grow. And I think it's time for states like Lagos to also say, okay, there are too many people in Lagos. I'm taking my money, partnering with Anambra or Ebonyi or Imo State. I'm coming to set up a palm oil plantation. Just do that. 30% or 50% of it comes to Lagos. The remaining we export. We're creating jobs for the people there to stay there. Do the same thing in the north with rice. Do the same thing in the southwest. And you will reduce the pressure on Lagos. That is the problem of Lagos. Now, when it comes to policing, it's another fairy tale that, yes, we need, again, it's good to have police in your states that you can relate with. But to say everything goes back to the IGP for approval is not true. And I'll give you a very simple example. Go ahead. Governor Wike, Yesun Wike, and his ARC rival, what's his name? The former governor, Rotimi Amechi. Rotimi Amechi was on a visit to River State, blaring his convoy. He's a federal minister, has that federal capacity. Governor Wike was also coming, blaring in his convoy. A ordinary state governor that doesn't have control over the state police.
Supposedly.
I'm using what everybody says. Doesn't have. They meet. And because it's the governor of the states, the policemen that were with the federal minister had to calm down for him. Again, when the federal government sent DSS to arrest a judge in his states, it wasn't in the state house. It was in the house of the judge. He went there and told them they don't have the capacity, and they pulled out.
I need to add this part here.
Okay.
Governors become selective with when they are chief security officers. That is what Nigerians have never. And let me bring out another case. If you remember the case of this Imo State, where the present governor is turning on when they want to, they can activate state apparatus,
Exactly. So that's why we're asking for it to be
especially during elections. State governors control everything, even the way state electoral commissions vote and how the votes are. Then selectively, when there's banditry, they are not in control.
They're not in control.
Really?
And I tell people that, okay, if there's any armed robbery case now, like for example, what happened in what's this place? Kwara State, Offa.
Yes. Okay.
I doubt the governor needed to call the IGP to release his boys. You see, the breakdown of the police systems, the police structure in Nigeria is such that, you have the state commander, you have the, regional or local government kind of commander, then even within local government, you have subunits. That's why you have the subdivision, etc. Now, if things are happening, for example, let's say in this Koshofe area, and there's crisis, the commander in charge of this division doesn't need to call the state commander for approval. It takes charge. The one in the local government doesn't need to call this divisional commander before he takes charge. So if there is anything happening, what I believe is a problem with policing in Nigeria, which is something we really need to address, is that, number one, the people are under-equipped.
Given.
The emoluments do not exist. I wouldn't go kill myself. All the policemen that have been killed on the street, what has happened to their family? And we're humans. If my fellow policeman goes on mission, dies in Nigeria, and you say, sorry, and all you get is a letter to the family, why would I die for a country? However, a few days ago, there was this thing about Nigeria sending 144 policemen to Somalia. It's an international mission. They are catered for. They are paid well. Policemen will kill to go there. And when they get there, that is when you know Nigerian policemen are professionals.
Let me ask
because they'll show up.
They'll show up.
I need to add a point before I now go over the same, the whole thing with my own version of how it is. You have less than 500,000 policemen policing 200 million people. And half of them are with VIPs or vital assets, meaning banks, CBN, etc. So we approximately have 210,000 policemen policing 200 million people. What are you asking
Who does
for?
that?
So this is not even a problem. Now states, they make me laugh. You're talking about removing this from concurrent list to exclusive list. Now I'm going to, number one, states kidnap the entire local government, which is this problem with democracy in Nigeria.
Yes.
So you can't ask for more control of resources when you are even kidnapping the resource of the local governments under you. Now, federal government pays directly to local governments. States have ingeniously come up with a very brilliant ministry, which is Ministry of so-called Intergovernmental and Lifting LG Funds Affairs. No, I just added that clause. So they conveniently did that and then ensure that the funds are kept in the intergovernmental affairs. Then they disburse what they feel like. Governors are not as rich as they're supposed to be. As regards policing, we must be honest. Any governor that opens his mouth to discuss restructuring is one of the enemies of democracy. And here is why. If you haven't provided autonomy, and even after the presidential Executive Order 10 of 2020, which instructs the autonomy to the judicial and the legislature, and governors are not following. Which restructuring are you talking about? Exactly. You want it from the federal. So I do not support, let me finish. I do not support a state police with the present powers conferred on the state governor as it is.
So let's be careful with the Arsenal example. And this, we're tilting now because we don't hate football because Arsenal mess up. So let's be careful because some governors are messing up. You don't
support. I'm not because of some governors. No, I'm being honest.
Okay.
With the powers conferred on governors by the Constitution, if you hand them a state police, number one, nobody will be able to talk in that state. Number two, nobody will be able to run against them. There will be no opposition because they have kidnapped the legislature, the LG, judiciary, and you now want to give them enforcement. Simple, create local police.
Okay.
Police should be restructuring.
So in writing a new constitution, what we are saying is it can be local. It was stated there. So it shouldn't be states. It should be local.
Should it be
Fantastic.
And you know, one other thing I think we should consider when it comes to policing is this. The reason they give for policing is that, okay, we want to have control. The federal government is controlling everything. But this is what they forget. If you have state police and you still have a bad federal government, the federal police still has more powers than your state police. So it can come into your states and take over. Because what you're saying now is abusing the system. Because what is happening now, what they claim is happening, that the federal controls everything, is an abuse if that is what is happening. So if you're running away from abuse, you don't create another avenue for even bigger abuse.
True.
The Constitution will be clear on what to do in such a situation, and then we'll enforce it.
Well, so many things that are written in our Constitution that we're not enforcing right now. For example, local government autonomy, judiciary, and all that.
Which are already provided in the Constitution. You know, the major problem of the Constitution in Nigeria is that it is not even implemented to 40%.
Exactly.
That's where the major problem is. And that's why a lot of people are scary to talk about a new Constitution. Because if we have a new Constitution, then with the improved Senate that we have, with the 10th Assembly, the Ninth Assembly is the most brilliant assembly I've ever seen. Of course, I'm speaking satiric.
Are you?
But you know, if you have that caliber of people in the House, in the Federal House, with a new Constitution, we're doomed. I'm being honest, and I can assure you, 50% of them do not even know Nigeria's Constitution.
That's true. That in itself, I agree 100%.
So I think one of the key things in trying to get a new constitution will be, as Nigeria is trying to get a new constitution, we also should try and get at least 48 senators into the House and like 160 House of Rep into the houses. so that we know that while we're creating a new constitution, it's with a
of
new
minds.
crop of minds that actually know what they are doing. And now this should not be, this person stood during NSAS. The person will probably make a good legislator. No, the person will not make a good legislator. That is a big mistake.
May not.
Obviously, in times, in my political experience, 70% of the time will not make a good.
They will go through the electoral college as well. We will ensure that happens.
Okay.
So
Which
keep
is
going.
what I was coming
Keep
to.
going.
Okay, we'll try and teach them that.
Let's be careful. We are solution providers here. We can't just be talking about the problems. We are also preferring solutions. So if we pick someone who is able to speak, we just say go through the process to learn. Like you said, you don't become a doctor. So we teach you what you do so that you can add it to all the other charisma that you have.
That will solve it. But, you know, I think what will also help solving it best is that when we finish teaching those who are aspiring for office, we also teach the constituents what to expect from them. That is key.
And that is what we need before we can introduce a new constitution. Because, you see, I always say, I believe that a lot of people that are vying for the seat of the president, I'm sorry, let me just say the Fela Durotoyes, the
We can do without calling names, yes.
I mean, these are people I respect. I mean, in terms of their success rate and all that. I believe rather than go to the presidency, we need to get them into the National Assembly. Because if we get a lot more of them into the National Assembly, it will be easier to then speak with the president.
Our conversations here will never be complete, and they will not be complete without you. At The Positive Professional says, way to go, Joyce. You're such a confident, positive inspiration. Keep impacting and imparting positively. Thank you so much. Do well to follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up on previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Kayode is next after this break. Don't go anywhere.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
How do you decide who the victim is? Every day, Nigerians complain about the bias structure and siting of infrastructure in cities across Nigeria. We're obviously peeved by these biases, and humanly so. We respond or react in different ways as an expression of our dissatisfaction and blatant abuse by powers we have decided to call unknown. In Baba Fela's words, unknown soldiers. We've been the victim for so long that we've slipped into the comfortable posture of constantly playing the victim, even when we're not. But the question is, who really is the victim? How do we choose who a victim is? And what are the rights of a victim? The nurses are harsh on their patients because they, the nurses, are victims. Poor emoluments, inadequate tools, uncomfortable environments, etc. The list goes on. And the patients complain. These same patients that complain might be a teacher or a lecturer. He or she equally passes the frustration onto the pupils, students, or even the parents. In effect, produces unqualified bunch of unprofessional professionals for our dear nation, Nigeria. In October 2020, the nation witnessed one of the most coordinated uprisings against oppression in recent times. End SARS. Police brutality must stop. Again, we are the victims. But then I ask, who really is the victim? The policeman who is being pilfered by the teacher who is playing victim? Or is it the policeman who has become accustomed to drinking the local herbs, agbo, claiming he's a lover of tradition, when in reality it is because he cannot afford to go to the hospital? Is it the policeman that has bought fake drugs and has lost a child? Is it the policeman that is poorly trained, lowly remunerated, dehumanized, and is giving all he knows to the job? No matter how inadequate this is to the society. Rather than praise our military, we bastardize them and constantly talk about how poorly they are performing, when the truth is that they might be operating on the blind side. I mean, we've heard a lot of stories about them. Our failure to celebrate all the gallant soldiers who lost their lives at the battlefront yesterday will definitely produce self-minded soldiers who will not give their best to protect the nation tomorrow. Yet another victim. In the 90s, Igbos were tagged with 419. Rather than tackle the menace, we tribalized it. Now Nigeria is seen as a country that celebrates 419 kind of smartness. Nigeria played the victim and threw a tribe under the bus to save face. We're currently plagued by a different kind of terrorism. Again, we're playing victim. We've tribalized it, Fulani headsmen, and we expect the terror to go away. Rain, rain, go away, come and rain another day, like that nursery rhyme. The victim cycle never ends, and that is our problem as Nigerians. Every Nigerian needs to know that he or she is not a victim, more a victim than the other. It's high time we started seeing ourselves collectively as victims, because that is the only way we can get a solution to our problems. Let's analyze it properly. A teacher fails to give his or her best in class. He organizes extra classes to make more money. Her tool is the pen. He or she is the victim. A doctor fails to turn up at the public hospital and redirects you to the private hospital just so that he or she can make more money. In the process, the private hospital, or the public hospital rather, becomes a slaughterhouse. He or she is a victim, so they have to react. The bus conductor hikes the transport fare at will, depending on his mood. He can decide to blame bad roads or any other thing. All these people use their tools to make an extra living. Why? Because they are victims. What are the tools of the policeman? What are the tools of the soldier? What are the tools of the civil servant? After all, we're all victims.
I'm not a victim in Jesus' name. I find every spirit of victimism.
You know, Kadi, I really loved listening to you. It was really, really impressive because it came from a Nigerian angle, which is kind of rare to see these days. I agree that of all tribes in Nigeria, which are more than 200, two ethnicities in Nigeria, which are more than 250, every one of them is marginalized. And that is what we do not understand in this country. Our bane is always to pick on who we think, because we do not understand his culture. We feel this is negative, this is right, this is this. And for the purpose of this conversation, I would like to bring something up. I was opportune to see something years ago, and if Nigeria had dealt with this years ago, we would not be in this problem. So there was strife in, of course, sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay.
And it was reported to Nigeria that, the executive in Abuja should take action because our borders were porous. And these were people who carried guns. And also, they noticed a deforestation of Borno, Zamfara, Katsina, Yobe, which are all today flashpoints. This report was more than 10 years ago. Nothing was done about it. Our borders have been left porous. And most of us, because of political affiliations, have invited people from outside the country who are not Nigerians to come into the country and perpetrate havoc. This goes down to even, there is nobody not guilty of this. This goes down to even within the Ife Modakeke crisis, in which people were hired from outside Nigeria to fight these wars across each other. The Jukun, Tiv, they did the same thing. We are all guilty of this manner of approach. The average Nigerian doesn't like strife. We love Owambe too much now. If you want to see a country that has problem, I'll give you an example. When India and Pakistan were together, there was no intermarriage. They made movies about it. There was no intermarriage. Nigeria, we still intermarry. The only things we don't agree with are when it comes to politics. And the truth is actually resources that we do not lay our hands on. Nigeria is too rich to be a poor country. And we have refused to handle that. And because of that, we have sold out our nationhood. Most of us do not think Nigeria is an identity. We all look at ourselves as Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Tiv, Ibibio, and whatever, which is wrong in real context. A country is a territorial boundary. A nation has a unified direction and ideology to which it seems. I'm one of the proponents saying we should try something. I'm not saying exactly this, but we could make our national lingua Pidgin English. It might unify us more than we already are. That's my take on things.
I do agree that Pidgin English should be not Queen's English. Yes, I agree. And I also agree that if we take out, just from what Kunle is saying, take out that state of origin.
And become state of residence.
And state of residence, that's fine. That unifies us. So we all are in a geographical location. We are all from here because we live here.
That's it.
Being victims means we should be more empathetic toward each other, show some more compassion and respect for each other, because we're all victims of one thing or the other, whether planned or unplanned. The thing is, many times when we think of ourselves as victims, we think someone somewhere is sitting and trying to victimize us. It's not always so. It's just that it's indirect. In fact, more times than not. Someone is just trying to protect themselves. Like the doctor who wants private practice for more money. Is not trying to create a slaughterhouse. He or she is just trying to protect their family. So it's a cycle of us hurting each other indirectly and yes, sometimes directly. So compassion and solution drive. What do we do?
You know, like you rightly said, compassion. A lot of us have lost what you said. We've lost that love of nation, or even love of self, I dare say.
Love of people.
Yeah. I dare say more than 70% of Nigerians, if we were to give them an opportunity today to choose another country, they will gladly. I was on radio in Ghana.
Many also because they don't know better about the other countries.
Yes, and that's what we're talking about. So they've seen themselves that we are the receiving end. We don't know blah, blah, blah. And they, I was on radio in Ghana when the NSAS thing came on. And I'm an advocate for Nigeria wherever I am. And the presenter made a mistake and asked me a question. So how does it feel to hear people talking about your country in this manner? And it was one of the leading radio stations in Ghana. I was very excited when he asked the question because it was an opportunity for me to lash at them. So I made them know it's not the people.
That's very nice.
Very nice, right? So that it's not the people's fault, because at the end of the day, so many great things have happened in Nigeria this year. You haven't reported it this way you're reporting this NSAS thing.
Yes.
You don't even have the fact.
Defacing.
Exactly. So whatever you give to the people is the song they'll sing. Any music you play to them. And the guy kept quiet. But while I was busy defending Nigeria, of course I said it was a bad thing that happened, blah, blah, blah. It shouldn't have happened and all that. While I was busy saving the face of Nigeria, a guy called, not just one, a lot of them, but one that stood out for me, insulted me on air and told me that I'm one of the problems of Nigeria, I'm with the government, and that he was even, until the NSAS thing happened, it was about changing his nationality to a Somalian.
Okay.
They would prefer to be a Somalian than to be a Nigerian.
Good luck to him.
And the presenter was looking at me like this. You say your country, blah, blah, blah. And you see, that's the challenge we have, that we see...
He was a victim.
He was the victim.
Yes.
and it's pouring it out on everybody. And you see, we see Nigeria as a place where I have an option. I could check out. I could go anywhere else. I don't owe anything to this country. Listen, things happen in Ghana, in Togo, in Burkina Faso. I can talk about countries in West Africa that are equally terrible. During this COVID, there was a government in a West African country that told the people were spending about $250,000 daily feeding people. And the people said, okay, bring us the proof. And they showed people in like 2 or 3 parks scampering for food. And like, so are these people, can you feed these people with $250,000 in a day? People steal. But you know what? While you're busy insulting them, or they're busy fighting their government, you, a foreigner, attempt to insult their presidents. And you'll be reminded that you're Ghanaian, that you're Nigerian.
You're not allowed to do that. It's our joke.
It's our joke, exactly.
So
we don't
to
see
take
that.
ownership to us, especially us here as parents, it starts with us at home.
True.
I hear parents say things like, hey, don't teach your neighbor what you know, because they will take what you know and add it to what they know, and then they become better than you. That is institutionalizing division and victim mentality. So if we will start by teaching our children to say, everyone is your sister, is your brother. Allow somebody else step in before you, doesn't take anything away from you. Teach that person what they don't know, it doesn't take anything away from you. In fact, it reinforces your knowledge.
Exactly.
I found it weird when I asked the teacher to allow my son teach his classmates more in primary 4. And some other parents were like, why are you doing that? You want them to now be better than your son? And I go, no. We win better when we are all winning.
I'll give you a life example.
Yes.
People normally assume that with my experience in, of course, political parties and running for office, that I actually know politics a lot well. Because I get to be part of the training and teaching of students within the Electoral College, I can tell you that my growth within the last 1 year in politics is exponential.
Yes.
Because
when you teach, you become better.
I become better. I become far better than I actually was. And I don't know why we don't understand that. And there's one key thing we need to understand in Nigeria. I think one of the things two things that bother us are tribe and religion.
I will put something, in fact, you know what, let me just make this point here. When in church, and I say this with all sense of responsibility, the leader says, tell your neighbor, I don't care what you came for, I came to be blessed. That in itself is already causing a divide. You were about to say religion and. So if in the religious house, I am saying to you, Kayode, I don't care what you came for. I'm saying to you, Kunle, don't touch me. Me, I came here for my own blessing. We're already saying we don't care for each other. In the same place where we're supposed to be saying, look, I came here for your blessing and mine. So how do we walk out of that place? Which is adding to what you were saying. Please go ahead.
I feel, like for me, I consider myself a little bit privileged in Nigeria. My dad Muslim, my mom Catholic. So I was raised with both religions, and unlike other people, I finished both holy books, and I had a choice. Till today, most people cannot tell my religion. That's the thing, it's a need-to-know basis. But I noticed that even on social media, just because somebody sees the name, and sometimes, I get to interact, and somebody sees the name Lawal, which is my son's name, they will tilt towards me, not because of the points they think I'm making, but I can almost tell from the name averagely from the name where you will tilt on a debate based on you would rather associate with this or associate with that. I keep saying this. Our institutions need to become actual institutions. Our institutions need to become actual institutions.
Well, our institutions need to change. Everything we need to move on. We need to stop being victims. We need a constitutional referendum. We need so many things. But as we all know, time is never on our side. He's never a friend on this program as well. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, join us on Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, remember that the important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society. Bye for now.
Bye.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Derele, Shewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking, because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theater school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you wake up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
One of my favorite moments, and I bet one of yours, right? I'm waiting for the answer. Yes, this is Tea Time, the only entertainment show that does it like this, where it brings you intellect, depth, and of course, vibes. I never do this alone. I've got my sidekick, Ife Omai, who always comes correct, and of course, the rest, white man, Quincy Jones.
He legit scripted that. This dude legit scripted and the rest, white man Quincy.
Are you going to take that?
No,
are you going to take that stand?
Let me hold your watch for you and your glasses.
Nah, man, no violence.
And your
no violence.
And your hat.
So are you gonna battle me with words or with rap?
No, that was great. That was great.
Let's squash this in the studio, you know?
Let me give you a beat.
Give me. See, she actually thinks she's very talented when it comes to drumming, you know?
Really? Legit?
Then she gives you the facial expression.
That beat is sad.
It's sick.
Sad.
You're not hearing it well. Only Shamsi,
yeah, it's like literally sick.
Rage, those kind of people, P-Prime, those are the ones that understand
this
my vibes. You get what I mean?
Vibes. Anyways, it's good, Quincy. Man. Good to have you. You've been doing a lot of white lately. What's going on? Feeling angelic?
Wow, really? No, I am not. I just love the color.
You just love white?
Yeah.
What's your favorite color? White?
Black.
So why'd you wear a lot of white?
Switch lanes.
So where are you going with this conversation?
No. I'm just wondering. He wears a lot of white. Yeah. I admire it. You actually look very nice in white.
Thank you very much, sir.
Maybe you're a celeb person. Are you
celeb? Are you Caribbean Seraphim?
Can I show my feet? Because I've been waiting to do that a
long time.
I think I need to show it where. Yeah.
Is there a basketball court around?
No, it's just some really dope sneakers.
What brands are that?
Are you gonna call them? Now, why are you policing this guy's
I'm not gonna get sanctioned.
Outfit?
What?
Why are you policing his outfit today?
No, because it looks good, actually. I don't like when someone looks better than me.
You guys always look better than you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. What's that word? Delusion of grandeur.
No, why?
You say what? What do you call it?
I feel like the rap battle
has started. Did he say illusion of grandeur?
Delusion.
Oh, he said delusion. Okay.
Yeah, I go school. Which school you go? Should we call our universities?
Yeah, what university?
You say your own first.
Babcock University.
You went to Babcock?
Yes, I did.
You went to Babcock?
Yes.
I die. This guy said he went to Babcock.
Why? What does it look like?
Actually, everyone thinks I don't know why.
Did
you go to Babcock?
Yes, I attended Babcock University.
You went to Babcock? No wonder you take now.
Babcock.
You all call it Babcock, no cook. This guy said he went to Babcock.
So what school did you attend? That's where the issue is. That's where the issue is. What school did you attend? Uni what?
Unilag.
You can't even pronounce it right.
University
you said Unilag.
Lagos.
You just said
University.
Unilag.
Did you actually go to Unilag?
Yes, no.
Really?
That's a lie, eh?
Unilag.
You should go to Caleb Uni.
Me, Caleb. No, I went to Caleb Secondary School.
Oh, okay.
But wait, what uni did you attend though? After you got expelled from what school? You went to Babcock after you were expelled.
Why? You're painting a bad look. You always paint a bad image of me.
No.
And I need to tell you that I'm not even close to being as bad as you presume.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But you went to Babcock after what school?
Babcock University.
After what school?
After my secondary school.
What secondary school did you attend?
Cayley College.
Huh?
Cayley College.
Cayley. This guy went to fresh school. Some boy. Me, I went to Federal Government College. You don't believe I went to University of Lagos. You know, the also continues.
Not really. Unilag is fresh.
Unilag is fresh.
Depending on
But you actually go to Babcock. I still find that hard to believe, you know.
I wish if I schooled in Nigeria, what school do you think I would have gone to?
You?
Hosu.
I did tell you.
What's Hosu?
You actually did
You
actually be like Hosu babe.
What's Hosu now?
No, but you're like the fresh Hosu babe. She's
Yeah,
like
the fresh
Hosu
one.
babe, yeah.
The one that can speak English
You're
small.
like,
What does Hosu stand for?
Ogun State University.
Oh, that's not bad.
All right. So anyways, let's move on. But if you actually went to Babcock,
but dude, I did.
You didn't. Yeah. You don't feel like a Babcock
See
boy.
the custodian
What course
of
did
my
you study?
certificate, Information Resources Management.
In Babcock, name 2 halls in Babcock.
Wow, a White Hall.
That's a female hostel. That's why White Hall no get male.
Hall,
Okay, yeah.
White Hall, New Mail, Wealth, Premium.
This guy actually went to Babcock, you know.
Why?
I went to Babcock as well, though.
Oh, for real? Nice. I don't care.
This guy looks like like a homeless South African.
That was good. That was good.
Anyways.
I like this battle. I'm enjoying it.
Great.
Anyways, let's get straight to the business of the day, people. Yes, enough jokes. It's time to get professional. How you doing today, my brother?
I'm straight, man.
Good to have you on the table. All right, so let's get straight to it. So Nigerian celebrities like Davido and Toke Makinwa have joined others in calling out actor Yomi Fabiyi for defending alleged child molester Baba Ijesha. The celebrities took to their social media pages where they slammed the actor for being a rape apologist. Yomi Fabiyi is a disgrace, a complete idiot. One of the reasons why the fight against sexual violence gets harder by the day. You want to see a video first, even when you know she is a minor, even after you heard he confessed. What is wrong with the world? I cannot, Toke Makinwa tweeted. For Davido, he sent a subliminal threat message to the actor via his Twitter page. B, it's on site. He captioned a photo of Fabiyi. This is coming barely a few hours after actress Iyabo Ojo took the actor to the cleaners. She slammed him for defending the alleged child molester. She accused the actor of escalating the situation after he posted his now famous video. Anyways, you guys know the update on the story, or do you want me to? Yes, all right. So let's just get straight to it before we talk about the update, right?
Okay.
Your Highness.
Oh, I'm all for it. Drag him. In fact, I can pull an ear if I can get to his ears.
I don't think you would be able to get there. There are too many people.
Yeah, exactly. A rape apologist is a rapist, in my opinion. In my opinion, you are one and the same. You cannot support something you cannot do. It's simple. It is very simple.
Or deep.
So you don't understand how dangerous it is to be a celebrity and have influence, and you use that platform to basically abuse the abused again. It is an awful thing to do. It is so unfair and so unnecessary. Now, if you don't know at this age that, yes, you might have doubts, because some people say, but it's okay for someone to have doubts. Yeah, that's fine. But if you think if your brain cannot tell you that your doubt should be pocketed in your house and should not pass your surrounding and not take it to social media to then create a whole doubt in a public mass, then there's something wrong with you. Because having doubts is not a problem. taking it to social media where you know that you have fans and you have influence, and then trying to turn people around, turn people against the victim and supporting a pedophile is very sick. To me, you and Baba Ijesha are the same. And when they lock him up, if they lock him up, they should lock you up too. And if they cannot lock him up because this country is... then whatever they do to Baba Ijesha, they should do to you too. I find it very disgraceful. I also went on social media to drag him as well, so I'm all for the energy.
How about you, Quentin?
I don't even know where to start. Okay, so this is. I think he was being loyal at a very wrong time, and quite, if you permit me, stupid. You know, being political at the wrongest time, to be very honest. Because in this situation, you've heard of this. Do your findings, do your research. And it's so weird that he is in the same industry as the person who actually was taking care of the child, who was Princess. So you could have reached out to Princess for facts, the way a lot of people did. But you chose to be political. And then for some reason or the other, maybe he believes, say, the fellow Yoruba actors or some Yoruba actors when they speak all this small English with, you know, Naomi they talk to for the whole world, we no go understand. Do you understand what I mean? There was nothing spectacular about the English he was speaking, just random English. Do you understand what I mean? Trying to dissuade people from understanding what the truth is and what the fact is. Do you understand? And it's one thing for somebody to lay an accusation, right? It's another thing to see and feel, not just see and feel, but really like be engrossed in the situation. Do you get what I mean? You listen to Princess's side of the story, and then you listen to Yaboju's side of the story, who is like a third-party witness, to be honest. She claims she's seen the video. Princess was out here weeping on different back-to-back videos, real tears, right, for someone that she's taking care of, right?
Her child.
That's
her child.
An
adoptee is your child.
Basically.
You refer to them as your actual child.
And it's just messed up. And he deserves every single backlash he's getting. And I hope he gets more, right? I don't know how, but if they can find a way to just lock him up for like 1 week, make it just really get more sense, to be honest. That's how I feel, right? Are we talking about the development of the case at the moment? Because that is the part that's infuriating me most.
I'm telling you.
Please go on.
All right, so different updates, right? So far as I've gotten is concerning the possibility of him being out by Friday. Yes. That's Baba Ijesha being out by Friday because...
tomorrow, actually.
Oh, tomorrow is Friday. Sorry, man. By tomorrow because some court workers are on strike or something funny
First
like
of all,
that.
how can a criminal court
he can't be charged
be on strike?
He can't be charged because for unpaid allowance, unpaid salaries. That's still not one of Nigeria's major problems. And then they're trying to, what I see is they're trying to capitalize on that. And also in that statement from an anonymous source saying that he can't be charged because there's no actual evidence to the molestation, right? There was no penetration and all of that.
Caught on camera, then the one that was suggested that was done 7 years ago is now a bit late. That's what they're
exactly.
saying.
So now, what I'm saying is this, right? You read law or something, right? Because I was looking forward to having this conversation with you. Can he not be charged for indecent
assault?
Indecent is that an assault?
Yeah, it's an assault.
Indecent sexual assault on a minor.
Yeah, you
can,
but it's a bailable
So that's
thing.
in section 222 of the criminal code. And according to that, right, if you have indecent assault on a girl below the age of 16, it's only punishable for 2 years. Do you understand?
Make it first go the 2 years now.
And why it is also started bad is because when that happens, it has to be reported between 2.5 months to when the crime was perpetrated to when you're reported. So it is started bad when you did not report it in 2 months. So it was reported 7 years later. But if it was
No, that's for the rape. But for the CCTV...
No, that's what I'm saying.
But for the CCTV coverage, it's not 7 years.
Because what they saw on the CCTV footage wasn't him assaulting the girl.
But it was sexual assault.
No, I mean, wasn't him...
penetrating.
Penetrating the girl. Wasn't having kind of knowledge. It was sexual
assault.
Indecent assault.
So we cannot
charge
him for that?
Yes, we can, but it is a bailable offense. So they cannot hold him for more than... It's like when the police find something incriminating on your phone and it's a bailable offense, you would still scream that they must release this guy in 24 hours and charge him to court. The same way they cannot hold anybody unlawfully for more than a certain period of time.
He will be charged to court.
It will be.
Yeah.
But which court would they now charge him to
Because
that
there's
they're
no
on
court.
strike?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but the courts will come out now. Do you guys think it will run? I don't think he has
No,
anywhere
I'm
to
not
run
even
to.
saying that, but I don't even care what he thinks or decides to do. It's just the fact that he needs to really face it.
Yeah,
right? He
but
needs
the
to face it
reason,
like the
if
full
this was
length.
a rape case, if what they had as evidence, which...
What they have as evidence is not a rape case. It's a sexual assault case.
It's a sexual
I'm
assault.
fine with that. Let's start with that.
Indecent assault, actually,
Yes.
not even sexual.
He needs to suffer for something. You guys are just technicalities, bro.
Yes,
I
We're
like, I
working
understand.
with
That's what-
technicalities
Yeah.
now
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
if we're talking about streets, this is not a conversation
streets.
that you need to be having,
course,
and like we're
course.
talking about
But
numbers.
we're talking about the law
what
now.
What is entering, what is not entering.
What does
That's
the
not the
law
conversation.
entail?
My
Yes,
point
exactly.
now is this, right? Okay, we do not have facts on the rape that happened 7 years ago, but we have facts on indecent sexual assault, right? Because according to Iyabo Ojo, there was a lot of licking of the girl's finger. That's highly inappropriate. Touching her over the body,
Licking her body.
That's enough. I don't think there's any other proof that is needed in such for at least what do you call it?
2 years.
For at least the 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. So you need to report it in 2 months, 2.5 months to when it happened.
No. It's
to
still within
when
time
you
frame. It
report
is within time frame.
No, it isn't. Now, what they're actually gunning for, which is the rape, right, which is the molestation, is what happened 7 years ago. When he defiled her with his keys, when he did all of those things that she got scared, she started failing in school. Now, that's the case right now. Now, the CCTV was supposed to be evidence so that this guy will have nowhere to run because they advised them, you have to be careful. People want to support this guy. So they went to put the CCTV. Now, in the CCTV, which is standing as evidence right now, they don't have that. And even the girl has not confirmed penetration, which these are the issues now. It doesn't mean this guy is innocent. So anybody that is defending
But I don't know, that's the same thing that Quincy is asking. I don't understand how penetration all of a sudden triumphs sexual assault.
Thank you very much.
Why
That's
is it
exactly
that
what
because
I'm
there was no
saying.
sexual penetration, then the
We
crime
agree.
was
So,
chilled?
you know what?
All right, let me
That's
put a
why
question.
it's
Let me
looking
put a
like-
question to you guys. Okay, I invite a girl over to my house, right? I probably even slip something in a drink, right? She became unconscious. I pushed her to the bed. There was a camera on somewhere and everything. I pushed her to the bed. I licked her body. I licked her finger. Then I slept. She wakes up in the morning and tells everybody I raped her. And somebody plays that video. Did I rape her?
Okay.
No.
That's exactly
but
what
then
happened.
this girl
But-
is
no,
7 years old. First of all, this girl is 14
Yeah, she's a
years
minor.
old. Right? 14 years old, and you have done sexual things to a minor. So
Which is why there is a
hypothesis has
law.
nothing
There has
to do
been
with
a
this.
law, which is section 222 of the criminal code
Which
that
is
supports
what?
that if you have you indecently touch a girl below the age of 16, you are
Yes.
punishable for 2 years in
Yes.
prison.
Eh,
It
make
is
we start the
also
2 years
a
process
bailable
now.
offense. But court
It's also
no
a bailable
dey-
offense.
Meaning that you can go to,
So,
you don't need to go
yeah,
to court.
you don't have
need
to go to jail
before you get
so
your
you can
court
pay.
hearing.
Do you understand? So these are the issues. Now, this are the
You see,
part.
the person
this-
that said that statement, about the sexual whatever needs to be jailed. Because if that is your concern, you are very mad, sir. If you can be charged for sexually assaulting without penetration an underage girl, that should be your focus. Why are you trying to minimize the level of assault there is? Oh, it's we're being sentimental. Did you catch that? He actually used the word that people are being sentimental and that
Yeah, they're taking
it's
decisions
not like as
based
if no,
on
the guy
sentiment.
had sex with her. Oh, wait, yeah. Like as if you cannot mess up somebody's life without the proper sexual penetration
I
going
think,
on.
I think the reason why he's saying that, I really wish, shouldn't even be the bone of contention, that we had evidence from 7 years ago. I wish the CCTV was in place.
Even if we had
7
evidence
years
from
ago.
7 years ago,
Now,
the law would still nullify that because it has passed the
no, there's no statute of limitation when it comes to rape. 23
no, as in
million
if he
years
did not
later.
rape her, if he did not rape her, As
Yeah.
in sexual penetration rape.
Yeah.
He only sexually assaulted her.
Yeah, okay, started bad because they didn't report it 2.5 months.
Why is that even in the law? Can lawyers please gather around and change
Is
that?
it can lawyers
Because
gather around?
that makes no
Dude
sense.
is really obsessed.
You cannot say that there is a difference between raping and assaulting. It's all the same thing. You have violated a person. And I don't think you should have measures.
Especially a minor.
Exactly. Especially a minor. You shouldn't have levels to which you can hurt a child. Are you nuts? Who are these people?
Anyways, it's sad, but Section 218
Please
says
stop calling
another
that
God
thing.
will punish
Section
all the
218
sections.
No,
Stop calling
Section
it that.
218
exist.
actually leaves a room for, what's it called now?
No,
Punishment
but it does
for
have
people who
caveat
rape.
of it's a bailable offense that you inappropriately touch a minor, right?
All right, so that's 222. Unlawful and indecently deals with a
We've
girl
already-
under
we've
the age of
explained this
16
one.
and guilty of misdemeanor liable. Yes, so
We've
anyways,
dealt
so
with this
basically
one.
that's it.
We've dealt with this one. I'm upset. This is very
Do
sad.
we have 218? Do we have Section 218 anywhere, please?
Because guys, I don't know who's watching, who has the power or the influence. You are sending the wrongest message that that you can assault a child and get away with it to some degree, depending on how much you want to assault the child. Creeps are going to know this and do this. They're going to exploit children and not have sex and get away with it because the child will not talk in a few months. Like, it's crazy. Let's actually get righteous anger, wherever that
And
is,
I love-
and
What
protect
is the
these children.
measure?
There's no measure.
What is the
Once
measure?
you
But
start...
why is it 2.5 months? What does that mean?
Okay, so like murder, right? Okay, don't let me even use murder. There's some crimes that it takes, after 10 years, if you don't report a certain crime,
Yes.
it starts with bad. That's a statute of
Yeah, I
limitation.
understand that.
You understand? So if after 10 years, sorry, we need to go on a music break, but real quick, if after 10 years I don't report certain crimes, if you go and report, even with all the evidence in the world, it's already statute bad. So it's just a normal limit of statute of limitation.
Please, we need
placed in
another
cases.
institution
Anyways,
apart from the
we
law,
need to
I beg.
go on a music break and Tea Time will be right back. Stay with us.
Get this your body's a miracle. One gilly, I'ma get this kind feeling. I'm on a special feeling. Baby, Jack, I share. Baby, Jack, I share. I'ma get this kind feeling. I say, na sweet, good feeling. Yeah, baby, Jack, I share. Baby, Jack, I share. That booty so fly, no need visa. You dey make me go loco. Yeah, your body on fire. I'm a licha, check a mora. It's a biggie heavy something when you roll it. Make I take my time to control it. Ain't nobody bad like me. I say nobody fi slay like you. Ooh yeah, love you all always too. Baby Jack I share you. After the party, say we go to my place, go to my place. Love you all always too. Baby Jack I share you. And after the party, say we go to my place. Make you know they go Tori. I want you 100. Baby, make me come body. Now we get our body. Not there for your case. Make you go to my place. Not there for your matter. Gonna make you overcome again. I'ma get this kind feeling. I'm on a special feeling. Baby, Jack, I share. Baby, Jack, I share. I'ma get this kind feeling. I say na sweet good feeling, yeah. Baby Jack I share it, baby Jack I share it. Love you all always too, baby Jack I share it. After the party, say we go to my place, go to my place. Love you all always too, baby Jack I share it. Oh, and after the party, say we go to my place.
Oh my love, when I want to cry, I know ways to do. I go close my eyes, start to dreaming of you. And when I want to die, I know ways to do. I go like for your body, take my last breath with you. It's you and me again.
Yes, you're welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Yes, so moving on to the next story. Or do you guys still want to touch on the previous
I
story?
want to say something about
All right,
Helen
quickly
Paul.
say something.
I want to say Helen Paul, you're also not okay.
What did she say?
She said, let's allow our children, give the children a space to want to talk to your parents freely. I don't know if you've seen this video. Please let them talk to you freely. Let them feel let them feel safe. Ma, don't do that again.
No, but she has a point.
No, absolutely not. Let me tell you something, guys.
I'm
If
listening.
you know a child who's been molested before, you would know that it has nothing to do with the love of the family. It doesn't have anything to do with the relationship.
kind of does.
Pedophiles, no, it doesn't.
It kind of
Pedophiles,
does.
let me tell you, guys, relax.
I'm listening.
Pedophiles are very evil people. And their children, and we're talking about children here. Maybe when they're teenagers, we can start to say, okay, parents have a better relationship. Now, the friend that I know personally, they told her, the pedophile told her, her cousin told her that if she told anyone, her family will die. And a child will believe that. It has nothing to do with how close you are. You don't know how much threat this guy has given. You don't know the intensity of it. Fear is a real thing, and fear does not have anything to do with how good your mother is or father is and how best a relationship is. So please drink a cup of sensitivity before you start that.
I don't.
Then you cannot disagree because it's facts. There is certain things that are
How is
true.
that a fact?
Because I'm telling you a real life person's story.
Yeah,
You cannot argue with
It does not
that.
apply to everybody.
Okay, so how do you know it doesn't apply to Princess?
Listen, it doesn't apply to everybody.
There's always a threat.
Yes, there is always
There's always
a
a
threat.
threat.
See,
Always.
Look.
I'm talking about
different
children
families,
here.
Different families, different kids.
Guy.
React
And then
to
is this a
different
time for Helen
situations.
Paul to say that as well, indicating that princesses are false as well? See, bad
She
timing.
did
Ma
not
again.
indicate. That's not what she was. That's not. I don't.
I
think,
just thought you
well,
just said
I
that you have
haven't
not watched
seen the
it.
video,
Okay, then
but
let
I don't want to
Quincy,
believe that that's
maybe
the angle
don't.
she's coming from. Because I want to believe that it's coming from the angle of get your kids as close enough to you as possible so they can tell you everything.
So who should addressing in that situation?
Notwithstanding, this is a general plea to everybody. She's obviously, how would she castigate?
You need to watch it first before
No,
you jump onto it.
she would be
Quincy,
the
you can't
dumbest
argue
person in
blindly.
the world
Until you
to
watch
do
it
that.
and hear her tone, you cannot argue.
She
okay?
will be the dumbest human being in the world to do
Again,
that.
which is why I said Helen Paul, please, next time.
Alrighty. So let's move on from that topic because I think emotions are flying. That one. Anyway, so Gambian-born Ghanaian actress Nawal GBG. Anyway, Gambian-born Ghanaian actress Princess Shingo has said that she does not want a man who other women don't want. The movie star shared this point of view on her Instagram page as a reaction to a viral tweet that says, imagine you go through your man's phone and nobody wants him. Just in our words, honestly, I will be mad. I don't want to be with a man that no woman wants. It's so freaking sexy when a lot of women want your man, but only you want you. But only he wants you.
Kind of dirty
See,
talk.
it's
is
just as
very,
it's just
like,
very
who's
dumb
this
talk,
girl? I
as in-
swear. Like, are you 12 or something?
Like, as in,
it's
So
very.
you're not bothered when other women.
Well, I'm
don't
not even
want you, man?
thinking in that kind
I'm
of
just
space.
upset
Like,
that
Yeah, we don't
this
think that way.
why is that?
But wait,
even,
wait,
like,
for
a
a
thing?
guy though. Okay, wait. Let me ask a guy a question though.
No,
Would
I
you
don't.
like?
I never go for a babe that people want.
What?
I go for the one that nobody wants.
You never even hear with someone.
Just randomly putting that out. Before I just said I waiting one hours.
Well, they similar.
No,
So now why do you wonder you read my mind?
But wait, that's even a problem. You go specifically looking for people who are unwanted.
Can you imagine? No, that's a problem.
That's a
Put
problem.
it that
Can you
way.
imagine?
Oh wait, okay, let me take it back.
Yeah, you should.
Let's take it back.
scrapped that.
You are very
I
abusive.
scrapped that and I want to
You're
say
somebody
this
you can
again.
control.
No.
Somebody you can speak
So,
on their
this is
on
the
their
angle I'm coming from.
self-esteem.
Ife of mine. I'm
Someone
talking
you
to
feel you are bigger than.
And listeners and viewers. Sorry, I said listeners. Listeners and viewers. This is what I meant, right? So when you have like 5 girls, right? There's always that girl that is chicken face. Very
What does
pretty.
chicken face mean?
Chicken face.
All right, okay. Like squeezing your face. Okay.
You don't look like the same.
Most times they're usually really pretty.
Okay.
So now, 5 hot babes, most guys would definitely rush to first the most pleasant one. That's the easiest to reach because someone's like, oh hello, it's like hi, oh hi, how are you? What's your name? What is it? You know, all that type of. But you see that babe that's chicken face,
What's
they
the
say
second
hi,
one
and
like?
then she's like,
What's the second one like?
who's the second one? I think the second one. No. You see, the second one is always the follow to the first one. Actually, actually.
Yeah. What about the third one?
Analyst. The third one. The third one. Is
Usually
the,
the
I
one
think
with
it's
money.
the indecisive. Oh, the money
The one
one.
with money.
Which one is the money
The
one?
third one.
What,
It's
the one
almost a
with
rich
money?
one. Yeah.
Most times the rich one is always the
first
second
one.
one.
No,
Most
it's
times
the
the
only
rich,
follow.
no, yes.
No, the rich one
Bro,
is
guess
always
what? Guess what?
independent
The rich
and
one,
always wants to have a mind of our
the
own.
rich one is the one that doesn't control the narrative. I'm
The
telling
rich
you.
one is the one that wants to. That when the first one says,
Guy.
let's go to so play, she'll say, why not this one? Then they will now all decide and go with the rich one because she's the one paying.
No, not all the time. See, the
But
rich
most
one,
of the time.
Not even most. Sometimes, few times, say, dude, the rich one never controls the narrative.
Sometimes the rich one is even the chicken face.
Come on, you get the vibe. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You
We
see
have
that one with the
suffered,
chook
ladies.
face?
Can you
That's
hear?
the one I want. That's because nobody's going there. She looks at the hardest job, and that's what I want to crack. And I must crack it. Do you get what I mean? Not the one that people are saying no makes sense. And you're going, no, I know they do that one. Let's
Well,
understand
can I
this
even just
properly.
say that not every girl who's pleasant is interested. Though.
Guess what?
She can do oh my
Wait.
hi, and then when you not do
Ife-
oh, you not be like
Ife,
no.
guess what
That's
in
the
this
story of
life?
my own life, Sha.
Ife, guess
Everyone
what?
thinks
I'm
that
sorry, I'm
oh
putting
because
your
you're
life
friendly
television.
you're interested,
Ife,
and then
guess
they'll not be
what?
like I'm not saying no, they'll not be like oh but I said you thought well, guy.
You thought wrong.
We clear out on my side.
Quincy can relate.
Oh, see, I want to call you aptitude for the rest of this show. You are so apt.
Guys, a joke.
Dude.
It's accurate.
That is, no. You see, it's not something. It's most times.
Most of the time, yes.
Guess what? This legit, I'm not even
And
messing.
it's
This
usually
weekend,
fake.
this last weekend that you asked me about, it legit happened. I'm not joking. One babe came with two other girls. The pleasant one, my guy rushed there, feeling the vibe. They were really rocking and every. I'm like,
At the end of
I'm
the
like,
call,
my
she
guy,
go,
wait now.
She go press remote.
My G,
Enter her car, peace out.
My G. No, they even went to the same house. And then Baba told he was so proud to tell me good night. He's like, oh, bro, listen now. I'm going to see you. Give me that wink, like, you know, it's going down. And then the next morning, I'm like, dude, what's
He
up,
turned
man?
the chicken
And
face.
then this dude was like, that be the ultimate chicken face. He's like, this guy, if you see this rubbish, and they tell you, I reached there and he say no. I just broke up with my boyfriend. What it concern me now? He was so upset. I'm like, bro, relax now. You play the long game. It's like, I don't care for that.
Anyways, so
Facts,
my
baby.
question
boss.
was be genuine. When you go for like a wedding with a girl, do you like the girl
I
that as
don't
soon
do
as
that.
you guys walk in, everyone like a few
Everybody
Conversation
loves,
is
everybody,
making me
well,
losing
so
my-
you see,
lose
guess
myself.
what, right? Guess what? Everyone loves, I've forgotten the name I gave. That's a trophy, babe. Yeah, that's a popular
not
term.
trophy. But
That is the
that's
popular
that.
term.
It's the word.
Eh, That's the word. A
Someone
trophy
who's very
babe.
shiny,
Very
who looks
obvious.
nice,
No.
You
pretty,
can see her
whatever.
pretty, you know, curvy.
She just comes correct. Like
It's
there can
shiny.
be 25
See,
other
correct-
girls in that room
correct
like
in
that.
itself, it's shiny.
But would you
have
not like to
have-
be one of the 25
No,
girls?
you have to have something that is drawing your attention, right? Some people is the
Thank
body, some people is the fashion,
Thank you.
some people
It's
is
courage.
the courage, you know, some people it's the face, you know, there's confidence in all
Demeanor,
of that.
dance
Yes,
steps.
exactly. There's always
lot.
something that makes you whatever, which is why this conversation in itself is very stupid. Because I personally
wow.
believe that, except he's really a deadbeat, and I don't know why you would even get to boyfriend stage with a deadbeat. But the fact that you yourself have found that person attractive to make him a boyfriend, it means he has something going for him. Now, everyone is not going to be attracted to that something, but there's people who are attracted to the something. So you always have people attracted to that kind of person. So everyone has a market. Everyone has an audience, if that makes sense. Like a small girl, for example. There's some spaces I'm going to go to that guys will just be like, are you a child? How old are you? I'm not interested. And there's some places that I can't even sit down. They're all like, oh my God, hi. It really depends, and everybody has that. So your boyfriend is going to obviously have that kind of attention.
another
My
question.
problem here is the fact that you are putting that in mind and then using that to
Look for who to date. That they must want
No,
this.
you're already even dating
That
the
they must
guy.
want
Now
that.
you're looking for
So I
that to
think-
cause a problem in your relationship because he's not getting enough attention. Like,
But let me ask you guys another
So
question.
what happened was, I think what happened
situation.
was there was this particular trend. I think it even started from the US about a company. It was just a funny joke, right? Something about
Did he check his phone?
I don't want. Yeah. Checked his phone and
Nobody-
so that
no one
nobody
else
wants
wants
him
him.
aside from me.
So
aside
she's reacting
myself,
to that.
You know, so she was reacting to that. You know,
So
speaking
imagine
about
you're
that.
thinking your boyfriend is cheating, and then you go through his phone and all his messages are from his boys.
And he's
No, but it's not even
not even
that.
that. Not even that. And
Or
he's
he's
the
even
one shooting
shouting,
shots.
shooting
He's
shots,
shooting
and
shots like
girls are
20
no.
and everybody's
like, you go on
saying
his
no.
right chair and he's the one telling all the girls, oh,
What's
can I
up,
see
what's
you?
up,
Okay,
can
that
I
is
hang
a
out?
turn
And
on, but
everybody's
it's
saying
not-
no.
It's a turn on because he's even
Nobody
what's it called?
wants.
Like shooting
Shooting
shots.
shots.
Not
Yes,
because
now.
people are saying no for me. And also, I just have never really been attracted to somebody who's not attractive. So even before we even get into a relationship, there's always like a Cynthia somewhere, an ex that doesn't want to go. There's always something because nobody lives in
Why
a
do you
bubble.
like drama?
It's not
But
drama.
wait,
It's
let
how
me-
life is. If I'm gonna like the kind
you
of person
ever-
I'm even attracted to, right, has their life together, finances, also pretty face or whatever. I can't possibly be the only girl that's attracted to that. So there'll obviously be somebody.
Have you ever dated, okay, on that note, have you ever dated someone that after a while, maybe after you guys break up, you're wondering, how did I even get with this person?
Oh, definitely.
How did I even get with
Oh,
you?
no,
You've
no.
But
never had
it's
that.
not because they're not physically attractive. It's maybe like a personality that I've now seen when I enter the relationship that I'll be like, oh, okay, this one is mad. But it still doesn't change the fact that they're still sought after in society.
By
For me.
someone. Or
By
By
someone.
someone at least.
Monkey
yeah.
no fine. Mama like her.
No, not really. That's weird too. No, that's very weird. You shouldn't use that in this.
Why?
Monkey no find somebody like come you mama. You want dating my money.
Monkey no fine. Mama like her.
So my the mama.
I did
You're
tell
not
you.
the mama now.
I did tell you. Nah,
It is a metaphor. It's metaphorical. It's
For meta is a metaphor.
For men. Hey guys, this guy bring out bad here. They don't pay you. You can't wear red. Anyways, let's go on the music break so that we can deal with Quincy real quick. Stay with us.
My best thing. The world mocks your vulnerability and laughs at your tears. But you have a heart and it breaks too. Let's switch roles for a day. Just sit, relax, and let's play.
Let me be your soldier. If you need somebody to fight for you, let me be your champion, babe. If you need somebody to win your race, let me be your bodyguard. Baby, when you give me the keys to your heart, say me gonna never go nowhere, oh no. Say you be my bestie, my bestie. Me no take a guessing. I beg you, make I hold you down. Say you be my bestie, my bestie. Me no take a guessing. Oh, I beg you, make I hold you down. You show me how to love you, babe. I know the times you need my love to carry you, baby. Oh, teach me how to love you, babe. I feel my heart skip every time you look my way. Say you be my bestie, my bestie. Me no take a guessing. I beg you, make I hold you down. Say you be my bestie, my bestie. Me no take a guessing. Oh, I beg you, make I hold you down.
That's my friend. Leave her, find your own. Leave her. Koshi. If I show you love, don't you move funny. You're my kryptonite. Jack, come on, you worry. All these things for you. Crazy for you. If I die and come back again, I'll do it over again. Rather me, leave her, that's my friend. Leave her, that's my own. Leave her, don't go there. Rather me, leave her, that's my friend. Leave her, that's my own. Leave her, don't go there. You are my love. You are the one. You are one in a million, my love. You are my love. You are the one. my friend. Leave and that's my home. Leave and don't go there. The things you do to me, I feel so lucky. No one can take your place, yeah. Oh, things you do to me, I feel so lucky. No one can take your place.
Yes, my people, what's the happen? Yes, we're back to the show, and this is still tea time on Plus TV Africa. And we just had a fantastic break, right?
Yeah,
it was fantastic. You like my logo, right?
Definitely.
All right, amazing stuff. So Dami Das, whose real names are Oluwadamilola Adeni, he's a contemporary Nigerian artist with a soulful voice and an artistic style of creating music. He studied audio technology at the Mikari Music Academy in Port Harcourt. He has a BSc from Wisconsin University, Ghana, and is currently studying for his master's degree at HMKW University in Berlin. He's from Ogun State, Western Nigeria. He has dropped some songs. His most recently dropped track is in November. Track dropped in November 2020, titled Angelina. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tea Time Table, Dami Das.
Yeah.
How you doing, bro?
I'm
What's
blessed.
going on?
I'm blessed.
Good to have you in the show.
Good to be here.
All right, tell us about Dami Das. Who is Dami Das? Apart from what I just read. I don't want none of this information again.
Okay. I'm a creative mind. And
Yeah, that was there.
I like to make music a whole lot.
Yeah, that was there.
Wow, you don't say.
Okay.
I thought you
I
were
love
a
to
carpenter.
paint.
You love to paint. Okay,
Yeah.
go on with that. Yeah,
So my artistic mind
that was there.
and creative mind
That was there.
makes me put things together. Yeah, so I'm just one humble boy that likes to make music.
All right. All right. So what does Dami Das do aside, music?
Music.
When you're not doing music, when you're not painting, what else would you be doing? Because I know that you're taking your education really seriously,
for real.
and you're doing your masters right now.
Yeah.
So if music don't work out, what else would Dami Das be doing?
I thought about a plan B, but now if I think about a plan B, it drifts me away from my plan A. So my plan A is my plan A. If I'm going to have a plan B, is to push my plan A to work. But still going to school, what I study in school is marketing. Right now I'm doing my master's in Berlin, media marketing, and still trying to push the whole marketing perspective and trying to get more knowledge to better my craft. Still pushing the whole music and art stuff, yeah.
All right, so as an artist and with the new development and approach to music in terms of the switch in sound and also the digital part of it, how exactly have you been able to combine both and infuse that in your creative space?
For that aspect, I listen to a whole lot of new things. I actually went to music school so that I could learn more about production and so I could do my thing.
Did you learn that or they taught you how to play the cello?
Nah. My career music school is actually really cool. They teach you how to actually make music, the keyboards and all what you really need to do. So I want to do music for a long time. So learning about all those stuff really matters to me. I know sound evolve with time. Definitely. So how to create my own sound, I listen to a whole lot of people. So when I hear this one and I know that this sound is evolved from what we used to know, I should be able to create that by myself. Basically, that's how I roll.
All right. So if there was anything you could change about the music industry, being an emerging artist and all that, what would it be? What would you want to change? Is there anything that bothers you a lot about the industry?
I think the know me, know you perspective. Like you have to have like a godfather. You have to have like somebody that pushes you.
So who do you know?
Who do I know? I know God. Major. Yeah.
So you don't have like a godfather. You don't have like an established artist that you're very close to.
I even want to know what the know me, know you part is.
Know
Because
me,
I know
know you
it's
part
I
is
know
like-
there's that in politics, but
Yeah, music. There's know me, know you.
What have
too.
you experienced?
Have I experienced? I don't. Would I say I've experienced any? Not really, though. But like in shows, for example, you actually have to like know some people inside to like get like.
Yeah,
shows.
obviously, you're not just going to jump out of the crowd.
No, no. Like, For instance, let me give you this instance. I had a show in Ibadan I think last year or earlier this year, and it actually helped me. I knew the guy that was hosting the show. I came in late. I thought the show was going to like take time before like people come in and all that. So I came in late, and there was a whole list of like artists that were supposed to perform. And then I was like backstage, and I just went to meet him like, yo. I went to meet them up there, and they were like, you can't perform because you're not on the list. And we've already talked about this way back that I was going to perform on this show. And I just went to meet him like, yo, bro, please, I need to do this. And I was like, don't worry, I'll call you in by myself. And he went up stage when he finished doing his own thing, and it was like, the next artist I'm bringing on. And he called me in. It worked for me.
Know me, know you.
Know me, know you. If I didn't know him.
Who's this guy? Tell us.
Remote, one of the best comedians in Ibadan. Not just Ibadan, he's really, really good. You should check him out. Remote, MC Remote.
I know him, actually.
You know him?
Yeah, a video of his is viral at the moment.
Yeah, big thing in IB. So I just talked to him. He's like a brother to me. So he was like, yo, don't worry, I'll put you on. And he put me on. Even before Kenny Black performed, he allowed me perform. So that Know Me Know You actually
But don't you
helped
think
me.
that's applicable in every industry?
For sure, it is in every industry, but like...
Don't you think you would get a job in this station above somebody who doesn't know somebody in the station?
No, you asked me if I could change one thing. You asked me if I could change one thing. That's the one thing.
Wow. Wow.
Wait, relax.
Know me, know you.
No, that's
know it.
Okay, that's true. That's true. No, but for real though, you know there are some people that actually put in work a whole lot.
Yeah.
They are not heard. They are more talented people than the Davidos, the Burna Boys. They are not out there because they don't know nobody.
Okay. What is that thing that is special about your sound that you think the world needs to get, acquainted
My
to?
artistry, my creativity. Like, I create music the way I think sounds really good. Like, not like sounding the regular, but I can take some stuff from the regular and infuse and like add my own little creativity to like make it better than stuff I hear or feel.
All right, so, sorry.
No, go on.
When Ife was, dishing out your bio, there's a mention of Berlin and I think another country.
Ghana,
yeah. And Ghana as well.
That's the same?
Yeah.
Nice.
Now, sorry, Boko.
All right,
This guy lost.
Either way.
We're just pricing how much will your hand cost.
That's not
just
true. I
told
think
me.
that was just saying, what's up? I'm good. How you doing too? I'm good. Hey, we're Ghanaians. Yeah. So either way, so all these countries, I want to believe like you were still making music at the time.
Yeah.
Right. And
You're still in
wonder-
Berlin, right?
Nah,
Are you done?
Nah, I'm still schooling in Berlin. But right now, due to the whole corona issue and all that,
Yes, you're
I do
home.
online classes. Yeah, I'm in my second semester, almost done with my master's.
All right.
That's great. That's great.
Blessings.
Now, how has the music business over there influenced how you see and attack the music business here?
And I like to travel a whole lot.
You don't see.
I like to travel
Honestly,
a whole lot. So like, exposure is one thing. You learn how they do things there. You learn how they do things here.
All right.
Like, I infuse all that
Alrighty.
to better my music.
Alrighty. All right, so we're running out of time, so we have to let you go. But do you do freestyles?
Do I freestyle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
All right, so we'd like you to, freestyle, telling the people where they can find you and, just rapping about the show you just been on.
Okay.
Or singing, whatever you do best, just do a freestyle.
Let's do it.
So tell them where they can find you. That's the main name of this freestyle.
Okay. Baby, beauty is a lifestyle. When you reach in my inside, baby, put on your seatbelt too. If you need a gangster, I go be your gangster, baby. Just for you alone. If I fed out, me, but I home myself for you, baby. Around me, when I see your face, beautiful smile and your body nice. Everything about you, baby, seems alright. Oh, Pulse FM. Ooh, you can catch me on Instagram. Dummy, dash. DWAS, Damidas. Thank you for having me here.
Alrighty.
That was lovely. That was lovely.
Thank
That
you so
was
much.
lovely.
Thank you so much for being with us on the show, Damidas, and we wish you the best of luck.
Blessings,
And yes, we're
blessings.
gonna be, signing off this interview with this music video. Enjoy this one.
Baby, beauty is a lifestyle. When you're reaching my inside, baby, put on your seatbelt, though. If you need a gangster, I go be your gangster, baby. Just for you alone. If I fed down, remember, but I did home myself for you, baby. I run me born when I see your face. Beautiful smile and your body nice. Everything about you, baby, seems right. Everybody put a line, well, baby. Yeah. Oh no, I'm falling in love with you. 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 Beautiful smile and your body nice. Everything about you, baby, seems right. Everybody put a line, well, baby. Yeah. Oh no, I'm falling in love with you. 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 I'm tripping. Every time I close my eyes, baby, you are the see. I'm thinking. Wanna put a ring on your finger, take it to my mama, baby. You drive me crazy, baby. Wanna see you smile out there, baby. Look at me, you're watching me. Everything about you, baby, seems right. Everybody put a line, well, baby. Yeah. Oh no, I'm falling in love with you. 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 Beautiful smile and your body nice. Everything about you, baby, seems right. Everybody put a line, well, baby.
Yes, yo, that was Damidas with a brilliant one, yes, and that was really nice. And yes, we're moving on. The squad is complete.
Say yes again, I will punch you.
Yes, yo, yeah. So yes, we're back, and yes, we'll be doing a hot topic.
Please break, I'm just
All right. So welcome back. Where did you go, anyways?
If I tell you I have to kill you, so.
All right, that's cool. Touche. Anyway, so let's just move on. So we have a hot topic.
Yeah, I'm not even present.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Don't mind, Quincy, go on.
Looks like right. I'm not gonna do nothing anymore. All right, so there's a hot topic we have to touch on real quick before we go, and I'd just like to get your takes on this one. So, morals or money, which one is necessary to survive?
Money, first off.
Why?
Can you eat morals?
I think you.
Can you eat the morals?
All right, so let me put the same.
Wait, like, who even came up with that question? You should be slapped. Morals or money? Which one can you?
All right,
live
so
with?
let me ask you a
The person
question.
I even thought that was like the brilliant part of it. Like, which one can you live with? Like,
It's necessary for survival.
It's necessary for survival.
So now let me ask.
That's the problem.
Now-
For survival.
Now let me ask you a question. If you guys were not as privileged as you were, right? For instance, you went to Babcock University, you schooled in like how many countries in the world, and yes, you're probably the most privileged of us all. You get me? And
hello, privilege. Like your first name.
Okay.
I'm from Osu. I schooled in Osu. Thank you very much.
Osu. Really?
Can't even pronounce your school.
Osu.
Anyways, let's get straight to this. We're running out
Nah,
of time.
man, we're not
guys.
doing that again.
So, if you were not that privileged by that to school in those places and be in those places, and your parents really couldn't afford it, and then, for instance, you got admission into one of the federal universities in the country, would you be a runs girl to send yourself to school? Would you be a Yahoo boy to send yourself to school? Because I know these guys have morals. Don't train will not let you do.
I do have morals.
So I think I'm very smart, and I think I'm very hardworking, and I think my mind can do a lot of things to make money before I get there. But if I was poor and simple-minded, and I lacked skills, and the only skill that was working for me was my hiha, nah.
Is that really a skill?
That doesn't even...
It is a skill.
That makes it sound less sexy. Yeah. What's here? I don't want to visit your here.
I mean, if you're doing hee-haw for work, it's so okay. I think that's what I would if I have no other choice.
You would.
Would
you?
I always would. I think I have a lot of choice.
So you see what I'm saying about survival?
No. This, see, for me, this context, yes, morals.
Okay,
generally in life.
Okay, another picture.
Money.
Another picture.
My brother, this picture.
Wait. A quick one. A quick scenario. I tell you, this is Pablo Escobar's money, $1 million. This is El Chapo's money, another $1 million. Hush Puppy's money, another $1 million. Anini's money, another $1 million.
Am I helping them take it to the
terrible, what's it called? Nigerian politicians, another $1 million. Altogether, you have like $10 million, right? And this is from the worst criminals in the world, right? Which would you pick?
Between what?
Between that and what?
Your morals, would you say, no, this money is made from ill-gotten, this is ill-gotten wealth?
I must let you know that I actually,
Who
somewhere in my head...
Who collect the money and turn to claim money?
No, I must let you know that I would stick to my morals because I don't think I need money in my life. I don't think you need money. I don't think anybody needs money.
BS.
My morals will definitely take...
So you would take the money because you're being sarcastic.
You don't say.
But would you take it?
Why would you not take
Why
it?
not? But wait, am I stealing the money? That's
And
another
it's been
part of it.
handed
Wait.
to me.
Is
It's
it
just there. Take it if you want it.
Take it if you want it.
Yes.
That sounds like something Pablo Escobar would tell you and come and kill you.
So this is the answer to the question, right? The problem with this is the question itself.
Yeah.
Morals or money for survival? You don't need morals to survive. You need morals to thrive. Now, you can survive with money.
Wisdom.
And you cannot survive without money because money gets you the basic amenities you need to survive, like
Wisdom.
food, shelter, all of that. Now, to thrive as a person, if I'm going to use my hee-ha to be sleeping with everyone...
We really need to look for another name.
You know, I just said that, and it's really fun. Anyway, I'm going to use my hee-ha, whatever. I'm able to survive living every day, but I'll be very, very, very unhappy. I'll be struggling with self-esteem issues and STDs and all these other issues and all of that. So I won't necessarily thrive in life, but I will survive, even with a bad moral. I know people who have very bad morals, and they're actually doing really well. The only thing I used to play game is small guilt, and they do that till they're late and they die, and nothing happens. But can you survive without money? Obviously not. The people who are most likely to see death very quickly are the ones that cannot pay for, stuff.
And the people who choose morals...
Even he has.
And the people who choose morals are the ones that are going to return a bag of $2 million and they give them 20K.
I did tell you.
And let me tell you another thing, and this is very, 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 very bad advice
I would return
that I'm going to give on this table. Probably the worst thing I've ever said. But I personally believe that people with less morals thrive better in the world.
Yes, because it's
a vicious place. And also, it's simple as well. Like, it's survival of the fittest. We haven't really gone far from our natural instincts of being animals. So the more vicious you are about survival, the longer you stay. Look at Facebook. I mean, it's created a new age. But it was based on bad morals. He screwed over his friend. He stole people's ideas and hoarded everything and created exactly.
Now that you're in that conversation, half of the richest people in the world.
Exactly, our exploitative people.
I'm going to yank you off. I'm going to yank you off.
All right, man.
All right. Anyways, guys, so it's a wrap. Join the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet at us at +TVAfrica. Remember, you can catch up on our previous episodes, including this one, and all our exclusive contents by subscribing to our YouTube channel at +TVAfrica Lifestyle. You can also watch Tea Time on Alta TV and in London on Ben Television. A big thank you goes out to my co-anchors, Ife Omai, and of course, Quincy Jones, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching +TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Ife Oshunkeye.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Someday, tranquility will settle upon Borno State in northeast Nigeria. The ordinary rhythms of life in the rural areas will return, as will the everyday bustle of the city. But for now, a restless tension lurks beneath the surface. Not a moment goes by without the threat of violence. Without the fear that the militant Islamic group Boko Haram might unleash an attack. A grim reminder of a conflict still to be resolved. A country's struggle with extremism. An unfinished journey from evil. Yet there are Nigerians who've stood up to the terror, who've shown the courage to fight back, the determination to go forward, and the resilience to forge a new future for their nation. Each morning in the town of Chibok, Rebecca Solomon goes about her chores. But what may appear a simple life became for her a nightmare that began on April 14th, 2014. That evening, Rebecca's daughter, Deborah, was staying overnight in a government school dormitory preparing to take exams the next day. The exams never took place. Deborah is one of the kidnapped Chibok girls believed to be held in a remote forest hideout.
So, anzo an ɗauke mini ita. So, kayana sun ne in koci in wanke kayana. To dole in shiga damuwa.
It's been 1,000 days since Rebecca has seen her daughter. Deborah's abduction, along with over 200 other girls, exposed to the world Boko Haram's ruthlessness, as well as the dysfunction of Nigeria's government and military, and it stirred many Nigerians to take action on their own. Buki Shonibare had planned a career as a human resources consultant in Abuja, Nigeria's capital.
But then 2014, April 14 happened, and that just opened me up to another life entirely.
Buki became a frontline campaigner for the Bring Back Our Girls movement.
Last night I could not sleep, and for once I felt what it meant for those girls to be out there. And then we came out to stand in solidarity with these girls, and then we are being blocked off. Nothing will stop us. We will keep coming out until our girls return.
What do we want? Action!
Aided by social media, the Bring Back Our Girls campaign sparked worldwide condemnation of Boko Haram.
Our girls! Bring back our girls! Our girls! Bring back girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
Like millions of people across the globe, my husband and I are outraged and heartbroken over the kidnapping of more than 200 Nigerian girls from their school dormitory in the middle of the night.
Boko Haram's leader, Abubakar Shekau, capitalized on the group's sudden notoriety, threatening to convert the girls to Islam, marry them off to his commanders, or sell them into slavery. For Bukky, it was personal.
It's simply because I was once that girl. Even though I've not been abducted before, but I know what it means to be sexually molested. I know what it means to have to do something because you want to stay alive.
With the international community watching, the Nigerian government issued promises to save the girls. But the lack of swift action angered parents.
If the government cannot take action, we are asking for the United Nations to come in and help us. Or if the United Nations reject us, we just don't know what to do.
Within 2 weeks of the Chibok kidnappings, Bukky had made up her mind to stay on the front lines and keep protesting until the girls came home.
And we were screaming like 15 whole days. Some parents have not seen their children. 15 whole days. Where are they? And then we had to commemorate 30 days. And we could not live with that reality.
In truth, the reality was worse. Bukky had no idea at the time, but the 30 days would eventually stretch into more than 3 years. Nigeria. Rich in oil and natural gas. A nation seeking to present itself as the image of modern Africa. But a country that is far from united.
180 million people plus 250 ethnic groups, thereabouts. This is a difficult country to govern at the best of times.
Splitting the North from the oil-rich South are cultural and economic fault lines that date far back to Nigeria's colonial past. In the predominantly rural and traditionally Muslim Northeast, that fault line is fragile. Although Nigeria collects billions of dollars selling its oil each year, more than 60% of Nigerians live in poverty, many on less than $2 a day. In the Northeast, the poverty rate is even higher.
We're speaking about northeastern Nigeria that is really one of the most impoverished and marginalized regions of the country. This is a region that had one of the lowest literacy rates in the country, one of the highest infant mortality rates in Nigeria. So the nature of governance was really poor to begin with, and people were frustrated in seeing the growing levels of inequality in this community.
Poverty and inequality, along with neglect by those with political power, helped sow a rebellious brand of Islam in the Northeast. Its leaders took as their model one of the world's most brutal and dogmatic Islamist movements.
It was at that time in 2003 that there was a community of individuals that moved to the borderlands of Nigeria and Niger in an attempt to create a purist Islamic society based on the model of the Taliban in Afghanistan.
Originally, the group was peaceful and its message inclusive.
What they preached was, we have an alternative system. If the system you believe in does not value you and leaves you out, we will not do that. We are more inclusive, we will take care of you, we are doing Allah's will, and we will define our own society, an alternative society that is just and good. So that was very appealing, especially for people who felt left out.
But eventually, this alternative society split. The leader of its dominant faction wanted a pure form of Islam and an outright insurrection against the government. His name, Muhammad Yusuf. Yusuf was intelligent and charismatic, but bent on confrontation. People began calling his movement Boko Haram, literally, Western education is forbidden. Although the group disavowed the name and still does, it captured Yusuf's essential beliefs. He preached that Western values were undermining Islam, and he called for a holy war.
It's difficult for the West to understand jihad, in part because our own modern societies are by their very nature essentially secular. We've come to terms that religion is not a reasonable pathway to organize modern society. Whereas those who are pushing for jihad are saying that religion is the correct way to shape a righteous Muslim society, a land of faithful Muslims. So invariably, those two positions are going to be extremely difficult to reconcile.
Yusuf's base was the northeastern city of Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State. As his sermons became more militant, tensions with local authorities grew. Then, in 2009, Boko Haram exploded into Nigeria's wider consciousness. That June, police clashed with some of Yusuf's followers on their way to a funeral, wounding more than a dozen.
Kuma waɗannan mahaukatan sojojin in ba ɗauke su a cikin gari ba za a zauna lafiya.
Yusuf denounced the government actions, and a few weeks later, his followers struck back. With guns and grenades, they attacked police stations in several cities, with the heaviest assault in Maiduguri. Over 4 days of fighting, the police response was merciless. They rounded up Boko Haram suspects, killing them in the street. They destroyed Yusuf's mosque. Then they captured him and took him for interrogation. Hours later, his body was in the street. He'd been shot multiple times.
And he became a martyrdom figure to Boko Haram. And since 2009 until today, all factions of Boko Haram consider him their inspiration.
More than 1,000 people died in 4 days of fighting that July. Afterward, Boko Haram disappeared. But when they returned a year later, it was with more weapons and a new leader. A bombastic and violent Yusuf deputy, Abubakar Shekau. He proclaimed all-out war.
Their argument is a very simple one. You've come after us. You've killed many of us. You've killed us literally by the thousands. You feel you've decimated our community. We will fight back. Now we will take jihad to you.
Over the next 4 years, Boko Haram put the Nigerian military and civilian security forces on their heels.
Within that period, the militancy and the insurgency of Boko Haram grew stronger and stronger, and it's in this context that Boko Haram was able to acquire land, acquire territory, with limited Nigerian response.
Boko Haram expanded its domain, but Maiduguri remained ground zero. The city of more than 500,000 had a teaching hospital and a university.
Before the insurgency, Maiduguri was a very quiet, peaceful town.
Fati Abubakar was a nursing student living with her family in Maiduguri at the time Boko Haram began its assault in 2010.
We were known for being very traditional, conservative people, and we all knew our neighbors. It was a very diverse community before Boko Haram.
Within months, Fati became a witness to the wholesale destruction of her hometown.
I watched everything happen, from the tension, the bomb blasts, the dead bodies on the streets, the houses burning. Sometimes our house would shake because of a bomb blast.
People soon fled. Fati and her family left in late 2012.
At the time, they were killing boys and kidnapping girls, so my parents were not comfortable with that. And then we moved to Abuja, and I lived there for 6 months before I went to London to study.
Fatty completed her studies in London, writing a dissertation about the effects of war on the psychological health of refugees. And she found an outlet to help her cope with the loss she felt as a refugee herself.
Really took up photography around that time that I was struggling with all that was happening around Maiduguri, and I was really interested in how you can do visual storytelling and still have an impact on the community.
Fatty returned to Maiduguri in 2015.
But when I came back, people had become desensitized. You know, it was like a transformation. They didn't even feel any of it. They just kept going. So that was what, you know, had my attention.
Fatty imagined another side of the place she called home, a humane side she wanted to show the world. It was the opposite of the images of war and destruction flooding the global news, and from the deluded propaganda of Boko Haram. In its videos, Boko Haram's leader, Shekau, glorified the group's violence in the name of Islam. But hidden inside his secretive caliphate, the reality was starkly different. Boko Haram brutalized fellow Muslims, beating and killing them at will to maintain control and religious piety. Graphic evidence of the group's conduct surfaced in 2016 when Voice of America journalists obtained and authenticated some 18 hours of videos shot by Boko Haram's own photographers. The raw footage is an unflinching record exposing how one of the world's deadliest extremist movements operates behind the scenes. A daily diary of terror. At public tribunals designed to enforce authority by intimidation and fear, villagers were herded together for displays of discipline. For small sins, offenders were flogged, sometimes by their peers. But for offenses like selling drugs, the punishment was ultimate. No pleading for the accused. Just a bullet in the heart or the head.
When Boko Haram first became violent, the attacks were mostly on the Nigerian state itself. So government offices, prisons, police headquarters. As time went on, and it seems that Boko Haram felt more and more aggrieved, its targets widened and widened, until now it seems to be anybody.
In their encampments, Boko Haram soldiers, many mere boys, trained for warfare and played like children.
The media characterizes Boko Haram as madmen, as crazy, as psychopaths. But what we can see in the footage of the foot soldiers is that in many respects, they go around their daily business just like kids in any other part of the world. We also see them receiving pep talks before battle, where they're told some of you are going to die and some soldiers are going to die. The difference is the soldiers aren't going to go to paradise and you are. And this goes to show that ideology plays a very important part of motivating them to engage in acts of killing. And after a period of time, these young boys become regular Boko Haram fighters willing to sacrifice their lives for the broader mission of the commanders to establish some form of Islamic governance.
It's impossible to know how many Nigerian boys have been conscripted into Boko Haram. Likely, it's several thousand. The penalty for refusal is severe. Danladi was abducted when he was 12, but found a way out later. Shown the Boko Haram video footage, he recognized some commanders and recounted how boys were forced to fight.
su yanka kan wannan su ajiye wani a kan gadon bayan shi wani a ƙirji wani sun yanka shi har su buɗe ƙirjin shi su cire zuciyan shi haka da sun surata mu suka ce mu fara mu kwashi bindigogi.
Shekau made clear that Boko Haram would cleanse Nigeria of anyone who didn't submit to its brand of Islam. Men or women, young or old, Christian or Muslim.
The Shekau faction of Boko Haram has a belief system whereby any Muslim that does not join their group is an apostate because they are fighting a legitimate jihad. And therefore, the idea that a Muslim would get killed in a Boko Haram attack, either because they're targeted or because it's collateral damage, is really not something that the Shekau faction worries about, because their penalty for not joining the group and being apostates is death anyway.
2015 marked a shift in the war. The Nigerian army, aided by military from neighboring Chad, Cameroon, and Niger, began reclaiming towns and territories once under Boko Haram's control. The momentum quickened under a new president, Muhammadu Buhari, elected that year. But the government's success also brought disturbing allegations of human rights abuses, excesses by the military and civilian vigilantes in their zeal to defeat Boko Haram. Amnesty International cited thousands of summary executions, arbitrary arrests, and instances of torture by Nigerian forces, war crimes the group said went unpunished.
The Nigerian government somehow have some doubts in what Amnesty is doing, but all the same, they have come clean and set up a presidential task force, and you have to take into account the composition of members of the panel. They are not people that could be manipulated, they can be manipulated, and they are judges of repute, and we wait and see the results.
As the government ramped up its pursuit of Boko Haram, Abubakar Shekau changed his strategy too. Boko Haram officially aligned with the Islamic State, or ISIS, the jihadi group waging war in Iraq and Syria.
Shekau in 2015 formally pledged allegiance to ISIS, and ISIS responded to this. Some see this as because this coincided with the time when Boko Haram was coming under increasing pressure from the Nigerian military. It was being pushed back. After this, you had the Pledge of Allegiance to ISIS. So it's read as actually this is something of a desperate move on the part of Boko Haram.
Boko Haram could claim affiliation with the largest jihadi group in the world. It began using Islamic State templates in its social media postings, but it was an insurgency on the run. At least 3 times the Nigerian military claimed Shekau had been killed, yet each time he survived, reappearing like a ghost in new videos, recorded in a remote hideout somewhere deep in the northeast bush. The Sambisa forest, a thick jumble of thorny scrub and scattered trees spread across 5 northern states. A portion was set aside as a game reserve, but its once abundant wildlife has been depleted by war. Now parts of the Sambisa are Boko Haram's sanctuary, a vast area of danger for anyone who dares enter. In a village nearby, Aisha Bakari Gombi lives with her family.